with Manoj Muntasir. And you also enjoy the proper lunch, proper deliberation by the speakers. We have invited 90 speakers, including 4 countries, Malaysia, Luxembourg, London, others also. And all the topics has been kept in such a way that a chartered account of 25 years to the chartered account of 85 years, they all will get something from them, including opportunity in India and opportunity outside India, AI, everything. We also organized one expo area in the backside near the food court area. We will try to touch the roots of the village to the sky, to the robots, to space, everything. We also imported some Singapore project in this expo area, so don't miss to go there. Don't go only for the food, but also take the water, everything is there. We also try to push our talent, our culture, our industries, and our uniqueness. I try to put it in the national canvas, which are trying, and we are getting very good support due to all of you. We have crossed roughly 4,600 registrations. So this is one of the good achievement due to all of you. So no credit to our team, it is all to you. Today's session is also very important. One demo was given yesterday on the intuition, which I know you. It's me. We have all the energy, but we don't know how to how to elevate it. So please be on the session at 5 p.m. onwards, and don't miss it, because and also bring your children, your relatives, your friends circle, so they can know it and they can apply in their family also. It will helpful to the children particularly in terms of education, in terms of their other all-round development. So don't miss it. It is coming from Auto Living Bangalore. So this is what we are doing to you. If any session you have, feel free open to say us, because we are here to support you, not simply to say about ourselves. It's open invite for all of you. If you find any problem, please let us know. Thank you so much.
So we'll be picking the lottery for the third prizes. I request chairman to kindly put up the. So we have laptops, mobile phones, earbuds, smart watches as prizes. In the evening also, the after the last session we'll be doing the lottery, and today after each sessions lottery will be drawn and prizes will be given. Pratap da aise ja. Chairman, please. This is for the third prize, and the serial number is 155 155 155, and we have the lucky winner over there. Kindly come up. Say smartwatch. सीरियल नंबर 155 आज का, टुडेज, yesterday, कल वाला नहीं चलेगा बस. So we still have the 155. If you are there, he is not there. Pick up the another. Serial number 187. Serial number 187. We have the claimant. Sir, आज का कूपन. Your name, please? Rajesh Jha. Rajesh ji, if you would like to say something about your experience yesterday.
थैंक यू। मैंने मुझे कल भी बहुत अच्छा लगा था यहाँ के बारे में, और आज भी बहुत अच्छा लगा। हाँ, आज जीत गए तो और भी बहुत अच्छा लगा। थैंक
Thank you. I request Vishwa Bhai, chairman, to give away the prize. For the second prize, which is a mobile phone, I request Vishwaranjan Sutar to kindly pick up. #175, serial number 175. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट प्राइज के लिए एलिजिबल हो जाएंगे। सीरियल नंबर 175। यस, कंग्रेचुलेशंस। सीए भगवान, नहीं नहीं, हम लेंगे वो तो फूड कूपन है उनका। Congratulations. Kindly collect your prize. If you'd like to say something.
एकदम यस्टरडे तो बहुत बढ़िया है, और अपना टीम का जो रिपोर्ट है और एक से एक स्पीकर को आप लाते हो ना, सुन के खूब मजा आता है एकदम बहुत।
यू आर गेटिंग समथिंग। थैंक
Thank you. And the final prize, which is a laptop. And it's serial number 3232. And we have the claimant over there. So you'd like to say something even about your daughter?
Thank you. I'm myself Chaktadhar Nayak. I'm from Bhubaneswar. This time I'm going to announce that my daughter Jyotirmay Nayak, she has been selected as top 15 in Indian Idol this time. Kindly support her for her winning. Tonight her program will be there in Sony TV, Sony Live, and Sony Live Web. And I am my friend is Sudarshan Jana. He's also he knows my daughter very small when she was kid.
Thank you, sir. Kapil sir. Congratulations to the winners. We are left with few laptops, 5, 6 mobile phones, 5, 6 smartwatches, earbuds, power banks, which will be distributed throughout the day. And thank you, everyone. We'll be starting with the first technical session of day 2.
Good morning. I cannot hear from all of you. Good morning. Thank you, Team EIRC, for giving me the opportunity. I, CA Sanjay Kumar Saraugi, Chairman, Jharsuguda branch of EIRC of ICI, extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the second day of Golden Jubilee edition the 50th Regional Conference of the Eastern India Regional Council of ICI. We now begin with our first technical session on the day on the topic Indian capital market compounded or compounding. Today marks not just another conference but a celebration of 5 decades of excellence, leadership, service, and professional commitment towards nation building. Over the year, our profession has played a vital role in strengthening financial governance, market trust, and corporate accountability. The topic of this session is highly relevant in the current economic environment, where the Indian capital market is evolving rapidly. Understanding where our market reflects compounded history growth or the future potential of compounding is essential for informed decision making, strategic investment, and long term financial planning. Now, I request CA Kausik Malik, Deputy Convener, Accountants Library, CA CP Study Circle, EIRC of ICI, to, on the desk, please. It is now time to our invite eminent speakers on the dais. We are privileged to have among us Sri Pinak Rudra Bhattacharya, President and Head of Corporate Finance, IIFL. Please come on the dais, please. Sri Bhavesh A. Shah, Managing Director and Head, Investment Banking, Equirus Capital. CA Sandeep Jain, Director, National Council, ANMI. We requested, please come on the dais, please. Just waiting for come. May I request to please welcome I request eminent speaker CA Sandeep Jain, MD of Transcan, to please come and join in the dais. Please. Request esteemed speaker Sri Bhavesh Shah, MD Head Investment Banking, Equirus Capital. Please come and join in the dais, please. Our one speaker Sri Pinak Rudra Bhattacharya ji just पहुंचने वाले हैं. We start our yes. Please come on the dais, please. I welcome all the esteemed speakers. A brief introduction of our guest speaker, Sri Sri Pinak Rudra Bhattacharya. Serve as the Senior Vice President and Head of Corporate Finance at IIFL Capital Service Limited. In this leadership position, he oversees the corporate finance corporate operations, including advisory on equity capital raises, emergers and acquisitions, and structuring of debt and hybrid investment. Welcome you, sir. Sri Bhavesh A. Shah. Is the Managing Director and Head of Investment Banking of Equirus Capital, based in Mumbai, Maharashtra. With over 3 decades of rich experience in investment banking, private equities, and corporate finance, he currently leads Equirus full service investment banking practice, focusing on 5 key verticals: consumer and healthcare, technology in industrials, BFSI, and infrastructure. I welcome you, sir. C. Sandeep Jain ji is the MD of Transcan, Transcan Securities Private Limited, a SEBI registered intermediaries with the membership of NSE, BSE, and NSDL, having a strong operational footprints across India. All our esteemed speakers are widely respected authorities in the field of capital markets, investment strategies, and financial research. With years of experience and deep insights into the market behaviors, they have been guiding investors, institutions, and professionals on the dynamics of growth, wealth creation, and emerging market opportunities. I request a big round of applause for our speakers. Now, to facilitate our speakers, I request Chairman Vishnu Kumar Tulsian and Vice Chairman Mayur Agarwal to please felicitate our speakers. Now, session handover to esteemed moderator CA Sandeep Jain for further proceedings.
Good morning, friends. A warm welcome to all the delegates to this day two of ICAI Regional Conference being hosted by the EIRC. Today, it's my privilege to moderate this fascinating session on a theme, on a topic which is very special to my heart, and it lies at the core of wealth creation journey of India, Indian capital markets, compounded and compounding. As we all know, Albert Einstein called compounding the eighth wonder of the world. And no wonder India has seen that transformation in the past decades. Indian markets have grown multifold. There have been increased participation. Market cap has multiplied, and the number of demat accounts have exploded. This journey has been truly, truly, truly amazing for us. Today, as we see, there are a lot of opportunities in this space, and we have two fascinating and two intellectuals who are actually stalwarts from this industry, from the capital market field, who will be enlightening us and throwing light upon the topic of today, Sri Pinak A. Rudra Bhattacharya and Mr. Bhavesh A. Shah. Big round of applause for both the panelists for today's session. Today we deep dive into two aspects of compounding. One is compounded. That means how India has grown so far. And the other aspect is compounding. What what is the shape that we expect and how things are going to unfold in the time to go forward in the future. So, not taking too much of your time and diving straight into the topic, I would like to start this session by asking relevant questions and seeking their insights on this topic. And I hope the audience for today would take away a lot of insightful things from this session. So, Bhavesh, we start with you. Welcome to Kolkata.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sandeep. And
So,
thank you, ICAI, to have us here also.
so Indian capital markets, we have seen exponential growth in the market cap of Indian capital markets. So, what are the primary factors or the primary drivers that you think has been for this journey?
It's a great question, and I think we have all observed the capital markets growth in the so many years. I think the private uh, companies, the the what's actually happening over here, the growth that India is seeing uh, is very transformational. It is also something which is very different compared to what we are seeing in the rest of the world. We are seeing a huge amount of potential. We are looking at India's growth as a multi-decadal growth. We are looking at a situation where entrepreneurship is flourishing. We are looking at a situation where capital market is enabling that entrepreneurship. And we are seeing value being created across sectors. We are not only seeing, one sector, two sector, but it's across sectors. And what is more important is we are also seeing a lot of disruption in the way business is being done, again across sectors. We are seeing new types of businesses, new energies being coming in. And in my personal view, it is always the newness which will attract capital. It is the newness and it is the leadership position that will always attract capital. And we have also seen, the amount of investments being done by not only institutions, also by individuals, that in the market has seen a creation of wealth. Wealth begets wealth, money begets. So I think more wealth people are creating, there's more incentive for people to invest money. I think it's a combination of all of these factors, Sandeep, which has led to this phenomenal growth in the capital markets, which frankly in my so many years I've always seen a growth in the capital markets, but I think what we are seeing in the last 5 years has been just phenomenal.
Great, great to hear that. Now we move forward to Pinak, our second panelist. So Pinak, welcome to Calcutta.
Well, I'm a Calcutta boy anyway, so while I've been outside for 20 years, but family is here, so it's always a pleasure. And thank you, ICA.
We came to know that your in-laws also are
Yes,
based in Calcutta.
absolutely.
So you're a Jamai of Calcutta also.
Absolutely.
So, do you believe India is in the middle of a structural re-rating since we have seen in 2014 the Indian capital market cap was around 1.2 trillion. Today, our market cap is around 5.4 trillion. So, has there been any re-rating in this thing in this journey?
See, it's not just 2014, right? If you go back into history, and I will go back even further, maybe as early as 1991, when actually the first round of liberalization happened, right? The Sensex in 1991 was around 1100. Today it is, let's say, 84, 85,000, depending on whichever day you look at the numbers, right? So think about that if a person had invested 1,000 rupees, you'd have made an 84x on that. So the wealth creation has been phenomenal in this country. Okay, over the past few years, of course, a lot of factors have played a role. Our growth, particularly that we see at an economy level, is significantly better than most other countries. In the US, the trend line GDP rate is 3%. We aspire for 7 to 8%. We often make or almost always make it at 6%. And this is real GDP rate.
Conservatively.
Yes. And this is real GDP rate. And then you add inflation, assuming corporates are, let's say the inflation rate is 4% and the corporates are, let's say, a little more efficient. So even in a really bad year, unless there's a cyclical downturn, you will have 14 to 15% earnings growth. That 15% earnings growth should naturally translate to a 15% growth in your wealth unless there is further multiple expansion. So I think that's an important factor which is played because we fundamentally have favorable demographics, favorable growth opportunities, which has resulted in significant growth. But I still think, there's a long way to go. I know you spoke about this 4x growth in market cap, right? 5 years back, the market cap to GDP ratio in India was around 80%. In the US, it is 160%. Today, we are close to 121, 125%. So there is a significant, run rate to improve. Obviously, it will come through new ideas. It will also come through existing businesses doing even better. So I think we are in a sweet spot, touch wood, and I hope it continues for a while.
Point well taken, and really appreciate your views. Now, as we are gung ho about Indian markets, Indian capital markets, I would like to seek the views from both of you. This multifold expansion in the market capitalization of India or the growth that we have seen in the previous decades, do you think this is more of a demand driven growth, or is it more of a reforms driven growth, or is it more of liquidity driven growth, or is it more of an entrepreneurship driven growth? Bhavesh, first.
So if you really step back and you look at what the century has been for us, starting from 2000, we are now in 2025. We're talking about 25 years so far. Indian capital markets raised 2.3 lakh crores in the first decade. So 2001 to 2010, the amount of money raised was 2.3 lakh crores. 2011 to 2020, the second decade of this century, the amount of money raised was 2.2 lakh crores. So put together decade one, decade two, the amount of money being raised in the capital market has been 4.5 lakh crores in 20 years. This decade, which is the first 5 years, 2021 to 2025 till now, we are not yet finished the year. We've already raised 5.4 lakh crores.
That's a whooping sum.
It's like, in 5 years, we have done more than what we have done in the last 20 years. Now, that I think is a combination of two, three factors. There used to be a time where we were heavily dependent upon foreign institutional investors to kind of, do our IPOs. I remember in our, when I was an analyst and when I was an associate, we used to have slides that which will say there's a window of opportunity for doing an IPO, and which will showcase this to our clients. And that window of opportunity will be something like in a 3-year time frame, it would be just 1 year where you can do an IPO. And the reason for that is very simple. The FII money is a very moody capital. When I say moody, means obviously they will go where the returns are, effectively. So whenever the returns are being made good in India, they will be investing. But when they see returns being made outside of India, capital will go away and go to other countries. So we used to see a cyclical activity in capital markets. Markets are going up, FIs are investing, companies will think this is a good time to kind of maybe do an IPO. We will get our IPO subscribed. But doing an IPO is something like a 6 months, 9 month, 9 to 12 month process. By the time you're ready to do an IPO, the FIs are gone. So there was never a certainty that you could actually do an IPO, and as a result, a lot of private equity investors mushroomed significantly because private equity capital was available always, but at their own terms. They always wanted higher returns. They want 3x in 5 years. They will have all the terms and all that. But companies who really wanted capital would have taken the monies from the private equity. But capital market was always cyclical. Now what is happening is the onset of domestic inflows, which is there in the market. Every month, we are seeing 30,000 crores coming into mutual funds by way of systematic investment plan. 30,000 crores is a huge amount of money. Today, the overall mutual fund industry is about 80 lakh crores, out of which the equity funds are something like in the vicinity of 35 lakh crores. We're talking massive amount of money coming every month into the system, which means we are no longer dependent upon foreign institutional investors. And what that means is the consistency of getting an IPO done. We are no longer dependent on FIIs. We have domestic investors who can get an IPO done. And today we are seeing the effect of that. So today, the cycle from a 3-year window where you could do, 1 year in a 3-year cycles will always be there in markets. But I think that cycles have crunched significantly. In this year, the first quarter was very, I would say, sober because of various factors, geopolitical factors, and then various other factors. We saw the activity in capital markets was less. But now in the same year, in this last quarter, we are seeing a massive amount of activity happening. So the cycles have truncated significantly, and we are looking at capital markets being much more consistent going forward. And this has got a wide range of repercussions, which I'll cover maybe later, but I'll let Pinnacles
I
answer.
would request Punak to add on this.
No, see, I completely concur with what Bhavesh just said. Okay. And specifically, Sandeep, to answer your question, is this demand led, entrepreneurial led, liquidity led? I think it's a combination of everything. The fundamental reason is demand led, I think, because you are finding newer sectors, you are finding a lot of growth opportunities. Capital is also being attracted, is getting attracted because of that. 10 years back or 12 years back, we could not think about an IPO or a set of companies which are doing exclusively manufacturing businesses. Last 5 7 years, so many EMS companies have come up which are doing really well. Obviously manufacturing has been the mainstay now last 4 5 years compared to what it was there earlier. Defense companies have come up. So we are seeing newer sectors coming up. We are also seeing new age businesses coming up a lot, which were never there. Of course, uh, I think the other thing that has happened is, I think, overall understanding of equities, while we're still equity underpenetrated, overall understanding of equities has become much better than what it was, let's say, 15, 20 years back, and people are more equitized. Is liquidity driving a flow? Yes, liquidity is also driving a flow. Certain other factors have had amplifying impact. For example, how many of us in this room have lately been investing in a debt mutual fund? We don't do that because the taxation makes it a little difficult. But we're still earning our own business profits, salaries, or whatever is our source of regular income. It has to go somewhere, right? A part of it is going in equities, and as rightly pointed out by Bhavesh, SIPs are the most effective way of playing the markets, because you are trying to balance yourself against the vagaries of any cyclical movement in the market while inculcating, I guess, a saving habit.
Great, your point well taken. In the last 2 decades, we have seen a lot of disruptive events, like we have seen 2008 financial crash. We have seen natural calamities like COVID, which was one of the deadliest of the sufferings that we had. We have seen a lot of wars. We have seen a lot of geopolitical events that affected our capital markets. But still, we were fortunate enough to grow at a CAGR of 14.2% in the last 2 3 decades. So, what do you think going ahead, Pinak? Would it be easier for us, the journey in the next 1 or 2 decades, to grow faster, or will it be the same, or will it be a bit slower than that?
See, who creates demand, at least from a domestic standpoint? It is the people who actually live who create demand. So the underlying demographics that we have today and the kind of population, you know, uh, you know, people who are below 25 years, 30 years, substantial portion of our population, that story is going to play out over the next 2 3 years, 2 3 decades. Sorry, we are a young population. We're not an aging population like Japan or Russia or something like that, right? So we believe that the we'll find economy will have its own cycles. There is no way we can escape that, right? But the trend for continuation of the growth will continue to happen on the domestic side. On the foreign side, of course, we are becoming far more focused on even expanding presence. Many of the IT companies have done a phenomenal job over the last 30 years. We see new sectors also trying to do the same, right? So, from an overall standpoint, I am extremely bullish that the next 2 to 3 decades will be that of India. Consumer sectors will do well, export sectors will do well. I don't see any, of course, cyclical sectors. There will be some sectors which will die out into the sunset. I mean, those things will happen. Times will change. But fundamentally, is the economy going to do really well? The answer is yes. Are the markets going to be doing really well? The answer is yes. And specifically to answer your question, see, markets are forward looking. If you even look at the COVID time frame, right? Markets initially had their own set of hiccups over the first 3 months, but they quickly priced in that the growth will rebound very quickly. We did so many secondary market transactions, which is called blocks, as well as primary market IPOs, where the concept of valuing it on a price to earnings was not possible, because all of these companies historically were not in profit, and we did not have visibility of profit. We saw markets taking a more mature call that pricing should be on pre-COVID profits, because that's the baseline profit which you will anyway return to in 12. 2 years time and stuff like that.
Can you elaborate on this point?
So let me take an example. Uh, we did a couple of restaurant IPOs, okay, and I still remember one of the restaurant IPO documents was filed on February 20th, 2020. And normally marketing for IPOs happens 50 days, 60 days after an IPO happens, right? So obviously restaurants were shut. These were all in-line restaurants, so delivery really cannot make up much. Then we so and that IPO obviously it took 6 months to do because if the restaurants are shut, it cannot be. You really don't know when you open and when you make money, right? So it was a tough period. But when the restaurants reopened, their earnings was never at their peak or never back to pre-COVID levels. But people were willing to price them on pre-COVID numbers till the time the market recovered. Because what markets understood was that this is a story where people are still going to go out and have food in restaurants. You still are going to have your underlying demand there. It's just a timing. But if you do not support those companies now, they could cease to exist. Maybe valuation is something, an adjustment which they will do. But yeah.
Very well said, and I truly appreciate that. Bhavesh and Pinak, both of you are avid deal makers. You have been interacting with a lot of promoters, a lot of founders to help them raise capital, to help them raise money for the expansion, for their businesses, for everything. So, what change have you seen in the past few years? Have they become more receptive towards capital market, or they are still ready to leverage on their books?
I think this is a very big transformation that we have seen again in the last so many years. There was always a general tendency when we were talking to promoters as to why should I dilute, and I think the dilution was always a big concern for promoters. I remember one very funny conversation I had with one of the promoters. Actually,
We would love to hear that.
yeah, he's actually he's a Kolkata-based entrepreneur, and he asked us, "Can I raise equity without dilution?" So that was the question that he was posing. So I don't know whether he was asking jokingly or really seriously, or maybe he was really serious about it. But I think the dilution has been a very sensitive topic for a lot of promoters. But I think one of the biggest realization that has happened in the last so many years is that once you equitize the balance sheet, and once you kind of, I think there are two things which have happened. One is, of course, the debt. Debt has always been a one-sided capital. The banks always want, if you win, I win. If you lose, I still win, which means the interest payments to me should always be on, irrespective of what is happening to your business.
That's quite a contrast.
Exactly. So the business has cycles, but the capital alignment is zero as far as debt is concerned. Even the government, for that matter, is very aligned. Government says, whether if you make profit, you give me tax. If you make losses, okay, don't give me tax. But the debt guys always want the interest, irrespective of where the cycles are. So this, I think, is a complete non-alignment of capital provider and the promoter. Equity capital gives that significant amount of alignment to the business. And that, I think, is where the promoter is then able to focus more on the business rather than focus on the vagaries of the business and then how it will impact his capital, how the capital structure is going to impact his profitability, etc. I think that has been very important trend one, number one. Number two, there was always a situation where because of tax savings or because of whatever, I think there was always an inclination to not reflect the true picture of the business in general. I think that was always the mindset, and which always created that the company is not performing. The company seems to be very big, but when you look at the profit after tax, the numbers are not showing up for whatever reason it may be. And that never kind of really helped take the equity capital market or of that stock or the market capitalization of the stock to kind of really grow. I think once the realization started coming into the minds of companies that equity is little more aligned to the capital structure, to my business, and your reliance on the debt has come down, the propensity to show the truer picture of the business has gone up significantly, and that has resulted in stocks doing well, and that has resulted in more capital coming in. I think that is a transformation which has happened in the recent times. And one very big change that we are seeing right now is also the democratization of the capital markets. We as investment bankers would make a lot of trips to Delhi, even Calcutta, Ahmedabad, or some of these, few cities from Bombay will go and kind of help them raise money. Today, we are going to cities where we have never been before. We're in fact checking flights if there's a flight going to such places. And it is amazing to see the kind of beautiful businesses some of the cities have. They've grown to a big scale all these years. They have like fantastic corporate governance. They are very differentiated business models, and they are now looking to see how they can kind of tap into capital markets. So it is a all-round democratization of the Indian capital markets which is happening. So to answer your question, Sandeep, I think we are seeing more and more activity which is happening towards equity, and I think you all are CAs, and I'm sure you are either the auditors or advisors to many of your companies. And one very big advice probably you can give to your companies is take your company public, because the amount of value creation we have seen.
Yeah, we are also having that SME IPOs, a plethora of IPOs coming in SME sector too.
I will not comment on the SME IPOs because we work more on the main board IPOs. But what is happening is the value creation journey has been phenomenal, and the benefits of listing. Uh, I don't need to tell you all, but I think it's amazing amount of visibility that the company gets. Number one, number two, your ability to attract employees because of ESOPs and the wealth creation opportunity you're giving to the overall ecosystem is phenomenal. And you can use equity as a currency for acquisition. So the benefits of listing are immense. And there's always this thought process about, compliance is heavy, disclosure heavy. Of course, so I think the company has to perform on a quarter on quarter basis. But as long as the business is sound, as long as you're guiding to investors what your business is, if you're setting wrong expectations, it's a challenge. But if you're setting the right expectations with your investors and you're delivering up to that, we are seeing a huge amount of value creation journey that is there. And one of the companies, if I may share an example, where IFL and Equitas both, we were one of the two lead managers. We were there in the IPO. We were the left lead, and IFL was also there. Is a company called NetWeb Solutions, and it's a Delhi-based company. So I'll tell you about the story over here. So we had approached them, and they are like a 20-year-old company, 40 crores of profit after tax, and we kind of went to the company and said we can do an IPO for you, and they said IPO for us. Yeah. They said yeah, of course we can. So then what do you think? What value we should get for IPO? So we said you should, you tell us what value you want. So they were thinking about something like 1600, 1700 crores valuation. If we get, we'll do an IPO. So I think as a team we got together, and I think we developed, what does the company do? They are into supercomputers. One of the very few companies in India who are into supercomputers. But we kind of devised a story around India. Frankly, supercomputers nothing but dabbas. At the end of the day, computers are dabbas, but they are into supercomputing. So we devised a story that AI is in. We don't want to be kind of to develop AI. You need more supercomputing. We don't want to be dependent upon China. Here is a homegrown company which has been nicely growing over the last 20 years. Good quality promoters, good business, good set of clients. And I think we got something like a 220 times subscription on the QIB front.
That's phenomenal.
And we did not do the IPO at 16, 1700, nor at 2000, nor at 20. We did the IPO at 2700 crores. It got listed at 4000 crores.
And it has also created a lot of wealth for the investors.
And today it is at, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it is at 16,000 crores valuation.
4x.
So they actually delivered whatever expectations was there in terms of profits, they delivered on the profits. In fact, they delivered better. And that is what investors from the capital markets like. That if you're setting an expectation, if you kind of meet that expectation is fine. But if you underperform, it's bad. But if you meet that expectation or maybe overperform, they want to put more and more money into the same company. They want to buy more and more of the same stock. And that is the journey which we have seen for NetWeb from what we were earlier discussing about just 2.5 years back. 1600 crore valuation today, it is at 16,000 crore valuation. This is an unbelievable journey. No amount of debt capital, no amount of private equity capital, nothing can give this kind of valuation which capital markets are giving. So, that's what I was suggesting, that this is the value creation journey. And as you are all advising and companies are dependent upon your advice, this is a great advice you may want to kind of consider to give your clients, your companies, that how value can be created in the capital markets.
That's great. Love to hear that. Pinaka, I would like to request you to please add on to this your personal perspective on deal making scenario.
No, see, fundamentally, what we have noticed over the last 10, 15 years is that uh, corporate balance sheets today are much better than what they were in earlier on. Okay.
Truly agreed with
And promoters are also very conscious of how their balance sheet should look like. That is one point. The other thing that we have noticed is that promoters, okay, the question is, there was a time when I wanted to be the owner of a small house. Okay. I have seen a mindset change over the last 10, 15, 20 years where we are seeing entrepreneurs tell us we want to be a large owner, not a 100% owner, but a large owner of a very, very big tower, for want of a better word, or two twin sets of towers. I'm happy to share that wealth, but if I get capital, I have the capability of building those two towers. If I don't have the capital, I will be a full owner of a very small home. I think that's one change that has happened. The other change, and certainly Bhavesh had briefly alluded to that, promoters themselves want more professional management in, because they believe that they need that external help also, which will help them build those stars. So that's the second point which we're seeing. And we've also seen, we've seen many companies where 100% owned by promoters, but increasingly we are seeing promoters even call us before they start our listing event, introduce us to some ESOP consultants. We want help. We want to structure a scheme for our employees. We want them to partake in our wealth, and we want that team to continue for the long time. So that's also a structural change that I am noticing over the past, I guess, few years and so on and so forth. But I think it's important that whenever you do, first of all, it's much more easier to raise capital and grow in a listed company compared to an unlisted company. An unlisted company, if you want to, obviously, if you're not of the right scale, then possibly personal wealth, friends and families are the first source port of call. If you're reasonable scale, not on IPOable scale, you will look for private equity investors. The day you take private equity money, I can tell you that day you've already decided that you have to list, because those are finite pools of capital, right? 3 years, 4 years, 7-year pools. They have to return their own money to their own investors, right? If you want to do acquisitions, you need a listed vehicle and stuff like that. So we are migrating to a situation where everybody is comfortable towards listing, particularly the larger entrepreneurs. We are also seeing a lot of first generation founders coming up, in particularly in some of these new age companies, right? They don't have the external capital, so they know that listing is the right event at the right stage. Of course, not every company can list itself. So those are some themes we see playing out very effectively in the markets. But it's critical that in a liquidity event, you under promise and over deliver. Give the bad news first. Don't hold on to that news. See, there is no science as to why a stock should trade at a price to earnings of 10 times or 35 times. Of course, growth is at play, but hygiene factors are also more at play. Investors want more predictability. They understand cycles. So those are some of the things that I guess are fundamental shifts that are important. Why does Infosys trade at that multiple? They always under promise and over deliver. If you promise 97 and deliver 100, people will give you 3 turns extra multiple. You promise 105 and deliver 100, people won't be so happy.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, but after what? So before we open the floor to the audience for questions, just one or two questions from our side. So Bhavesh, one thing most of us sitting here would like to hear from you as well as Pinak. What do you foresee as a mega trend in 2030, which will surely help us see compounding, or any sector that you want to speak about?
So as I said earlier, I think we are in a multi-decadal growth. So 2030 will just be a milestone in that journey. I personally feel 2026. Let's first begin with that because we are in 2025 and 2026. 2026 we are expecting something like $20 billion worth of capital being raised from the IPOs. The In terms of sectors again, I think it's going to be broad based. If you look at India for the last 20-25 years, it has been a service dominated economy, more software, more financial, I mean, so all of that put together, very services dominated economy. The next 20-30 years are going to be manufacturing led economy. And frankly, I saw quite a few activities that we are having. One is the infrastructure investment that is happening in the country. The supply chain, we all talked about China plus one, India manufacturing, all, all of that. Yesterday, I read an article by one of the very prominent persons that India was always considered to be very high in terms of logistics cost. Something like 12-15% of the overall cost is logistics cost. And he had done a lot of analysis around that, and frankly, he came back to the number which is only 9%, which is comparable to a lot of developed economies in terms of logistics costs. So there is always this excuse that logistics cost in India is high. How can we grow manufacturing? Which is not the case. So I think a combination of all of that is driving the impetus towards more manufacturing. So from a shift perspective, we'll see more manufacturing. We will continue to see domestic investors being very active in the capital markets. This year has been a trend where FIIs have been selling a lot out of India. They've been investing in markets like Taiwan, South Korea. South Korean market this year was, this India was only up 8 or 9% this year, 6-7% this year. Taiwan and Korean market has gone up 66% this year, and largely it was basis the AI driven stories. So FII money was going towards AI, and these countries have semiconductor companies and it's a play on AI. So I think the money was going there, but now I think there's also a kind of a realization happening that the valuations have gone up too much for AI, and valuations in India have been kind of, they were high, but they've been around that same level. So we are expecting FIIs to start coming back into India. Uh, So I think domestic will capital will be there. We are seeing FII money to be coming in. We are seeing very good quality IPOs to come into market. We might see NSE coming into IPO. We might see Reliance coming into IPO. We might see even more digital companies going into IPOs. We are seeing a lot more democratization of the Indian capital market, tier two, tier three cities, beautiful businesses coming into the markets. We are seeing the trend where individuals will start putting more money into equities. That's the trend. I think these are broader macro trends. Very difficult to pinpoint what will exactly happen in 2030. But I think we are expecting, unless some very big black swan event happens. Now, again, you mentioned about various wars that have been happening. One of the biggest things about our market or all of us put together is the adaptability that we all have. See, we get used to adversities and we take them in our stride. For us to shake up, we just need a very big adversity again. So I think the small wars, small COVIDs here and there is not, we've just kind of been all through that. Now something really big has to happen for the market to really shake. But again, we have seen from COVID how we have come back resilient after that. So even if something like that happens, it'll be just a blip and then we'll be back on track.
Pinak, yours.
No, I think the sectors are right. Manufacturing, defense, these are some of the new sectors which will certainly do well. Some of the new age companies, of course, particularly some of them have become really, really large. I mean, just saw the Denscard IPO happening, right? So I think those are some themes that will play out. I think also increasingly we might find some of the MNCs listing in India. That's a theme we have started seen play out last 12 to 18 months.
Yes. LG.
Because no amount of paid publicity can supplement or supplant a listed company in India. There is a Nestle, LG. They don't need to really list in India because they need the money, right? They are listing for underlying to be have underlying connect to the people. So that's another theme I think we expect to play out. Um, I think the other theme which will play out, although that sector has lots of companies already, and I don't know whether IPOs will be the way out, but certainly earnings growth will be there, will be financial services. Because let's not underestimate, while we are more people are looking into more into equity, there is a market for debt. While corporates are looking to have better balance sheets, there is a fundamental SME sector which requires debt which is not otherwise available easily through equity, because those companies, entrepreneurs, sole proprietors do not really have that access to equity, right? So the underlying driver of financial services sector towards the overall economy to be able to achieve some of the numbers that we think we can achieve will be also important. I think that's the two bits that I want to add on top of that.
We'll be looking forward to all these things that you said. Now we open the floor for public questions, audience questions. Definitely would love to hear questions from you.
Netweb. Netweb solutions. Yeah.
Please raise your hand if you want to ask. Yeah, we have one.
Please come here. Come forward.
One there. Please say your name and to which panelist you want to ask.
I'm Sanjay Maheshwari, a small investor. What is the remedies left to an investor in case of misstatement or false statement in IPO documents?
Okay. The first in, see, our regulator is highly vigilant. At least I can tell you, the main board IPOs are subject to rigorous review by SEBI. That is point number one. So you cannot do a main board IPO today unless SEBI has reviewed it, obviously, in terms of adequacy of disclosures. Misstatements are technically, if there is a material misstatement, somebody has misprinted a spelling is something different. But I think your question, sir, is material misstatements, right, in the prospectus. Material misstatements in a prospectus, the forum at SEBI is there for people to say. Technically, as a shareholder, there could be a violation of the Companies Act for which you have the legal recourse in a court of law. Uh, any money that the company today raises as primary capital for an IPO greater than 100 crores, there is a monitoring agency who is separately appointed who actually monitors the use of proceeds of that IPO. So there are lots of checks and balances, sir. I can't tell you that the system is foolproof, but our regulators are highly vigilant today. And if you go to the regulator's website and you see some of the regulatory action that they take against companies, they are fairly detailed, and the number of examples are numerous. So we have very vigilant regulators also. Obviously, we are all human beings at the end of the day.
I think one lady was there who want to ask a question.
Due to time scarce, we only take last questions, please.
Good morning, all the panelists. My question is not to any specific panelist, but I think you touched upon the AI point. So, AI is going to be a buzzword in the capital markets in the next 5 years. So, is AI a bubble? And what are the algorithmic requirements? How companies are going to monitor this in terms of IPO readiness?
So it's a very big phenomenon we are all witnessing as a as a transformation that we are seeing. We are looking at how do we use. I mean, I think really, if we were to step back into the history of mankind, there have always been revolutions which have been very disruptive and very user friendly. So we got used to railways to begin with, the locomotives and the transport to begin with, airlines to begin with, computers came, the printers came and the Xerox came and all of that. So I think this is one of the big revolutions that we are seeing as a mankind. Bubble is from a point of is it from a valuation perspective you're asking, or is it from a
In terms of algorithmic trains and obviously the PE investments and all this, I don't know what the regulatory framework as of is not so much defined in India. So like how investors should look about it.
I think the AI landscape is, we are very new to the AI landscape as a whole world. It is still very, very evolving. I think the way to think about it is how do we kind of use the best of AI in our everyday lives, and frankly, in investment banking and in a lot of areas, I'm sure all of us put together. Chat GPT is just one angle of it, but there are so many tools available which really help and kind of help your processes. I was talking to some consultant, who was a business consultant. So they would deploy something like 20 people into a company for a particular project. Today they are saying, I don't need to deploy 20 people. I will deploy 15 people and I'll put 5 AI agents. So that's how the productivity is being improved. And they're charging for the AI agent instead of, having the people. So this is very transformative. I think we all have to be adaptive to it and yet be careful in terms of how this goes about. And I think,
And to add upon this, you asked specifically about algorithmic trading. So SEBI has come out with a lot of consultation papers earlier. They've also framed a lot of rules, a lot of circulars have been issued recently since I have been in this field of intermediaries. So we keep on receiving a lot of updates on a day-to-day basis regarding how we can offer algorithmic trading or automated trading to investors, along with protection and along with the safety that needs to be taken care of. So I think it's a phase which is in evolution phase basically, and it is definitely going to grow manifold from here. We are just at the tip of the iceberg now.
I think thank you so much for addressing my point.
thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you very much.
I think we can conclude since we are having a positive time. So thanks a lot to both our panelists, Bhavesha and Pinakrudru Bhattacharya, for giving us a lot of insightful learnings on the topic. And definitely, I'm very sure about that. A lot of takeaways have been there for all of us, all the audience, and they have gained a lot of learnings from all this session. So thanks a lot and gratitude on behalf of ICI. Thanks for devoting your time and coming to Calcutta.
Thank you, Sandeep, for a lovely moderated session. Thank you,
Thank you. Thank you.
Now I request Sri Kaushik Malik to present a formal vote of thanks.
I must I must thank Sandeep for thanking everybody, giving the thank you note ending this session. But formal vote of thanks needs to be given. On behalf of ICIEIRC, I thank Pinakrudru Bhattacharya and Bhavesh Shah for giving us this wonderful deliberation on Indian capital markets, compounded and compounding, and also CS Sandeep Jain for being a wonderful moderator for this first session. Thank you, everybody.
A very warm good morning to each one of you. I, CA Jigna Mehta, Chairperson Raniganj Branch, welcome you all in our next technical session, Unicorn and Beyond, exploring India's growing startup ecosystem. Like me, for many of us, the word unicorn has always lived in fantasy, but now it is more than a $1 billion badge. It is a proof that imagination can scale fast with strong vision, bold thinking, and relentless drive. India is no longer just participating this global startup system but setting the pace. So let's dive into what fuels it and how far it can go. For this, join me in inviting our dignitaries for the session to the dais. I would like to invite my fellow colleague, CA Suman Chaudhary, convener Bidan Nagar CP Study Circle, to join on the dais. Now I invite our distinguished panelist, Shri Anup Agarwal, co-founder and CEO, Mintify. CA Anup Agarwal is an investment banker at heart with rich experience of 2 decades in banking, financial services, and insurance sector. In 2017, he founded Mintify, a company built on the belief that technology can change the way businesses manage their working capital. Today, Mintify is one of the India's largest and most trusted supply chain financing platforms. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause. Now invite our next distinguished panelist, Sri Sagar Daryani, CEO Wow Momo. Sri Sagar Daryani founded Wow Momo in 2008, immediately after his final years at just 21 years of age with initial investment of rupees 30,000. Now it is India's largest Momo chain with over 300 outlets across 15 cities. After the success of Wow Momo, they launched Wow China, aiming to redefine Indian style Chinese cuisine. We all know and fond of Wow Momo and Wow China. Let's welcome the man behind these brands with huge round of applause. Now I invite our esteemed moderator of this session, CA Sanjay Agarwal, on the dais. CA Sanjay Agarwal is a partner and regional head at SR Batlebo and Company LLP based in Kolkata with 3 decades of experience in audit and advisory services. A seasoned professional, he is also a regular speaker at various ICI forums and other professional bodies. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause. Now I invite the Chairman EIRC to felicitate our esteemed the panelist and moderator. Please give huge round of applause. Thank you, Chairman sir. Now it's time to hear their journey and their vision. So now I hand over the session to CA Sanjay Agarwal for further proceedings. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Uh, Good morning to all of you. First of all, we are incredibly proud to have Sagar with us. A local boy from Calcutta promoted this brand called Wow Momo. And Sagar, everything is wow about your company, whether it is wow chicken or wow China or wow kulfi or wow momo. So brilliantly done stuff, I must say. And I repeat, we are incredibly proud of what you've done. And another good thing is that, the next panelist, Anup, and I was just talking to him, before coming on the dais. And the good thing to know is that he is also from Calcutta. So I'm now, flanked with two lads from Calcutta. The young guys, one who has become a formidable force in QSR industry, and the other one is providing the finance to the growing business. So two amazing journey, while two different industries, but united by the common thread, which is called India startup story. So both represent the success part of the India startup story. Today we are going to talk about the startups and the future cons, the Sunicorns and the unicorns, all these cons that we are going to discuss about. And before I start, putting my questions to the panelists, I would like to share some data with all of you that as on today, India is having close to 1.8 lakh startups, and these startups are the growth engine for our country. Everyone is talking about the growth for the country, GDP growth, and these startups and the unicorns, they play a vital role in the growth journey of our country. And these 1 lakh startups, they employ approximately 1.8 to 2 million people, and this I'm talking about the direct employment. The indirect employment that this whole ecosystem generates, that is not included in this 1.8 to 2 million figure that I've just shared with you. And out of this 1.8 lakhs, approximately 100 plus are unicorns. And another great thing about this is that of the 100 plus unicorns, 22% are either solely or jointly promoted by the women entrepreneurs. That's an incredible number. And another thing is that out of 1.8 lakh startups, approximately 50% of these startups have at least one woman director on their board. So this is, I think, a great story for our country, and is going to be the next. Actually, it's the startups are going to give us the next generation of the growth drivers for the country. Uh, the Someone has rightly said that where others see risk, the entrepreneurs see the opportunities. And Sagar, I'm sure you must have seen the opportunity in momos to start with, modest beginning. Sagar, I mean, this must be looking surreal that you saw opportunity in something where nobody saw. It was there on the streets always. So your quick thoughts on this, and this is not my was not supposed to be my first question though.
No, there was this lady in my school who would sell momos. We would call her Momo Auntie. And I would buy one plate of 5 pieces, and my friends would just gobble the rest, with me only left with one piece. So, I said if good quality momos can sell, so if my role model brands like a Domino's, KFC can play with with pizzas, with fried chicken, burgers, why can't we play with momos? So that was the idea behind it. And I was like, on day one itself, if brands like Domino's and KFC can come from abroad to India, why can't we, make an Indian brand that can go global? That time there was nothing known as Make in India, Made in India, but I think it was very clear that, why can't we do it from here? And I think that's the vision and that's the chase. I think that keeps driving me every day, day in, day out, on and on and on.
That's superb. That's superb. That was celestial orchestration, Sagar, that you were there, with that Momo auntie or whatever you call it. And Anup, so you are actually, you see, for driving growth or for supporting any business,
My previous panelists, in the previous session, they also said that availability of the capital, whether it is equity, whether it is debt, the availability of the capital is extremely important for, not only nurturing, but also for driving the growth of the potential businesses. So, Anup, I mean, where did you see the opportunity in this lending space, which is already quite matured, owned by the big guns, big players? So, when did you sense the opportunity?
Sanjay, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Vishnuji, thank you for the opportunity. It's great to be back home. I grew up in Calcutta, moved to Bombay 30 years back. So it's like a homecoming for me, and thank you for the opportunity. Uh, when I was in investment banking, Sanjay, one of the key things that you'll constantly keep talking about all these big numbers about SME, $400 million unfunded, opportunity, 60 million SMEs, but you would not really understand or fathom what exactly you mean by all of those things till the time you actually go out and start talking to people who are actually dealing with SMEs. And who are the ones who are actually dealing with SMEs, right? If you take any large corporate and if you try to understand their balance sheet, either on the payable side when they're buying inventory or when they're selling a finished product, that entire supply chain, 40 to 50% of that network be on the payable side, which is vendors from whom you're procuring any kind of a raw material, or when you're selling a finished product to your stockist, wholesaler, distributors, they all move through a supply chain which is largely controlled by SMEs. And unfortunately, none of these SMEs have access to working capital. And the best way for you to figure this out is actually to just look at the receivable side of the balance sheet of any corporate partner. When I kind of started exploring my next move after investment banking, I saw about $20 billion worth of receivables outstanding in the balance sheet of just top 500 companies in India. And these $20 billion, mind you, was actually unsecured credit being offered by the likes of either Tata Steel or some of these names out here who are sponsors for this event, which has been given for about 30 to 45 days of what they call as a credit to their distribution partners. Money would always come back. But eventually, imagine a situation where as the corporates are growing bigger and bigger, the only way they can fund the ecosystem is actually by supplying capital from their own balance sheet. And which meant there will always be a blockage in the supply chain. The engine would not run smoothly. There would always be a need for an external party to come in and try and what I call is just grease the ecosystem a little bit more efficiently. And that's essentially the opportunity that we seized, and that's how the journey for Mintify started.
Fantastic. So basically, you saw the opportunity, and decided to provide credit line to those possibly who would not have, ready or a great access to the credit facilities. So
That's
you
right.
are trying to bridge that gap. So that's really incredible, Anup, I would say. This question is to both you, Sagar, and Anup. If you look back, what was the toughest early time barriers in scaling up your business?
I think a lot of barriers, a lot of mistakes, a lot of trial and error. But to be honest, when you spoke of being surreal, when I sit down here and I think my last 16 years as an entrepreneur has been nothing less than a Bollywood blockbuster. There have been days where I have been super happy, super excited, super kick things going your way, and then there have been days where you're anxious, you're sad, you're depressed, you feel like giving up. And one of those days in my life was sometime last week. And then you think that okay, you know just this too shall pass, and let's just go, and then 48 hours later you feel you've cracked it, and you're going ahead. So I mean, आपके सपने इतने बड़े होने चाहिए कि आपको सोने ना दे. So when you're very happy you can't sleep, when you're upset, anxious, you can't sleep. And I'm blessed that I'm living my dream. But to be honest, when I started Wow Momo, we talk a lot about the word innovation, but in those days innovation wasn't a buzzword. It was all about your own jugaad, and I had to start with rupees 30,000 only. So I very easily walked into one of the Spencer's RPG offices, and I said I want to do a shop and shop format. I was given a 30 square feet space, and I never had money to print leaflets in those days. So I would cut one Momo into three parts, take a tray, walk up to every customer, hi sir, hi ma'am, please taste one piece and see. Wherever I would go, people would say momos. I mean, momos thodi bikega. I mean, people would say कि हमारे यहाँ तो चाइनीज है मॉल में फूड कोर्ट में वो 10-12 प्लेट बेचता है मोमो थोड़ी बिकेगा एंड फॉर मी टू एक्सप्लेन देम दैट इफ अ चाइनीज guy is selling 10 plates I can sell 200 plates in a day. No one would believe that, and that is when I had to, what was there in my mind, I had to actually not just keep it to an idea level, I had to make it an ideation. And right from there today, we're there in 200 plus malls, we are there in 25 plus airports, 30 plus railway stations. But, we had to, uh, today, if a new mall is coming anywhere, we are there in the floor plan, just like how a KFC is as a category creator. So I think it's been a journey. There have been a lot of ups and downs, a lot of challenges, especially, when I was in third year of college in St. Xavier's, 99% of my batchmates were pursuing CA or CS. So most of them were doing what you are doing. I was the 1% that was not doing a CA or a CS. So it did give you that FOMO. It did give you that doubt. Am I missing out on something? But I was very clear. I want to build my own brand. I want to go out there and do something differently. And today I'm proud to have a co-founder who's a CA, my CFO, Miftar Rahman. But all I've realized is that when I started off back then, a lot of people ridiculed me. My lot of relatives told my parents that क्या कर रहा है यार तेरा बेटा मोमो बेचेगा मोमो वाला बनेगा बट आज मैं बहुत प्राउडली सबको कहता हूँ कि अगर हमारे देश में एक चाय वाला प्रधानमंत्री बन सकता है तो मोमो वाला भी कुछ कर सकता है
Super, fantastic. And you know, Sagar, that chai wala, then the momo wala, then we saw the physics wala. And you never know, somebody from this audience or somebody from our fraternity will go on to become one day an accounts wala or audit wala or a tax wala. And somebody will become some wala, okay? So that's how the entrepreneurial journey of our country will continue. Initial roadblocks for you, Anup, maybe the access to your company, the capital in your company, or maybe, looking for the right set of customers to lend money. So what were your initial roadblocks and how did you overcome them?
Well, many, and just like Sagar mentioned, I think for me it was slightly different. Coming from a CA background, it's kind of ingrained into us that we know everything, but we don't know anything about technology. And here I am, after 17 years as a professional career, trying to start a tech company. And the first thing you go to any VC guy and say, "Oh, you're talking about a fintech company, but what do you actually know about tech? Can you code?" ऐसे नहीं, वो तो हमें सीए कोर्स में सिखाया नहीं गया था, तो सब कुछ सिखाया गया था लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली टेक नहीं सिखाया गया था. And this is where, unfortunately, which is true, we have to all accept the reality, that the world is all towards migrating towards technology, right? So if you do not understand what technology is, and if you're trying to build, what Sagar did a fantastic job is taking up a business which has 100% technology, but it's more driven through technology, but the end is still as a customer experience, the product of the food that you're serving. For me, when we were talking about like we will build a new age fintech company, the starting point was, but where is the tech around it? You're talking about fin, but fin to 3 letters ka hai, tech to 4 letter ka hai, tech kahan hai? So I think that was the starting point for us to figure out as to how we're going to go about building the tech. The second point, as we all struggle with, is the capital. I think one thing that is great that has happened in this country, unlike what used to be in the past, with all due respect for people sitting out here, they were always what we used to call as a name-based lending or group-based companies that could only get created in this country. There was never an opportunity for people who are coming from a middle-class background that somebody will give him, you know, whether it is $500,000 or $1 million to go out and get that risk capital to build the business. The country today provides you that opportunity. Anybody sitting out here, I can tell you, capital has become a commodity. You do not need to fear that who's actually going to fund your business. As Sanjay was rightly mentioned, about 1 lakh startups are operating in this country. Maybe you may not become a unicorn. There are only 100 unicorns in this country. It doesn't matter. $100 million enterprise is also a very large business in this country. And capital is available for you to build a business. There will always be people, naysayers, who will say, यार तुम्हारा तो background नहीं है, कैसे करोगे? तुम्हें तो ये नहीं आता, कैसे करोगे? You have to be at it. It will not get solved in day one. You will have to take the risk. You will have to be at it. Give at least 3 years to your venture, and then you don't have to look back.
Fantastic. I think this brings me, this reminds me of an advertisement that I used to see about 15, 20 years ago of a Mahindra and Mahindra, finance that हमने बंदे के potential में विश्वास किया और उसको lending किया. We did not look too much into this, CIBIL score, credit rating, this, that, etc., etc. Okay, and when you talk about, availability of the capital for the startups, there is something called fund of fund as well. So there is a lot of availability of the funds. But then, Anup, you touched about, and this question is to both of you again. You touched about, unicorn tag is not important. So my next question is around that how important is unicorn tag for a startup? Is it like I want to go after it under all circumstances at any cost, or or the idea of a budding startup entrepreneur should be to sort of chasing the value and the growth and the sustainable and profitable business rather than chasing the top line and GBV or GSB, whatever you call it, and look for a valuation.
Sanjay ji, when I started 16 years back, there was the word unicorn was not known. The word startup India, stand up India was not known. Availability of funding was not very easy back then. It was all about entrepreneurship, right? And उस टाइम अगर मैं अपने आप से पूछता तो forget unicorn, मेरे लिए था customer कौन. और आज भी मेरे लिए है कस्टमर कौन. I think we're a country where our population is our biggest strength, and being in a consumer tech business, I think it's all about the consumer. And to be very honest, narratives have now changed. Like Anup said, there are only 100 unicorns in India, but I think the focus is now on more of profit cons. The profit, the focus is, I mean, like he said, 100 million business is not a small business, right? And for someone like us, being a 600-700 million business today, and chasing that unicorn thing is no more it doesn't give you a kick anymore. What gives you a kick is that can you create value by making a more profitable organization? Can you create shareholder wealth? Can you create can you uplift your stakeholders? How can you innovate differently? How can you uplift your employees? I mean, you spoke about 1 in every 5 employees being a female director in companies. We have more than 200 transgenders working for us. So
Wow.
that's how you look at things
Round of
differently.
applause,
How do
please.
you don't be a trend chaser, but how do you create trends, and how do you derive value and add value? I mean, I have realized that. So I come from the restaurant industry, which employs 8.5 million people, and Modi ji just said that he wants to create 2 crore more jobs. I think our industry alone in 10 years can double this number. It's growing at a CAGR of 23 to 25%. So I think in our country, consumerism is going to thrive. I think there is more sanity today. I think people have reduced the focus or chase on unicorns. I think the focus is more on building solid businesses that are going to last for forever. And वो हमारी नींव मजबूत होनी चाहिए. And a lot of people come and tell me that why don't you do an IPO now? And I'm like, uh, you know, doing an IPO is not the end. It's the start, it's the beginning. And I want to be 100% ready, because after an IPO is going to be a quarter on quarter story. So if I feel I need 2 more years, if I feel I'm not yet there, I'm not yet matured, I have learned to say no with confidence. I got my first term sheet from the Indian Angel Network in 2011. And when I read those clauses of tag along, drag along, मैं तो डर गया था. मेरे को लगा ये मेरे से मेरा धंधा ले लेंगे. But one thing I realized, and I'm very proud of, is that I realized that day that I'm not funding ready. And after 5 years, that same Indian Angel Network gave me a 10x more valuation and again invested in me. So investors are going nowhere. Funds are going nowhere. Capital is very readily available. But it's up to you, as to you have to take that call. What you want to chase, how you want to chase, when you want to chase, and timing is very important. Ultimately, you have to cut out all the noise around you and focus, keep your head down, and be at it day in, day out.
Sagar, I mean, this shows your mindset about, how you want to treat the capital, and your mindset about the governance, and the fact that you want to be ready before hitting the market. And on top of everything, the energy that you bring, Sagar, no wonder why you are the youngest president of the, this NRAI, which is called National Restaurant Association of India. So round of applause for Sagar. He is the youngest president since 2024 of NRAI. So Anup, coming back to you regarding this, value tag or the tag of unicorn, chasing unicorn tag or $1 billion or whatever, how important that is, or the focus should be, again on the governance, on the value, on the sustainability.
So I won't mince words. Does it mean something to you? It 100% does. It is an acknowledgement for the work that not you, the team has done. It is acknowledgement of the fact that somebody has put in their capital at work, and when all of them make money, the entire ecosystem ends up making money, right? Today, there about 140 odd billion dollars of capital has gone into the ecosystem in India in the last whatever 15 odd years since the time the VC market has started. About $140 billion has gone into investing in these startups. The combined value of all of this company put together is $600 billion. Now, this capital, if it would not gone to 4x, none of these investors would have come back and have funded these 1 lakh plus entrepreneurs that are there in the country. So is return on capital is important? It's 100% important. And for that, it is a fiduciary responsibility for all the entrepreneurs to ensure that when they take the money, they build a business in a sustainable manner. For an investor, this is one of the 100 things For you, it is only one thing. It is your life. You have to ensure that whatever you're building is sustainable. Don't get carried away with the short-term momentum. But at the same time, please appreciate the fact that the investor who's investing in your company is also having a fiduciary responsibility to make return for its fund. So if you're not growing the business in the manner which you've promised to them, right? You show him the moon, and then you end up saying, hey, we're going to cut cost, we are going to cut down the growth because we want to get to profitability. It was all good if you were to build that in a sustainable, long-term manner from day one. You've taken the capital of somebody to build it in a manner which is more sustainable. Please ensure that you build the right building blocks. Do not get carried away with what investors are saying. Look in the wall, say, hey, what is it that you can sustain on a day in, day out basis, and accordingly build your cost structure, build your revenue model. There is no other way to sustain the business than profitability. Profitability is the holy grain for any businesses to sustain. Only in the last 15 years, we have seen this VC money coming in and building the businesses. Uh, Historically, all the business houses that have got created in this country, they have only redeployed their earnings, kept investing in the businesses and kept growing those businesses, right? So imagine a situation where today you do not need, and there are, by the way, bunch of startups in this country for the last 10, 15 years. There's a very interesting company called Browser Stack. I don't know how many of you have heard of them. They have been profitable from day one. They've never raised any private equity money. And the last round that they did at $2 billion, and that also 100% secondary. So you can build a business even without taking external capital. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to do it. You should certainly take capital to build your business, but you have to be also mindful of the fact that when you take this capital, you have to also return that capital back, just like how you do with any debt. It's the same thing with equity as well. Things can go wrong, right? You are building a business. It's a risk capital. Things can go wrong, but are you kind of taking this money to punt to say, okay, big deal. It's somebody else's money. How does it matter? Mind you, someday it can be your capital as well. So take it with utmost sincerity. Ensure that you do your best to build a business. If things goes wrong, that's fine. But do not get carried away to say, okay, either I will build a unicorn or it can be zero. Only has to be a binary outcome. That the mindset has to change. And so far, I think people are more, matured enough to understand that the capital needs to be deployed in a meaningful manner to ensure that it generates returns and profitability. I think there's enough and more capital available in the market.
Yeah, I think you touched upon the right aspects of this value-led growth journey that we have been discussing. And because I'm an auditor, so I bring a different perspective to this. And taking cue from the most of the things that you said, Anup, and I've said this before in other deliberations that I've done, that whenever an entrepreneur gets money, okay, in the form of equity or CCPS or whatever, whether from VC or private equity player or whosoever, this money which has come in the form of non-debt should be treated as a debt, at least in the mind of by the promoter. So once you treat somebody else's money as the debt, then you will treat that money, you will deal with that money in a more appropriate manner, I would say, because if the equity comes and if the promoter or the entrepreneur starts thinking about that, now this is my money, it has come in my pocket and I'm done. So that's not the right way of looking at it. And this I'm saying with 30 years into I'm into this profession, so I've seen a lot. So the ones who grow on and go on to become to build actually long-term and sustainable enterprise are the ones who treat the equity money which has come from the others in the fiduciary capacity. My next question to you is to you, Sagar. QSR is competitive. What innovations in product supply chain or customer experience have given you durable advantage?
Sanjay ji, QSR is competitive if you do the same thing that others are doing. But if you do things differently, right, I think you create your own niche. When we started Wow Momo, we created a humble steam momo to a pan-fried momo to a chili momo to a sizzler momo to a momo burger where you have two pieces of fried momo between the burger breads, a chocolate momo. We just launched Korean momos, kurkure momos. So I think you have to play with your product. You have to do simple things with style, and you have to see your base product has to be good. Once the consumer has trust in your base product and then your staff convinces him or her to upgrade to a taking a customer from a steam momo to a chili momo, I think the consumer wants to try. So if I give you some stats, about 8 years back, 70% of my consumers would only eat steam momos. Today, 37% of my customers only eat steam momos. People have got upgraded, and I think getting upgraded, value addition or creating value is where your cogs become better, your gross margins improve, and that's very important for the business. So I think innovation always stands out. I think what we've done is that we've not just believed in product innovation, but we've looked at innovation from all aspects. I think today brands are built in the minds of the consumer. So a Momo brand needed a look and feel. Today, we have a bright yellow signage. You walk through, you will notice, right? So I'm not a brand from the US that I know I'll open a store and there'll be a queue outside my store. I had to get people to come to me to try my product. And that's why I'm a big fan of food sampling, because I think एक जो दिखता है वो बिकता है और आप जो खाते हो अच्छा लगता है तो वो बिकता है. So I think that's very important. At the same time, giving that, right from your packaging to the t-shirt your staff wears to the way your staff talks to the consumer. So if you ask me, am I a food business? I think no, I'm a learning and development business. I mean, we're literally opening 20 outlets every month. We are hiring 300 people every month. There's high attrition in our industry. So you're more of a learning and development business. Today, if you ask me, am I a food business? I would say I'm more of a logistic business. I touch 820 stores 4 times every week, right? So they are distribution points for me. So I think the business has got defined in a very different manner. Today, what we've done is that we've built a tech enabled manufacturing infrastructure. We all spoke about cement factories. Today we have momo factories. We have 3 momo factories across the country that can produce 2.3 million momos a day, right? So I think that's how you innovate. You take a simple momo to a machinery. So today when I had to look at momo, I didn't look at it as a QSR store. I looked at it as an industry. I mean, we were one of the first to actually create those packaged frozen momos, and today it's available in supermarkets. My team is now working on ATM, anytime momo. So it's a momo vending machine. You put on the button and hot momos come out within 2 minutes. So like you have a coffee machine in your cafeteria, you're going to see momo machines coming in there. So I think a simple product, so much can be done. I mean, we all talk about omni-channel, but I think in our industry, it's about multi-channel. So everything is an occasion. Eating in the store is an occasion. Ordering at home is an occasion. Having your favorite food in your fridge at home is an occasion. Between your house parties, if you're hungry. I mean, we all have grown up admiring and being fond of Maggie. But can there be a next replacement to Maggie? Can ready-to-eat momos become the next big thing? Was my vision when I launched frozen momos about 3 years back, and today we are exporting it to 20 plus countries. It's available off the shelves. We are now talking to 7-Eleven that can those momos be picked up from the shelf and put into a microwave and eaten instantly. So how do you take a restaurant business to a product business, and how do you look at it in a very big way? I think is going to be the need of the hour. Today, do you know, as per my consumer dipstick, the biggest demand my consumers are asking me is that they want steamers. They don't get good steamers at home. So from Momo, we are now working on creating appliances so that they can have that steamer at home. And once you have a steamer at home, it's like a machine. The machine needs fuel. तो अगर आप घर में मशीन रखोगे तो आप खाओगे तो आप वापस ऑर्डर करोगे वापस खाओगे. So I think that's how you look at the entire vision of the business and you innovate so that you just you're not limited. You try and create different avenues for yourself, and for me that's been innovation.
And I think the key takeaway from what you said, Sagar, is that you need to continually, evolve and keep doing the new R&D in your business, which actually creates the new branches, which pave the way for the new wave of the growth. So that's really
I mean,
interesting.
Sanjay ji, just one small example. Before COVID, our delivery business was just 10%. COVID changed our entire business model. Today, we are doing 15 lakh orders on Swiggy and Zomato a month. So it's become 45% of our business. Now, when Momo has to travel, the packaging had to change, the product line had to change, the coating had to change. So, you have to reinvent from time to time. You have to be relevant for that generation at that point of time.
And I have only one word to say, Sagar. Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Uh, Anup, your fintech is heavily regulated and is a rapidly evolving business. And I've looked at your balance sheet; it's rapidly growing for sure. So how do you ensure that this growth and the compliance with the regulations, they both run parallelly and they do not conflict with each other?
Sure. That's a great question. Whenever we think about fintech, or for that matter, a lot of tech companies, generally the thought process around that, they are probably looking for some kind of an arbitrage. Now, what I mean by an arbitrage could be a regulatory arbitrage, it could be an information arbitrage. Uh, Unfortunately, in the financial services industry, the Reserve Bank of India, is a very, very evolved regulator, and you cannot play the arbitrage game here. A lot of businesses that have got created in this country, good, bad, ugly, whatever the case may be, has got created because of there being some amount of arbitrage between what the old economy could do and what the new businesses could do, right? Uh, Lending as a business, you cannot do that. We were very, very clear on day one that if we were to change the dynamics of supply chain that we are talking about, we have to be a balance sheet led fintech company. That means from day one, we need to be a regulated business. We took our NBFC license back in 2018 itself. And since then, we've been lending everything through our own balance sheet. We get heavily audited by RBI. For the last 4 years, we've been fully audited. We are a mid-layer NBFC. And that essentially means that there's a lot of cost and effort that you put on the compliance side. So while you're growing pretty rapidly and everybody thinks about, hey, you know what, why is somebody kind of breathing down your neck, and what is the need for all this compliance? Please understand that you are eventually touching a third party's money. This is not your own money. Whether it is your equity capital, whether it's your debt capital, eventually this money is moving around the entire ecosystem. 1 rupee of funding that you do in supply chain can generate a 3x indirect employment or 3x more revenue in the entire ecosystem. We finance about $4 billion worth of invoices on an annualized basis. That's close to about 35,000 crores. Now, the impact of that in the economy is close to about 1 lakh plus crore. Now, if you are not regulated, imagine somebody is doing that overnight and taking away that money from the ecosystem, right? So we are very, very proud of the fact that we are regulated. At the same time, we want to ensure that the entire industry is also regulated in the same manner so that people understand that this is a very important part of building the business. It has to be sustainable. You can't be a fly-by-night operator. And at the same time, very, very important to ensure that you have all the checks and balance in the organization, right? From whether it's KYC, onboarding the customer, the right support services. You can't charge ridiculous rate of interest to your customers. You have to follow the right processes if you have to build a business in a long-term sustainable manner. And I don't know why people shy away from being regulated. I think it's a good thing to do because it also gives you the similar amount of advantage that somebody else may not have it if he's not regulated. So regulations also come with a, in a manner speaking, the barriers to the business, right? Somebody who doesn't have the belief that he can be regulated will not be part of this ecosystem. And that artificially takes out a lot of people who are non-serious player in the ecosystem. So we've never felt, so to say, crippled with the fact that there's somebody regulating us. It's actually only enabled us to grow faster.
That's a good mindset to have, Anup, that you see the regulations and oversight, as a rather helping hand to your business rather than seeing this as a burden. And in the previous session, somebody mentioned that and that if you under promise and deliver more, then you get better valuation, and if you promise more and deliver less, then it has an impact on the valuation. And I bring another aspect of it on the table, and this is again is what I've
On that one, I have one point to make. I think some of the panelists made an important point, and I have a slight disagreement with that. Say that as a bank, you are fair weather friends. I have a slight disagreement on that. Please understand, as a bank or a lending company, you're also the upside is capped, right? So our downside also needs to be capped.
I understand.
That's the only limited point. Thank you.
So there's nothing called fair weather friend. It's all like drawing an equilibrium or a balance, so to say. But another point that I was mentioning is, and again, this is based on multi decades of my experience, that you know j- let's plot two companies, okay, in the same line of business, and same kind of top line and profitability and everything is same. There is only one difference between the two. One company has top class governance and the tone at the top. They have all the good processes into the system, and the promoter or the owner comes out as a clean and a very transparent in terms of communication with the stakeholders. And the other guy is not so much into all these good things, okay. So both the companies, despite being in the same industry with all the same numbers, they will command different valuation. How the market or how the funds or how the valuers they assign the value, you will never realize that what exactly is the difference. And sometimes the promoters feel, okay, or the entrepreneurs feel that nobody will notice it, but trust me, guys, nothing remains unnoticed. Even if it is a private company, nothing remains unnoticed. My next question, I've got two more, okay, and after that I'll wind up. So, and quick one, Sagar and Anup, where do you see the role of tier two and tier three and tier four kind of cities in fueling the growth, not only for startup but for our country?
Well, I feel tier two, tier three is the real Bharat. The aspiration levels are very high. What internet and social media has done is that, the word of mouth has become the word of social media. Everyone knows everything. So, I love opening my stores in tier two, tier three cities, places like a Kadalur in Tamil Nadu or places like an Imphal, Aizawl. There are people queuing up outside your store, the kind of love and affection they give you. When I open a store in a Calcutta or Bombay, I don't see a queue outside my store. I have to wait for the customer to come. Over there, customer's already waiting. So I think people have the resources, people have the money, the opportunity is less. So I think it's very, very important for startups to go out there and milk the benefits that you get from tier two, tier three cities. At the same time, habits are very different. I mean, a place like a Bombay, your high street stores would do 70 to 80% delivery. In a place like a Jamshedpur, it will be 30% delivery and 70% dining in. Customers would come to your store on a Valentine's Day in a Jamshedpur, but will not come in a Bombay. So I think India is vast. India is huge, right from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. I think we are like multiple countries in one country. Every city is like a country in a country, but habits are slightly different. And tier two, behaves very differently from tier one. So we open slightly larger stores in tier two where there's, a seating of 35, 40 people. In metro cities, you're happy doing a kiosk also because people are more on the floor. Delivery is very high. So I think habits are changing. Habits are different. At the same time, I personally believe that I've always said that, our population is our biggest strength. I think consumerism in India is going to thrive. And listening to Anup, I now feel marrying fintech to food tech in some way or the other. So my mind is working like that. But yeah, there's so much to do in our country, and you have to choose. It has to be horses for courses. There's no, there's no one size that fits all, and you have to keep it simple and replicate. I mean, a lot of people ask me that, do you do in South India? So Chennai, I have 100 stores, right? But did I do Sambar Momos in Chennai? The answer is no. Because see, when you are building a brand, what did Domino's do? Domino's converted a roti eating country to a pizza eating country. And today they are in 600 cities and towns. So for me, they are my biggest learnings, my biggest role model. So if they can sell a 200 rupee pizza in 600 cities and towns, can't I sell a 100 rupee momo in 600 cities and towns? And my job as an entrepreneur is to set the trend, right? So had I done a sambar momo in Tamil Nadu and a dhokla momo in a Gujarat, I don't think I would have been successful because you cannot have so much of intervention, innovation in every state because then you can't go at scale. This industry has to be cut, copy, paste. So I think that's where building trend comes in, setting trend comes in, and trend catching is so huge. I mean, 1 year back, we launched Korean momos. The K-pop culture in India has become so big, so huge. And 6 months back, you had the whole QSR industry doing Korean burgers, Korean noodles, ramen, reels, etc., etc. So I think trends go very fast. So you have to catch that momentum and you have to at times chase the trend, at times create the trend. And then you choose what you want to do. When you create a trend, you behave very differently. One small example quickly. In Wow China, we had a thali, which would give you 5 items at rupees 199. And it was a big success. And the reason we did a thali is that the entire country was selling bowls, right? So rice bowls in food delivery is very big. But we said, okay, we will not do rice bowls, we will do thali. And aggregators like Swiggy, Zomato were so impressed that, how are you managing to max that thali at 199 rupees? Last 3 months back, we said 199 को upgrade कैसे करें? Because India में आजकल value for money बिकती है. Value पहले बिकती थी कि, you can have all you want to eat at 999. But today it's all about 99, 199, 299. So my big challenge to my team 6 months back was how do I upgrade a 199 to a 299? You know what did we do? We went and signed up the Indian WWE wrestler called Khali, and we launched the great Khali Thali, 10 items at 299 with Khali's photo. Now the appeal that guy has in tier 2, tier 3 is massive because एक तो Indian है, wrestler है, US में जा चुका है, पंजाब में रहता है, so comes from a tier 3 town, is completely desi at heart. So that's how you need to integrate. And for the metro cities, we launched gluten-free momos. We launched, we tagged along with Chef Ranveer Brar, did a gluten-free momo, and that did very well. We got some 13 new customers per store per month who would never come to us earlier because of, maida being converted now to gluten. They feel it's, they were gluten intolerant or they feel gluten is more healthy. and now they come in more often.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sagar. Anup, the role of tier two, tier three cities in the next round of growth.
I don't think anybody can miss the opportunity of tier two and tier three. I'll give you a classic case for Mintify itself. So we work with about 300 plus corporate partners. These are like the biggest brands in India, the likes of Asian Paints, Tata Motors, TVS, Pidilite, Exide, and so on and so forth. So these are the brands who have pan India distribution network, right? When we go to pitch to any corporate partner, the starting point for them is, Bombay, Bangalore is all solved by large financial institutions. What we want to solve for is whether you will be able to serve places like Guntur, Rajmundri, and for whatever it is, sorry to say that, but I like, okay, where does that exist in the map? Can I just see? And then when I actually started traveling about 9 years back to go to some of these markets, reality actually kind of strikes you to say that, boss, you are probably living in a pigeonhole to say that the life is only around Bombay, Bangalore, Chennai, Calcutta, whatever the case may be. The real wealth creation in this country, be it with respect to the real estate, be it the remittance money that is coming in. If you go to a very small town, it is at a cliff of Tamil Nadu and Kerala, a place called Nagarcoil. It has one of the largest immigrant population in that city. And if you look at the houses there, a lot of people in Calcutta and Bombay will feel little poor looking at their lifestyles. Uh, what Mintify has today been able to do, we employ about 2,000 plus people. We have branches in about 300 plus cities across India, and 90% of them is in tier two and tier three. And it's again a very, very interesting thing because then you have to also start thinking about how to actually recruit the people. If you recruit a guy from Bombay and make him sit in either, forget about Kanpur or Lucknow, even in Musharrafabad, the guy is actually not going to be stationed there. You need to get a local guy, a local boy is born and brought up there, feels the pride about, oh, I'm going to be actually a branch manager now and I'm going to help you build this business. Now, that is the entrepreneurial, kind of a mindset that you need to have to see that how do you go about cracking these markets. Tier two, tier three are very, very uniquely designed. It has language barrier, mind you. You cannot think about, hey, being a lending company in Bombay, if you go there, speak good English, and people will be very, very fascinated about it. You have to speak their local language, and to that extent, where do you get those right set of talent? To kind of connect with these customers. For us, the customer is the SMEs. When I work with Asian Paints, they have 80,000 distribution partners. They are not present only in Bombay, Bangalore. They are present in every pin code. There are 44,000 pin codes in this country. They are present in every pin code. And if I am not able to serve in their pin code, I am no different than any other bank that exists. So if I have to grab my market share, I have to serve them, which others are not doing it. And whatever I hear from Sagar or our journey has been is how to create that category where somebody else is not solving for, because that's the only way you can build a large business. If you're thinking about saying, hey, you're going to be disruptive, disruptive can't be in your mind or in a paper. You have to look at the opportunity to say what others are not solving for and what you can solve. And to my mind, the biggest opportunity that exists in this country is in the tier two and tier three markets.
I'll just quickly add to what Anup said because he mentioned the place Guntur. Now, our momo chutney, the momo sauce, all the spice comes from Guntur, and the spice market there, I would say it's as per international standards in terms of variety and availability. And again, tier two, the best stores for us would be a Tirupur in Tamil Nadu in terms of per square feet sales, a Patna, a Muzaffarpur. So he's bang on. And when you spoke about vernacular is not just for the consumer; it's also for your staff. So our learning and development app is called Wow Pathshala, but in Tamil, it's completely in Tamilian language. So today, learning and development is no more in writing and reading because अगर उसको पढ़ना लिखना तो आपके store में काम नहीं करता. It's all video based learning. It's all vernacular, right? So you have Bihari in a Patna and you have a Tamil in a Coimbatore, Tirupur, or Madras or Chennai. So it's so different that and for us the first customer is your employee. If your employee is not happy, your consumer will not be happy. So that's very important.
Similar example for us. A lot of banks were in supply chain as well. When we started, and they said, hey, you know what? You are giving credit lines which are as small as 5 lakh rupees. 5 lakh ka to distributor exist hi nahi karta market mein. How is that even possible that you're talking about that you're funding these distributors? And then we went to places like Sambhalpur. The guy is a distributor of jockey for the last 20 years. पीछे गोडाउन है, आगे दुकान है, ऊपर रहता है. He swears by the jockey brand. He has got his entire kids' education to the girls' marriage, everything done through that brand. He's not running away. So if you give him unsecured credit, he will be indebted to you for life. On the other side, the guy in Bombay who's doing 50 crores worth of business, he doesn't need you. He's already extremely well funded. There are enough and more financial institutions that are funding him, right? How do you find out that option? That can only happen when you actually travel to these markets.
No, I completely agree with both of you. And tier two, tier three cities, I think there is something in for us as well, Sagar and Anup, we chartered accountants, because the kind of potential that you guys and everyone sees in channel two or tier two, three, and four cities, and our institute and the government is talking about creating large firms internally and creating a larger force. It's always good to be then partnering with the chartered accountants in these tier two, three, four cities to create a large and a big impacting firm that can then possibly render the services to the upcoming businesses from these cities. So that is a takeaway from us as well. My last question to both of you, that one quick piece of advice that you would like to give to the budding entrepreneurs who want to build their maybe some kind of unicorn or sunicorn or whatever.
See, first thing is I've always, believed that it's not about the idea, it's about the ideation, about the execution. I meet a lot of startups and they're like, sir, I have a great idea, but I'm scared if the investor steals my idea. No one is going to steal anything of anyone. It's about going to be you going out there and, it's in the print is the flow print is in your head, right? So you have to execute it. The other thing is that a lot of us want everything to happen very fast. Rome was not built in one day, right? So your scaling up from say a point X to a point Y will not happen overnight. It will happen with a lot of efforts that you have done from X1, X2, X3 to get to that Y. So, I think patience pays. You have to be diligent. You have to be at it. You have to keep doing the same thing again and again, and then you will see that spike. And lastly, where the mind is without fear, the head is held high. I've been a firm believer. The sooner you start, the better. I think although age is a number, but I think there's no better experiences than going out there and running your own business. And it's okay. In our country, somehow we don't celebrate entrepreneurship the way we should celebrate. We look at failure like a very big social taboo, right? And it's people like us, people like us on the dais that have to come out of it. We very shamelessly we have to speak that failing is okay. uh, we've had more failures than successes that we've had, and that's gone with most of the greats. And it's okay if someone, I mean, one of my best hires have been people who've tried to run their own business and failed and come and join me, because they have the value of ownership, they have the value of entrepreneurship. We need to, as a country, celebrate entrepreneurship. Even if someone fails, हम बहुत बार लोगों को हल्के में ले लेते हैं, but I think we need to really celebrate entrepreneurship, because going out there and starting something on your own needs a lot of courage.
Thank you. Anup?
Couldn't have agreed with Sagar more. I think a lot of times this social taboo in us, job chala jayega, shadi kaise hogi, and particularly all of us coming from a middle class background, unfortunately, we have been, born and brought up with this whole thing about safety net. It's important. I'm not saying that throw safety in the wind and just go and do whatever you like to do, but calculated risks, and to begin with, at least giving 3 years. If any one of you, whether you are in your 20s or you're in your 50s, when you hang up your boot, you should not be thinking about shit, yaar, main kar sakta tha. That was my only thing when I left Jeffries. God's grace, I was at a very senior position. But I wasn't happy. Every day I would come and fight with my wife. Yeah, maza nahi aa raha hai. You're getting fat salary. You're getting bonuses on an annual basis, and still you're cribbing ki maza nahi aa raha hai. What is it that you were looking for? Because probably you thought to yourself that you could deliver more than what you're kind of delivering in your job at this point in time. I am not saying professional career is bad, guys. A lot of times because the economic times and all this media makes too much of a hype about entrepreneurship. It's a tough life out there. It's not going to be easy. When Mr. Narayan Murthy says 996, it's actually true. You have to work 70, 80 hours a week and probably more. You have to sacrifice your personal life. You have to sacrifice a lot of things in life for you to become successful. And even after that, there is no guarantee that you will become successful. So if you are in your professional job, if you're doing well, there is no need to look at somebody else to say, oh my goodness, he's doing so well, I should also be doing it. But if you have it in you, don't think twice, leave today. There are enough and more people. I can shamelessly tell you that uh, I have reached out to people completely unknown. My co-founder is a guy called Ankit Mehta. He's from IT Bombay. And because I was getting this feedback from the investors that, oh, you don't have a tech founder, I actually went to IT Bombay and told people that I'm looking for a founder. And they were laughing at me, say that, what are you talking about? I mean, how can you find a founder like that? I said, kya karo, tech समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, सब कह रहे हैं tech का बंदा चाहिए. And there is where, I found my co-founder. So you need to do crazy things in life. You need to have a faith in you and you have to give time. It cannot happen. We were completely finished in COVID. Imagine a situation for a lending company. We cannot go out and collect our money. You can't have worse times than this, right? But you have to have faith in yourself. You have to have faith in the team and let the bad time pass as well. But at the same time, please be mindful of the fact that it's not an easy journey. You will have to take a lot of pain. You have to put in a lot of personal sacrifices. But there cannot be a better time, guys. With all this AI coming in, the tech cost is actually substantially reduced. To build anything today, which would take like 1 year, 2 years, you can do it in less than a month's time. Great talent available, capital, as I already said, it's commodity today. So there is enough and more going our way today to go and build a very, very good business. But also be mindful of the fact that you will have to give in your probably 500%. And the Kashi job that we all enjoy, believe you me, it's a very, very different world from where the entrepreneurship is.
And you know, one more thing, you can't please everyone. And I've learned this the hard way, and you have to learn to say no with confidence, because if you don't, then you're just creating more troubles for yourself. So you can't please everyone. You are human, and you have to remain human.
The two more important points that I'd like to highlight. Entrepreneurship is not your journey alone. It's a journey of your family as well. Believe you me, you are running from your dream. But the amount of sacrifice that your family does, particularly your better half, none of us could have been successful if the lady in the house would not have been actually standing with us. So one, uh, I'm sure all of you have a great partner, but take concurrence from her, that is she willing to sacrifice along with you. Do not get carried away with your own dreams alone. That's number one. Number two, because of the stress that you go through, please take good care of your health. These days we keep hearing about people in the 30s 40s going through the kind of things. It is a stressful job. So if you are not going to take care of your health and say, you know what, I'm working 14 hours a day, so I can't take half an hour, entrepreneurship is probably not for you, because this is not going to get done overnight. So for you to continue to be an entrepreneur and enjoy that success, that can only come in when you're in a great state of health. And for that, you have to start today to ensure that along with your business you're building, you build your health and you build your family as well.
So I played it smart. I decided not to get married. It's been 16 years now.
You should talk to your mom and dad.
And you know what? Like you mentioned mom, right? If you reverse the word wow, it's mom, right? And one thing I learned from leadership is, and my mom is she's my lifeline, right? I mean, the support I've got from my parents, I'm super grateful. My dad turns 75 next week, so really looking forward. But to be very honest, one thing about leadership I've learned is you have to take care of your employees like a mother, because my mother was very firm with me, but she loved me like crazy, like unconditionally. And when you call your employees a family, you have to behave like a family. So earlier family bolna bahut easy hai. So earlier I would give my employees advances for getting married, for buying a house. I've stopped all of that. But when it comes to healthcare, whether it's 9 lakh rupees or 90 lakh rupees, we will go out of the way to save a housekeeping guy or maybe a COO, because no one should die because of paucity of funds or because of not getting the best medical care. And that security, when it comes to your employees, trust me, it's bigger than a 500 rupee or a 1000 rupee increment you get in any job. And that is one trust we've built in the company. We've had several such instances in the company where we've gone out of the way to save, I mean, to do good for our employees, and the word of mouth spreads there also. So that has been one of my biggest ammunitions in retaining good talent. That you have to be humane. If someone is not well, you pick up the phone and you call, you speak, you check, in spite of your busy schedule. Them getting birthday wishes on their birthday holidays on their birthday, they also have to enjoy life, right? So I expect a lot. I am very, very firm, very, very demanding, at the same time very, very loving, and I think that love makes up for everything.
Superb. Thank you very much. Thanks. Yeah. thanks to Sagar and Anu, for their sharing their thoughts on their entrepreneurial journey. Now we'll open the floor for the questions.
Yeah, we have seen that unicorns are very quickly liquidated. They liquidate their own promoters are executing from the getting at the zero minimum level of existence in the unicorns, and big MNCs are taking over these unicorns. Whether there is hurry from the promoter of the unicorns to retire early, or what is the thought process behind this?
Again, I think some of these are biases coming in from the way, our upbringing has been that it's bad to make money. I don't think it's bad to make money, right? As an entrepreneur, imagine if you've given 10, 15 years of your life to build a business. And then if there's a day that's coming in your payday and you want to liquidate your some of your stock, that's absolutely fine. In any which case, after a point in time, if the founder is thinking that he's the only one who is driving the business, that's not correct, right? There's a complete team of people who's backing him, and irrespective of whether he's around or not, you are betting on the institution. If Zomato today collapses, you wouldn't build an institution, right? So whether Dipindra is there or not, to my mind, he has built a great institution because of which he has all the right to go out and liquidate a part of of his stock as well. He has created so much of wealth for the investors. Why shouldn't he create wealth for himself? Is if the governance is an issue, if people are trying to do something wrong, people are taking money out from the business, there is a big issue around leakage, there is a complete trademark. But otherwise, why we should shy away from taking the money for the business that we have built ourselves?
You have to create the culture within the organization where you create several clones for yourself. So you will not get one clone which will do everything for you. But today, if you ask me, the biggest thing I'm proud of is that I can even stay 1 month away from my work and the show will go on. Those 25 stores a month will open, the EBITDA will keep improving, the growth will keep happening. I think like Anup said, a lot of effort goes into bringing that culture, that ownership, and I think that is very, very important. And at the same time, what's got you till here will not get you till there. Like, for example, I'm very clear in my head, in the next 2 years, I want to hand over the entire Baton to my COO, make him the maybe the make him or make someone as the India CEO. I think he's doing a great job. He's right up there. But look at the global play. If I have to be in 50 countries, I cannot be just operating out of India. I want to do that global play. I believe of a Times Square Wow Moment Times Square, New York, maybe 5 years from now. So to walk that dream, I will need to hand over the baton. And I think that is where many founders, they feel they're giving power away to someone else. I'll be the happiest to give in power away. And trust me, this comes with a lot of learning. You really have to behave in a very mature manner to let that go. Letting go is very difficult.
Otherwise, we can conclude the session because we have already overshot the time.
Our Minister Suresh Prabhu could not attend this program because he is out of India. He has sent us a audio clippings while wishing for the conference, so it can be on the slide, please.
My dear friends and my dear colleagues, my dear fellow chartered accountants, it's a proud moment for us that the largest ever conference is taking place in Kolkata, organized by Eastern India Regional Council, led by a very dynamic chairman, my dear friend Tulsian, CA Tulsian, who is doing a wonderful job leading this regional council, taking initiative, organize this conference, 50th of such conference. So it's very golden jubilee. One, and doing it in such a magnificent manner. The attendees are largest in number, participation is huge, outcome in terms of intellectual ideas is absolutely invaluable. And therefore, I want to congratulate the chairman, CA Tulsian, for doing this And I was about to attend this conference, but I'm traveling, I'm outside the country. And therefore, I thought at least I'll send you this message of congratulations as well as of regrets of my own of inability to attend and also benefit from it. East is the most important part as created by the nature. Sun also rises in the east. The sunrays that come after the sunrise radiates the world, creates a new feeling of a new beginning. And that's why when the sun has risen today in Kolkata in terms of new beginning of new dawn for a profession, I'm sure this will be the beginning of a new golden era, not only for a profession but for the country. I am sure the thoughts and the ideas generated here will reverberate through the country and make policymakers take note of them to make sure that we make policies in response to such brilliant ideas. I wish you all the success. Today it's going to be the last day, but you'll do well in terms of taking it forward, because I always believe that valedictory functions are the beginning function for the new ideas that have come up from this conference to take them forward. So all the best to you. Looking forward to working with you. Kolkata is my most favorite city, honestly. It's city of joy, but for me, it's a city that I have a special place in my own heart. And we'll all work together. My dear friend, Mr. Tulsian, keep doing such good work. You already given a present recently to the ICI in form of CA Ranjit Agarwal, who did an amazing job in 1 year. So that shows the kind of talent that lies in Kolkata, in Eastern region, in West Bengal. All the best to you, my friends, and we'll continue to work together. Thank you very much.
From the two advertised speaker and also the moderator, we have with us Anupji, Sagarji, and Sanjayji. To conclude, there are three of the points to take away from them is that India economical shift is from valuation-led to value-led economy or growth, unicorn to global impact enterprises, and founder combination vision with executive air and total discipline. With this, we thanks on behalf of the EIRC, ICI, both of our speakers, Sagar and uh, Anupji, and also our moderator, Sanjay Kumar Agarwalji. Let us give them a wow clap on behalf of all the fraternity.
Good afternoon, all. Now,
I just want to say that Madam Mehta, Jigna Mehta is from Raniganj, and Raniganj is the only branch in the Eastern India in which all 6 MC members are all females. So she is representing Raniganj, and it's a matter of pride for us that we are helping in women empowerment in the action, not in the word only. Thank you.
thank you, friends. Before the next session starts, let us, five of us, let us try our luck. So, five draws of lottery will be here. So, be alert, take out your lucky numbers in your hands and listen. And when announced, announce your name and come to dais and take the prizes. So, we are starting the lottery just now. put your ticket fast. बाबा इतने लोगों ने नहीं डाला. चलो सेशन स्टार्ट करो. Since lot of members have not put their lottery tickets, so let all them put there. So after putting all your tickets, we will start the lottery, not before that. So we are starting the session right now. And after this session, we will make a draw. By that time, ensure that your coupons are in the lottery box. Thank you.
Most respected members, distinguished guests, Radhe Radhe, good afternoon. On this proud occasion of the Golden Jubilee, I, a chairman of the Barampur branch, get opportunity to initiate this technical session. My heartfelt congratulations to entire EIRC team for their continuous service of 50 years and for excellent service to the nation building. Now, with dignity and warmth, I invite esteemed dignitaries to the dais. First of all, our moderator, C.A. Ravi Kumar Patwa, my teacher, guiding the session with balance and clarity. Our honor of the panelists, whose insight and experience will enrich the deliberation. Deboka Debasis, our past president, Dr. Debasis Mitra. C.A. Raveen Banerjee, bright of him, our distinguished speaker for the past, present, and future. That means yesterday, today, and tomorrow for the session whose presence brings immense value of the special celebration. And Sri Sarvani Bhattacharya symbolize the session convener of the program whose dedication has ensured the smooth organization of this Golden Jubilee. I respectfully welcome each of the two day seats. I request Sri Hariram CA Sri Hariram Goel to felicitate Raveen Banerjee. Hariram sir. Now I request Sri Devasis Mitra proceed the meeting.
Very nice. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and my professional colleagues. I hope all of you are having a good time
Enjoyed Manojji speaking yesterday in the evening. Must have made you think about your life and things like this. But today we are going to talk about a more serious matter. The profession, that is chartered accountants. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Very, very important topic. I have two very important panelists, esteemed panelists. Robin Banerjee from Bombay. Many of you would have followed him. He's written books, he writes articles. And of course, Ravi Patwa, he's a Central Council member and most important, the Vice Chairman of Audit and Assurance Standards Board. And I also acknowledge the presence here of Rajendra Kumar. He is a Central Council member, and at some times I'll refer him, the person, GST, the Board of the Discipline, he's doing so much of work. And of course, another, the gentleman sitting next to him, Sushil Goel, with whom I have had the pleasure, I will say, of spending 9 years in the council. Chartered accountants yesterday. Yesterday, when he was saying, I said that we were formed way back in 1949. You know, after we were formed, the institute, it never had a lot of legal protection. Till 1956, Companies Act 1956, when we had this audit which came our way. And by the way, we are one of the very few profession which has this kind of legal protection. Like the government, says that, okay, all right, the audit has to be done by you. So the first change was 1956. Before that, once GP Kapadia took over, in 1950s, you see, he didn't have this, he was more involved with regulatory function, right? So you see, we then came the audit 1956, and then you see, came the Income Tax Act 1961. With Income Tax Act 1961 came one section 143.3, that is a scrutiny assessments. Mind you, at that time it was all scrutiny and physical assessments. But with the coming of 1961, also the chartered accountants were there doing audit, doing accounts, and doing income tax. Now, mind you, I'm not talking about, when I talk about income tax, I'm talking about direct taxes. Indirect taxes was really not our forte at that point of time. What got things moving was 1985. That was the year when tax audit was introduced. Section 44AB came into the statute book. And then with the coming into force of Section 44AB, the chartered accountants suddenly had a huge opportunity of carrying out audit. And mind you, see, there were turnover limits, but with 44AB, the tax audit, see, it was opened up. And what happened? You had the company audit, you had the tax audit, and then you had the bank audit. So the chartered accountants, yesterday's chartered accountants, were fed on, you see, a palette or on a diet of audit which was provided to them by the government of India. Which was provided to them by the government of India. And then, of course, on the other side, you had chartered accountants who were practicing income tax, you see, who were doing very well in income tax, but 1985 was a game changer. Matter carried on in this similar manner, and the chartered accountants, they were, you see, doing things and having a good existence. The profession was doing well. And then we also had presidents at that time. I'm talking about what was happening to the institute. We had presidents like R.C. Cooper. Yesterday I was quoting him. He went on to say that whatever is legal, but if it is not ethical, a chartered accountant cannot do it. We had those kind of thoughts. R.C. Cooper, right? And Mr. Cooper, by the way, challenged Indira Gandhi in the, you see, when the, you see, for the nationalization of the banks. And Indira Gandhi was very, very, you see, annoyed with R.C. Cooper. But then the point I'm trying to make is, at that point of time in the 60s and the 70s, we had chartered accountants of that kind of stature. People who used to speak that language. Today we speak about ethics. We had a Bansi Mehta at that time, that point of time, who'd say ethics are absolute and not relative. That was the chartered accountants of yesterday. They were speaking those kind of language. But then we moved on. The great change came in 2000. Accounting standards were there, but we are not following because accounting standards were not mandated by the Companies Act. So we were not following them so much. But we had our accounting standards board of the institute, which was set up, I believe, in 1977. You see, so it was set up and it was doing a lot of work. But then in 2006 came the first. In 2006, we had the first set of accounting standards, Companies Accounting Standard Rules 2006. If I recall correctly, it was issued on 7th of December 2006. Right? So you see, we had those. This is the first time we were now pushed towards a framework of accounting with which we were not very conversant. Right? We were pushed towards this. And then after 2006 came 2015. With 2015 came the introduction of Ind AS. Those of us who were still grappling with the accounting standards suddenly had to face the force of Ind AS, the complications that were brought in by Ind AS. And the institute was on its feet. By the way, the Ind AS, the term Indian Accounting Standards, was coined by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Right? So we see we had the Ind AS coming in. 2015, we had the Ind AS. Right? But still, we were a profession which was still relying a lot on audit, because the tax audit, despite the enhancement in the limits, it was still there. And then we had the audit under the Companies Act 1956. But mind you, we also had a small change at that time. We had the Companies Act 2013 being brought in. Companies Act 2013 brought in a new dimension. It talked about fraud. It talked about auditing standards. It gave a legal sanction to the auditing standards, saying that every auditor must also write that he has complied with the auditing standards. I'm talking about 2013. So I spoke about 2006, I spoke about 2013, I spoke about 2015. Now, these were the changes that a chartered accountant, those of us who are here, who are of my age, say in 50s or 60s, would be seeing those changes. But the bank audit was still there. Bank audit was still there, right? And the chartered accountants still had a good existence. What happened was something that you see impacted Sushil Goyal at that time. He was in the council. Rajendra Kumar was not in the council. 2017 GST was introduced from the podium of the institute, by the Honorable Prime Minister. And GST became a game changer. Because, you see, we were, for example, me, I was more of a direct tax professional. A Rajendra Kumar would be an indirect tax professional from the very beginning, or Sushil Goyal. But you see, we were not so much indirect tax professional. GST forced us to be indirect tax professionals. That is the change that took place. Chartered accountants of yesterday, I'm not talking about today, the chartered accountants of yesterday, that was the push. But what happened was, the chartered accountants, they adapted themselves to the change. They saw there a great opportunity. They saw there a great opportunity. They embraced GST. And with the institute having these certificate courses and popularizing the GST, even today, both these gentlemen will agree, they are GST experts, that the background material on GST that the institute has published is one of the best publications in India on GST. Right? So see, we embraced GST because we found that there was a great opportunity there to be had. Right? And then there was a change in 2017. The institute was, you see, having unfettered powers of discipline, regulatory function. Yesterday, A.C. Chakravarti was saying, what about our autonomy and things like this? He was saying this. I'm not going into autonomy and this business, unless some of you ask in the question answer. So institute, but in 2017 came something called NAFRA, right? And for the first time, we had an oversight body which was looking into all the cases that we do audit of public interest entities. For example, listed companies, you see, NAFRA was a regulatory body instead of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. That was still yesterday. Today, that is, you see, today, for example, in this conference, I think what was spoken was ESG yesterday. Today, what was spoken was artificial intelligence. What was spoken about was fraud catching, right? So those were the things that is being spoken about today. And I told Ravi at some point of time that, Ravi, you must tell us what is the future of true and fair. With the artificial intelligence coming in, does true and fair have a future? Right? So that is something we'll have to grapple with. And in the future, ESG. I think yesterday you had a session on ESG. The difficulty is, people, they say, Environment, what has a chartered accountant got to do with environment? Why should we bother? S, society or social, what we have got to do with S? Why should we have a session on that? G, governance, yes, we might think about it. Somebody else told me, Devashish, artificial intelligence, that is for engineers. Why has the institute got itself into all this? Are you going to develop softwares? That is, you see, those are the questions that people are asking, right? Fraud catching. Are we going to be fraud catchers? We are auditors, not investigators. In the future, are we going to be investigators with AI coming in? This is another question. So you see, today, what the way I have this thing, I have with me Robin Banerjee. I have told him, first of all, to take us through in about 6 to 7 minutes about his viewpoints on the future. Ravi will then take up, he's a vice chairman of Audit and Assurance Standards Board. Ravi will take us through audit in the past, audit at the present, audit in the future. Then we will have about 5 or 7 minutes discussion amongst us. And then the most important, 15 minutes dialogue with all of you. Those of us who would like to ask questions, you see, for the sake of time, you may write down your questions and send it across. And let me assure you, I'll take it because I will cut down the time of the speakers and take your questions. Even if your questions are controversial, you are not happy with the institute, not happy with the past president, not happy with the council members, you can write. And we'll try to see, we'll try to answer your questions, right? I will try my best to to hear some of you speak. And those of us who have a mic in their hand must get the mics ready. Because, see, we would like to have this session where there's a lot of dialogue between both the groups. So that's how it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts. We are going to have a very interesting, and I'm going to make it a bit spicy. A bit spicy and maybe a bit controversial session. So with these words, may I now request Robin Banerjee, who has come all the way from Bombay, to share his thoughts with us. Robin, please come.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, my dear professionals. It's not easy to sit and discuss the future when lunch is almost around the corner. I need to time my watch. It's 7 minutes to 1. And I'll try to give you an overview as to what I believe is the future of we, the chartered accountants. The topic here is past, present, and future. Devashish took a very wonderful journey to how things evolved in the past. I'm going to delve into the future, the big macro pictures, which I believe are emerging for all of us here, including the world at large. The first trend. India, as you know, is the 5th largest country in the world, almost 4th, neck to neck with Japan. The world's global GDP is $110 trillion. I'm rounding it off. Actual number is 113. The second largest of this $110 trillion, the largest country in the United States, $30 trillion. Then China is $20 trillion. I'm rounding it off. India today is about $4.2 trillion. The trend, the future, if I have to peep into the future with a binocular, by 2050, ladies and gentlemen, India is going to be bypassing the GDP of the entire European Union. Entire European Union will bypass 27 countries. European Union happens to be about $19 trillion, which means we would be at par with China in 2050 and surpassing China in 2050. The next information you may not be aware of. India, by 2072 to 2073, will be the largest country on earth, bypassing the GDP of the United States of America. This is the future, ladies and gentlemen. It's not my number. It is numbers given by magazines which are not very favorable to India, which is the Economist magazine. There are some assumptions behind it, but assuming for a moment it happens, just think what will be for what will be in store for you and me. So trend number one, India is on this path of becoming the largest GDP, largest country on earth. Trend number two, this could be very controversial, cryptocurrency. Fasten your belt for next 2 minutes and let me explain to what is it. You will decide yourself, all of us are chartered accountants, whether it's a currency or not. You can't store it very easily. It's not acceptable everywhere, and the prices fluctuates widely. Obviously, it's not a currency. But more importantly, crypto or Bitcoin for a matter has a value. Everything which has a value is dependent upon demand and supply. So if Bitcoin today, as I'm talking to, is about $85,000, by the way, it was $1,15,000 just 10 days back. The price of Bitcoin has come down by 25% in the last 10 or 12 days, 2 weeks. Think, if it has a value, there has to be demand, there has to be supply. If the demand goes up, price goes up. If the supply goes up, price comes down. Have you ever heard the demand for cryptocurrency? Is there a newspaper, any Reuters information, any WhatsApp information? You will never ever get the demand information. There is no demand information for Bitcoin or for the matter cryptocurrency. Have you, okay, you will say, okay, demand to any, but what about supply? What's the supply? Have you had any information about the supply of cryptocurrencies? There are 1,200 active of them. Bitcoin might give some information from time to time, but nobody is audited. Nobody knows that the information is correct. Ladies and gentlemen, how can a currency have a value which has no demand and supply information? 90% of crypto is used by the terrorists, the underworld, people who want to deal in drugs and so on and so forth. So future, crypto is not going to vanish out, but crypto is not going to take over our currency. That's the future. Many of you are advising on crypto, I'm quite sure, but as a wealth manager, because it is subjected to fluctuations and demand and supply, which is not auditable, not more than 5 to 10% of the wealth should be in crypto. And that, and the future is crypto will get some sort of regulation for sure. In India, as you know, crypto is not illegal, but not legal. So it will get monitored, but in the future, crypto will be there, but we need to be careful about this currency. The third trend is mergers and acquisitions. Quickly, I'll try to tell you in 1 minute time that more and more companies who are manufacturing are not investing in greenfield sites. They are going for brownfield, which means they're acquiring a company. Even 10, 15 years back, there was the concept of CDMO, contract development manufacturers, was not present. Today, there are manufacturing companies who own manufacturers, only manufactures, doesn't sell. And there are companies who sells, but does not manufacture. There are hundreds and thousands of them. Nike does not manufacture its shoes. It is manufactured by someone else, and there are thousands. Mama, for instance, the cosmetics company, very famous company. They don't manufacture. Mama doesn't manufacture its cosmetics. It takes it from someone else. This concept of the CDMO versus marketeer, greenfield versus brownfield, this is going to enhance significantly. As I'm talking to you, ladies and gentlemen, every year there are $5 trillion. $5 trillion. Essentially, this year is $4 trillion, $4.2 trillion already. M&As takes place. Opportunities for you and me. Therefore, focus on mergers and acquisitions. How to advise it, how to make it happen, how to make it successful. Acquisition valuation and so on, so forth. Sky's the limit. So third trend, ladies and gentlemen, is mergers and acquisition. The fourth trend, how I can stand here and talking about the future if I don't talk about AI. You know exactly much more than what I know about AI. The way I see in the future, AI is not going to take your and my jobs. This is an overstatement. It's not going to take your and my jobs. We will have to adapt and adopt AI. artificial intelligence. Use it and make our clients much happier and give them more information, more power to extract what the customers are looking for, how analytics will happen, how feature trend is going to happen. You will have to use it as you go along. As I'm talking to you already, AI shares globally is absolutely on the downtrend. $1.2 trillion of market capitalization has been wiped out from AI value, market value in the last 7 days. And the trend is not going to go away. AI, I wouldn't say it's a bubble, but it's a maha bubble. So please don't worry. Learn AI, adapt it, adopt it. It is not going to take your and my job. And the last one, Devashish just mentioned, I have to mention ESG. E for environment, S for social, G for governance. For you and me, chartered accountants, E means BRSR report. We prepare BRSR, business responsibility and sustainability reporting. That's part of the E. What will happen in the future? The world is becoming warmer, and the world is dissipating. Why? Because the globe is getting warmer. And therefore, in order to get the warming sorted, we have to focus on emission. E has a lot of things. Environment is a lot of things. Future, ladies and gentlemen, you will find more and more two trends are going to take place. Every company will have to report on BRSR. Today, just 1,000 listed companies. I'm quite sure in the next 2 to 3 years, you will see every listed company has to do BRSR. That's a great opportunity for all of us. Who will prepare BRSR? You and me will have to prepare BRSR. Who else knows how to prepare BRSR? That's a great business opportunity which is going to happen. And number two, lot more focus will be on emission. We can discuss as we go along. SES, S is basically CSR. We don't have to bother about it. Social. G, governance. You and me are responsible for governance. Governance laws are going to become more and more stringent. Why? Because tomorrow we are going to get money more from equity rather than debt. Debt givers have a lot of control on my balance sheets, but equity holders have little control of balance sheets, especially the retailers and the armed janta who invests in companies. So governance is going to get much more tougher going forward. To summarize, there are 5 trends, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, you are sitting in a country which is going to be the largest country on earth. This is the place to be in. Number 2, cryptocurrency. Be careful. It is not a currency. Therefore, be careful what you do with it. Long term, I doubt whether it will remain as popular as it is today. Number 3, mergers and acquisition. That's going to be the future. More and more companies are going to merge and acquire and so on and so forth. Great opportunity for you and me. Artificial intelligence is not going to take your jobs for sure, but we have to adapt it and adopt it to be a better value creator for our customer. And the last is ESG. World is getting warmer. World is in a way to dissipate because of climate warming. You and me will have to play a much more important role in this area. As I see, we, the chartered accountants, the government is going to depend upon us to make reporting more stringent in the matter of ESG. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. These are the 5 big trends which I see.
Ravinder, thank you very much for having shared your thoughts, the 5 points that he has spoken about. Ravinder, let me just make you make you feel a sense of the reality. He was talking about BRSR, right? The full form is Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting. 1,000 top listed companies are required to report on BRSR. Now, raise your hand. How many of you do BRSR reporting? How many of you? Raise your hands. Any of you, if you'd have done BRSR reporting? You said the future, right? You said BRSR only 1, 2. So only 2. So that is the situation. You see, we do talk about it, but we also know that is the future. But then you see, they will all tell you that you have told us about ESG, but what about the opportunities? That's what they will tell you again and again. And then at some point of time, which I will ask you this question, there's this thing that why we should get into E of ESG. What a chartered accountant got to do with environment, right? An auditor has got to do with environment. So I will ask you this later on. But then, ladies and gentlemen, we have Ravi Patwa with us, and Ravi is the vice chairman of the Audit and Assurance Standards Board. He is also Central Council member. And as I was coming, I was speaking to his chairman, Cyprian. Now, the Audit and Assurance Standards Board is now totally grappling with a new standard. No, the change of this standard called SS 600 Group Audit, right? Those of us, again, many of you would not be doing SS 600 because that is basically for bigger companies, right? So she was saying that this is the way to do, this is the way to change. So with Ravi, see, he dabbles with audit every day. So may I request Ravi to let us know what are his views on the future, on the past of audit. Ravi, please.
Thank you, Devashishda. I recognize the presence of Rajendra Kumar P, my council colleague, and also the presence of many past chairmen, past council members, Sushilji, past chairman, Manish and Sumitji, I can see. There may be others I am missing out. All the branch representatives, branch chairman and managing committee members and seniors in the profession, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon to all of you. So I have been instructed to speak on auditing profession yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And I've been instructed not to speak about anything else except auditing. So I'll follow suit, sir. Well, if we think of the auditing profession yesterday, obviously the focus was on financial accuracy. The evidences were all physical. The focus was on cash book, journal, ledger, and vouchers. The sampling procedure was fully based on judgments of the auditor, and the judgment was not based on data. And gradually we moved into compliance checking. Now, what is happening today? Today, there is a lot of emphasis on compliance testing and on fraud detection. The most important thing in auditing today is fraud detection. The focus has changed to risk assessment based materiality checking, and on the basis of materiality, the samples are selected. We have moved from judgment based to risk assessment based sampling. Now, evidences today are both physical and digital. Use of technology driven tools have come to play a major role in the auditing today. But the most important thing today is perhaps the increasing stakeholders' expectation and the increasing regulatory overdrive coupled with the expectations of the regulators. You have spoken about SS 600, sir. Now, the regulators believe and they expect that the group auditor will have to be responsible for all the audits under the group, for all the financials under the group, even if it is a group having 600 subsidiaries or hundreds of joint ventures, hundreds of associates. You know what happened in DLF, which had 600 joint ventures, associates, and subsidiaries. Now, the regulators are expecting that the group auditor should be held responsible for all of them. With due respect and to all the regulators, perhaps they never did auditing. All the auditors here will understand that it is impossible to, comment on the subsidiaries, joint ventures, and associates along with commenting on the group audit, on the group. on the CFS, that is. Now, what is the way out? What can happen in future? Of course, the institute is struggling to, come out with as a revised SA 600, which will also please the regulator, whereas it does not, put too much of responsibility on the group auditors. Now, since you had asked of SA 600, I'll speak a little, maybe a couple of minutes on SA 600 and then move on to what I expect to happen in future. Perhaps the only way out, sir, is that the group auditors take more responsibility to ensure that the regulators' expectations are met to a certain extent. How do we do that? First of all, again, concerning from the group audit's perspective, there has to be a materiality threshold. And the joint ventures and subsidiaries which are not material for the group as a whole should be taken out of that. Secondly, the group auditor himself cannot obviously audit the entities. There will be separate auditors for the entities which are in the lower level of the group. Now he has to perhaps, as the group auditor, judge the competence of the auditors of the subsidiaries. Now, how do you judge? You cannot evaluate the competence of the auditors who are auditing the subsidiaries because they are also chartered accountants. They're equal with you. How do you judge? Maybe we have to make the regulators understand that even judging, leave aside auditing the subsidiaries and, even judging the component auditors would be extremely difficult. Maybe there can be something that can be worked out. Say, for example, the component auditors should also, if the group audit is a listed entity, the component auditors must also be peer reviewed, like for the listed entities. That could be one way out. We are thinking of several other way outs, but something has to be worked out. Now, what is going to happen in future? So far as auditing is concerned, sir, technology-driven full population testing is going to come. Now, there may be a confusion that when I say that the full population has to be tested, we may move towards absolute assurance. I'm not saying that. And since you said that you will separately ask me about true and fair, I am not commenting on it now. Maybe I'll put forward my views on the absolute assurance at a later stage. Or if you want, I can speak now also. What would you prefer, sir? Okay. Then while I discuss about the future of auditing, I'll also speak about this. Next, sir, continuous monitoring of data is going to come. Gradually, from quarterly review that we have, we will move towards continuous monitoring of data. There will be a tremendous skill evolution that is going to happen. The auditors will have to, continuously learn new technologies. And they must also learn other things. Say, for example, sectoral understanding, knowing about the business. They have to understand analytics. The audit team must know analytics. Data analysis is going to be a part of auditing itself. The global environment changes, the geopolitical changes. The auditors must appraise themselves about it. The behavioral science, all these sciences, all these, skills have to be imbibed by the auditors of tomorrow. We are, of course, going to move forward to integrated reporting. Already, Robin sir and you have spoken about ESG. The future is of integrated reporting, not only of balance sheet audit. It will not be only financial financial statements reporting. The financial statement will also comprise of other things like ESG, and we'll move towards integrated reporting. We will also move towards predictive assurance. Even in case of historical financial statements, we are perhaps going to move towards predictive assurance. Going concern is going to play a very, very major role. In fact, sir, for the knowledge of everybody present over here, the standard on going concern, the international standard, the ISA 570 has already changed. And obviously, we will also have to change the going concern standard soon. What else is going to happen is that the compliance-based auditing is going to gradually go down. We all know what has happened with bank audits. We know what is happening with tax audits with the threshold going up. I fear, as a council member, that very soon the same thing is going to happen with corporate audits. The corporates will also have a threshold beyond which auditing would not be required. In fact, this talk is already there in the MCA. We are fighting it hard. Believe you me, MCA came up with a proposal and gave us the details about the proposal on Friday evening, asked us to give the comment on it within 11 o'clock on Monday morning. A team of council members worked throughout the Saturday and Sunday, along with the team of secretaries of ICAI, and ensured that by 10:45 in the morning, MCA has our views, which we are strongly opposing any thought of having even a single corporate not audited in our country. Now, moving on to true and fair, sir. We must first understand what is the need behind it. Why is the thought process of having an absolute assurance or true and correct assurance coming? The basic reason is stakeholders' expectation. And why is the stakeholder expectation increasing? Because they want that there should not be a single fraud in the financial statement certified by a chartered accountant. So they need an increased level of trust, and they feel that increased level will come when there is an absolute assurance. Now, if we see whether it is a possibility or not, now these views are totally my views, not the views of the institute. My own views on absolute assurance are totally different. So financial statements, the figures that we put are based, many of them are based on estimates and judgments and assumptions. There can never be an absolute assurance on figures based on judgments and assumptions and estimates. If that has to happen, the auditor has to have a greater level of reliance on the representation by the management, which obviously would not be the thing which the regulators want. Now, because of the business complexities, the massive technology usage, and the large geographies, further, having an absolute assurance is not practical at all. While full population testing is going to happen, but that too has to be based on materiality and risk assessment. So 315 is not going to go. And full population testing based on risk assessment and materiality should not be confused with having to track each and every transaction through the process of the transaction. Sirs and madams, while technology and AI can help in full population testing, they would never be able to judge the management bias. They would never be able to judge the reasonableness of assumptions and estimates. They would not be able to identify the collusions and an auditor's skepticism is not going to come through AI. The forward looking uncertainties that can only be judged by a professional accountant and not by AI or technology for that matter. So, what would change? If not absolute assurance, then what is going to come? I believe that there'll be full population testing, robust analytical procedures usage, stronger review, continuous data monitoring, higher level of testing of internal controls. These are going to come. Hybrid assurance, integrated reporting, integrated assurance are going to come. But the audit reports will change to a higher level of reasonable assurance instead of absolute assurance. There'll be predictive and forward-looking insights in the audit reports, perhaps, but definitely not an absolute assurance. With these, I will end for the time being, and I'll reply to your other queries later on. And I'm not touching any other field of, future of the profession. Thank you very much, friends.
Thank you very much, Ravi. Thank you very much for having shared, because it's a very difficult question. Now, the future of true and fair. But Hariram Agarwal ji says that we don't have too much of time, and I have not got a lot of questions from the floor. But let me ask you, how many of you feel, you have to raise your hand, right? Before I ask Robinder on this, how many of you feel that environment is an area for chartered accountants to be in? Environment, out of ESG, environment is an area for chartered accountants to be in. Environment. Only a few, say about, I would say, how many hands can I see? About 20, 25, right? Yeah, whatever it is. But you see, please note, ESG environment is going to be one of the very important aspect of the profession. You just cannot turn a blind eye to that. So one of the messages or takeaways from this, and which Robin Banerjee also has been saying, the BRSR that we are having will go to other companies also. It will not be restricted to listed companies. The Ministry of Corporate Affairs is already thinking about trying to let it go for other companies. So those of us who still think that environment is not our cup of tea, you must change your attitude. What is going? You see, Institute already has a publication on greenhouse emission. Have a look at it. It's a guidance note. Have a look at it. You see, you'll find what the Institute is doing. Institute already has a course on BRSR. Join the course. You see, it is very, very useful. So that is because I would have wanted to ask this question to Robin Banerjee, but since we don't have time, I'm not asking him. The second one, why there's so much of buzz about AI? AI has been there from 1950s. AI का आज का चीज नहीं है. AI has been there from 1950s. But if somebody can tell me why there is so much of buzz about AI in recent times, in the past 1 or 2 years, AI has been there from 1950s. But what has created this buzz? If somebody can put his or her hand and tell me what is the reason for this. The buzz, let me give you a hint. The buzz has actually started from 2022. If somebody can tell me why this buzz recent times. AI has been there for a long, long time. But 2022 से ये बहुत ज्यादा चल पड़ा. अभी हर एक जगह AI है. So क्या हुआ? If somebody can tell you what actually happened, this is very important for us to understand. Yes, tell us. Right.
The primary reason behind it could be the substitution of human efforts.
I said, what happened? मुझे AI, what is happening in AI, मुझे नहीं चाहिए. Something happened. Something happened because of which you are now talking about AI. A senior person like me is talking about AI, right? So something has happened in recent times because of which we are talking about AI. Yeah.
One should only think simple, then you will get the answer. Very, very simple answer.
Yeah. Anybody? Yes, please. You can stand up and no. जरूरत नहीं, आप बोलिए ना. Huh? No, no, no. Anybody? Yeah. Please. Hey, can you have a round of applause for him? What happened was ChatGPT was introduced in 2022. And with the introduction of ChatGPT, the whole landscape changed. It is because of ChatGPT. We are talking about AI. Very correct, very correct, very correct, very correct. Right? So this is number two, which I thought. By the way, Ravi was telling us about what the ministry follow the winter session of the parliament. Follow the changes that are going to be brought about in the Companies Act. He was saying that for audit also there could be thresholds. Private company audits. Follow that winter session. It's going to be very, very important. Very, very important. Right? Then the last one. How many of us feel that in the future, Ravi is talking about crystal gazing the future, Robin Banerjee has also crystal gazed the future. In the future, true and fair is not going to be very important. What is going to be important is how far you have been successful in catching fraud. You'll be determined, your success as an auditor will be determined by how good a fraud catcher you have been, simply because AI will force you to go for 100% checking. AI will force you to go for 100% check. So how many of you feel that that is the way? हम लोग जब true and fair, you feel that that's going to be the situation, but most of you are silent. So you still believe that true and fair will continue. You still believe, right? No, it's going to change, right? It's going to change. I believe it's going to change, right? I believe it's going to change. And the last one, which is a bit of a controversial one. I was speaking in Hyderabad, and I and Aniket Talati, we were taking questions. So I said that with AI coming in, with the government of India talking about big farms, that creation of big farms, right? With the institute, with Ravi there talking about networking. Institute is pushing towards networking. With the institute talking about aggregation of CA farms. With the bank audits shrinking. With the bank audits shrinking. With maybe there's a limit on company audit. With the threshold limits going up on tax audits. 60%, about 60% of our farms are small and medium practitioners. What is going to happen to them? What do you think? I said that they are going to be in trouble in about 4 to 5 years if they do not aggregate, if they do not become big. Because that government protection that you are having of getting audit, you see, may not be there in the future. How many of you would agree that that's an area for which the profession will have to think? All of us or none of us? You think that we will survive being whatever we are, will survive? We simply, it will be difficult. I'm not saying that we'll not survive, but it will be difficult to survive because we will not be provided the staple diet of audit. Will not be provided by the government. The government is already questioning. Why should we provide audit? Will not be provided the staple diet of audit. So those of us, I think most of us are small and medium practitioners, we have to think. And what has also happened is today, in the newly pass outs, 90% of my newly pass outs are now going to the industry. They are not coming into practice. Practice is getting a challenge because people, they don't want to come into practice, right? So that is a challenge, and that is, you say, why? Whatever I'm saying, because they feel that there is not much of a scope, right? So people like Ravi, people like Ravinda, you see, in the long run, will have to promote this other concept of the way we go ahead at being a chartered accountant. The last point, I'm in the board of an organization called Chartered Accountants Worldwide. And I was there in the board meeting and I said that, and it caught on very much. I hope it will catch on here. I said that the profession will survive. They were talking about attractiveness of the CA profession. That was the topic which was being discussed. And I said that the profession will do well if the destiny of the profession is linked with the destiny of the nation. I repeat that the profession will do well if the destiny of the profession is linked with the destiny of the nation. Right? The other day, I see somebody or one of the ministers I was meeting, and I was telling him audit and everything, and he said, Devashish, one thing, tell me straight away. Give me some ways of enhancing our GDP of the country. These are the questions that a chartered accountant has to answer in the future. These are the questions on the economy. You have to answer. You cannot say that we cannot say that I only know true and fair. Or Robinda cannot say that I only know ESG. They are saying that all right, ESG is very good and very important. True and fair is also very important, but we're talking about, Robinda started off with saying that we have such a high GDP. How do you contribute towards enhancement of GDP? Chartered account. बोलो मेरा देश का GDP कैसे बढ़ेगा? So we have to be also economists. PM Nadialwala, when he was alive, and those of us who are seniors here, as he used to say, and he used to say with a lot of regret, that if I scratched the back of a chartered accountant in 1970s, he used to say, he became a president in 1970s, right? He said that I will see an economist if I scratched the back of a chartered accountant. Govinda, this is for you and you will like it. PM, he said that if I scratched the back of a chartered accountant in 1970s, I would see an economist. He said in 1990s, he was saying, if I scratch the back of a chartered accountant today, I see an advocate because you are so much involved in compliance with laws and regulations. I see an advocate. That economist in you, somehow or the other, he was saying, has vanished. And many of us, we agree with what PM Nadialwala has said. But I think we are coming a full circle. The economist in us is now coming back. I will now just end and give Haramji 2 minutes, 2 minutes. I will just allow Robinda to give 2 minutes comments, his concluding remarks, and Ravi 2 minutes, and then we'll try to end the session. Robinda, please.
Thank you, Devashish. Time is up, but I want to highlight one topic, which is a matter of our survival. The survival is actually ESG, not ESG, but E. I will take about 120 seconds. What is global warming? When we switch on our car, we generate carbon dioxide. When we produce electricity or coal or steam, produce electricity out of coal, we generate carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide forms a canopy on the earth. What happens? The sun ray comes through the earth, or in spite of the canopy of carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide, but the heat does not dissipate back because of the carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide canopy. Had that canopy not been there, the heat would have dissipated and the balance of the climate or balance of the temperature would have remained. But because of the generation of carbon dioxide, the heat is not getting dissipating. The temperature of the earth is going up. As per scientists, if the temperature goes up by 1.5 degrees centigrade, 1.5 degrees centigrade, as compared to the pre-industrial era, which is 1900, the earth will not be able to produce food grains because the heat of the earth, 1.5 degrees, 5 degrees temperature centigrade. Ladies and gentlemen, last year in 2024, the average temperature on earth has gone up by 1.52 degrees centigrade. The threshold has been crossed. The scientists have also said that if it crosses 2.0 degrees centigrade, We will all die because we will not have food grain to eat. The civilization is on the verge of extinction, ladies and gentlemen. It is on the verge of extinction. We, the mankind, will have to do something to control this temperature. Cannot now go up beyond 1.5, 1.55. The result? The result will be harsh reporting on temperature. Why temperature is going up? Because of emission. We're emitting carbon dioxide, we are emitting dust, we are emitting whatever, but carbon dioxide is more important. This reporting is going to become more and more stringent. As I see the future, every government on earth will say, iska reporting karna hai. And reporting who will do? It will you and me only. So the unfortunate truth is, in fact, good for us, the matter of saving the mankind through appropriate reporting and control is going to fall on you and me. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll start off from where Govinda ended. It's really sad that environment is actually so important, but the man at the helm of the affairs of the largest economy of the world feels that it is all bullshit and we shouldn't even be thinking about. Anyways, let us not go into that debate. So far as my points are concerned, to conclude, couple of things. Number one, friends, we are all fed by business houses, by businesses. Businesses are only going to pay us if they feel they are getting something more in return. So value addition is the answer. If we add value to businesses, a part of that value they are going to pay you back. In case of compliances, they feel it has been thrust upon them, so they do not pay us. Hence, we need to focus more on adding value to business houses in whatever manner possible. Number one. Number two, we have to understand the society is much bigger than the businesses. Business is only a subset of the society. So society is most important. No profession can survive unless the society feels that they need this profession. And the society will feel that they need us if we can develop that trust in the society. We had that trust. Even today we have that trust. But we need to increase on the trust level rather than, people of society starting to feel that we are not trustworthy. Number one. Number two. And we also have to remember that government is also a part of the society. So the regulatory authorities and the government are also waiting to have that feeling that we are trustworthy and we must be trusted, that we are giving something back to the society and the nation. We may shout from the rooftop that we are partners in nation building, but until and unless the people on the other side of the table start saying that we are partners in nation building, we are actually contributing to the nation, which we are actually doing, but we are unable to make them understand that we are doing. And until and unless they start feeling that we are contributing to the nation, there is a problem with the profession. So the onus is on all of us together, is on the whole profession to ensure that we increase the trust level in the society and we make the whole society understand how we are contributing to the nation, how we are contributing to the society, even to the environment. Thank you very much, friends. Thanks a lot.
Again, a very good afternoon, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests. On behalf of EIRC, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all dignitaries and participants who have graced this technical session at the Golden Jubilee Regional Conference of EIRC of ICAI. First and foremost, I wish to thank our esteemed moderator, CA Dr. Devashish Mitra, our past president, for guiding today's discussion with such wisdom, clarity, and making it so interactive. My sincere appreciation goes to CAA Maheshwari Patro, Chairman of Brahmapur branch of EIRC, for his warm introduction. I extend my thanks to CA Hariram Agarwal, our Secretary EIRC, for his active presence and support. We are honored to have our esteemed panelist, CA Robin Banerjee from Mumbai, and CA Ravi Kumar Patwa, our council member and past chairman of EIRC. Your insight on the evolving role of CA from challenges of yesterday, the dynamics of today, to the provisions of tomorrow have made this session truly enlightening. Your experience and viewpoints will empower us to keep the ethical standards high and adapt us to meet the futuristic needs of our profession. Thank you.
Friends, now there is a lottery draw by the dignitaries on the dais only. So dignitaries on the dais requested to please stay for a few minutes for drawing lottery. Lucky number to be drawn by all the three of you.
कौन अगर लाइफ में कुछ करना है ना, लाइफ में कुछ करना है तो डिटरमाइन कीजिए कि आपको करना है। कोई भी आपके बीच आएगा,
Come on,
आप कहेंगे,
please, Niaso.
Yes, emerging economy worldwide, and still we feel like not to allow creditors immediately be more. One. So they will give interest to the amendment. Believe me, before they have done this, I have tweeted on my Twitter account, at least 3 months before. Check. And that is how
By
the
Robin, sir.
beauty of learning the law.
By Robin, sir. Come on. Come on, please. Shuffle it, shuffle it. No more, please. Shuffle it. So the lucky number is 2939. 2939. 2939. No. Next. Next lucky number 1633. 1633.
ये मान लिया है सर
633.
अब मेरे भी नहीं होता एक्सप्लेनेशन वन एक्शन नंबर 2 एक्शन नंबर 3 एक्शन नंबर 4 एक्सप्लेनेशन भूल गए फिर ये भी फिर ये सी फिर ये तो हमारा नाम है
862. 2862.
तो 90% की सैलरी एक लाख से कम है तो 90% टीडीएस तो कट रहे हैं फोबिया ऐसा बैठा कि आज तक मुझे
1760. 1760.
फोबिया को दूर
1760.
चीफ कमिश्नर मेरे को फोन किया नहीं आप हमारा सर्वे रुकवा रहे हैं लोग कह रहे हैं कि नहीं आहूजा साहब ने कहा कि मत करो सर मैंने कहा सरेंडर नहीं करना सब कुछ होगा बोल दो मैं एडवांस टैक्स दे दूंगा फिर सरेंडर नहीं करो
2407. 2407. 2407.
है क्या आ रहा तो 2407 is there oh is there please come ये लाइट तो थोड़ा
Who is there? Come on, move fast. Your good name, sir? Pesh Putta.
अंशु ये चुड़ैल जैसी क्यों दिख रही हो
ये भूत बंगले की हालत है
Thank you.
रंग है ना शाही
So, you people may leave. We may continue.
दोस्त या गोस्ट सबकी लाइफ होगी मैजिकल आ गया है मको पेंट्स फ्रॉम द ट्रस्टेड हाउस ऑफ शाम स्टील मको के रंग मैजिक के संग
1803. 1803. 1452. 1452. 1452. 1428. 1342. 1342. 1342. 'Welcome, sir. Come on, move fast. Your good name, sir? Yes, this prize goes to Subrata Basu, sir. Thank you. Two four one five. 2415. 859. 859. 1119. 1119. 443. 443. 1505. 1505. 400. 400. 400 is there? कहीं से भी आइए ना सर. आए. Now only one more before lunch, and after lunch we'll have continue the same. 2580. 2580. 405. 405. 405. 2330. 2330.
2330 1136 1136 1240 1240 2980 2980 Come on, move fast.
Development, women empowerment, skill development, and sports. In line with India's pledge to reduce its carbon footprint, Coal India aims to achieve a net zero carbon emissions target by fulfilling biodiversity commitments, emission reduction, generating renewable energy, maximizing mine water utilization, and adopting cleaner coal production processes. Coal India has also planned to invest substantial amounts in diversification projects like setting up thermal power plants, reviving fertilizer plants, surface coal gasification, and coal bed methane. Coal India Limited, strengthening the energy security of India.
तो बताइए कैसा लगा?
रेंट तो ठीक है, खरीदना हो तो
मैडम होम लोन में बहुत टाइम लगता है, निकल जाएगा घर।
नहीं जाएगा सर। आप जानते हो इनका बैंक कौन है?
कौन है?
SBI। Get home loans with ease in less processing time। इसे कहते हैं सॉलिड बैंक की सॉलिड पैकेज।
Waking up to a world where the rising sun heralds a new
So we'll be starting with the next session at 2 p.m. GST indirect taxation session, and after that we'll be having a session on
its sustainable We are Jupiter.
resilient economy of Bharat amidst global turmoil. That is it from 3 p.m. and from 3:45 we are having a leveraging artificial intelligence, followed by a session on direct tax by none other than Giri Sahuja ji and Ved Jain ji. So please come on time, and we'll be having next lottery also around 2:15 or maybe at 3, depending upon the audience size.
So the solutions to the win. As famously said by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, dream is not that which you see while sleeping. It is something that does not let you sleep.
And we are wide awake, taking challenges head on. Jupiter currently stands at the cusp of growth. It is an inflection point, and we are ready for it. We understand the need to scale up our capacity, and we also understand the need to embrace new technologies. We are truly committed to making investments to set up a wafer, cell, and civil manufacturing facility backed by a very talented and competent human organization.
A company flourishes in the company of great people who eventually shape culture. At Jupiter, true competence is built on the bedrock of such an amalgamation.
as an organization, we always strive to strike the perfect balance between being technically proficient and employee friendly, while we endeavor to foster a culture of trust, fairness, and inclusion. Given the challenges of our industry, competency enhancement is a large part of our people practice. A company is as good as the people who operate it, manage it, and lead it. And that is something we recognize.
Striving to walk a tightrope, balancing care and innovation, our secret to success lies in the synergy between people,
and technology.
We are deeply committed to advancing our technology and R&D capabilities while focusing on execution excellence. We do recognize that continuous innovation is very crucial for enhancing performance and maintaining a competitive edge in this very dynamic industry. As a manufacturer of solar cells in India since 2009, we have consistently prioritized research and development. Furthermore, we continuously refine our production processes and employ lean manufacturing principles to achieve low manufacturing costs.
Over the past 17 years, our journey has been defined by our commitment. We abide by the rule of the land and responsibly give back to the land as well. We want to embrace sustainability and community empowerment in everything that we do. We are excited about the challenges the industry offers and the role we are playing in it.
Jupiter, in close collaboration with all stakeholders, enables a better tomorrow in the global village called Earth. From dawn till dusk, we march on towards a green future.
Kolkata, a city of timeless elegance, where history meets ambition. In the dynamic Dalhousie Square, once the thriving center of commerce and industry, stands a new landmark of Kolkata's central business district. Kevin to one address, endless possibilities. Welcome to the new era of business. With 12 lakh square feet of premium office space, Kevin to towers 39 floors high, offering panoramic views of the Ganges on one side and the kaleidoscopic view of the City of Joy on the other. This space has success boldly imprinted all around it. Every aspect of Kevin to makes you feel on the top of the world, with office heights of 3.6 to 3.8 meters, a sound and heat-proof glass facade, blazing fast Wi-Fi, and 100% power backup. Here, functionality meets elegance on an international scale. With over 800 parking spots across 8 stories, Kevin to offers unmatched parking convenience, making it one address where ease meets efficiency. More than a workspace, Kevin to is a lifestyle with a pool, sky bar, restaurants, and an exclusive business lounge. This space brings inspiration and rejuvenation to every day. Guided by the vision of renowned architect Stephen Coates, Kevin to leads with sustainability, featuring electric charging stations, energy-efficient lighting, and a zero-discharge design, creating an eco-conscious landmark. Kevin to isn't just an address. It's a symbol of Kevin to Realty's commitment to shaping Kolkata's future. One address, endless possibilities. Kevin to
The Rashmi Group of Industries, one of the largest growing conglomerates in eastern India. It is the largest secondary steel producer with a crude steel capacity of 8.3 MTPA and a total power plant capacity of 1050 megawatt. With its state-of-the-art facilities located in Jhargram and Kharagpur in West Bengal, the group excels in manufacturing of iron ore pellets, sponge iron, pig iron, billet, TMT, wire rod, ferroalloys, DI pipes, seamless pipes, cement and aluminium products. The group has a robust supply chain and strong logistics capabilities with own 4 railway sidings and 39 GPWIS rakes. The group is also engaged in coal mining and has 5 coal mines in West Bengal and Jharkhand. It has also acquired a critical mineral mine in Arunachal Pradesh. With a CRISIL rating of AA, the group registered an impressive turnover of around 41,400 crores and a net worth of 27,000 crores in financial year 24-25. The group employs around 40,000 people. With a robust capital structure, healthy debt coverage ratios, and strong liquidity, the group has been serving the nation for more than 40 years. Promoted by the Patwari family, the group has achieved several milestones. It is India's largest coal-based sponge iron producer, largest DI pipe producer in the country, 4th largest pellet producer, and one of the largest pellet exporters in India. The group has been awarded the Ultra Mega Project status by the government of West Bengal and also felicitated by Dhamra Port for being the largest thermal coal importer in financial year 24-25. The group is expanding its footprint both nationally and internationally. It has acquired Badrinarayan Alloys and Steel in West Bengal in 2021, acquired MSP Metallics Limited in Odisha in 2022. The group has also ventured into aluminium with the acquisition of Batinier Limited in Himachal Pradesh and Gujarat in 2024, and forayed into commercial power with the acquisition of Indabharat Power Infra in Tamil Nadu in 2024. The company aims to expand its crude steel capacity to 10 MTPA by financial year 26-27. There are huge expansion plans in the pipeline with a capex of around 20,000 crores by 26-27, which will provide employment opportunities to another 40,000 people. The company has received various accreditations and recognitions, thus providing its commitment to quality and customer service. Rashmi Group has embraced health, safety, and environment as a core pillar fostering well-being of all. Rashmi Group has a significant commitment to corporate social responsibility with an aim to bring positive societal changes. The group ensures a people-friendly workplace, believing that engaged employees are at the heart of the organization. We foster a culture where everyone feels valued and empowered to perform. The group has an active presence across all social media platforms. Driven by entrepreneurial spirit and passion for excellence, Rashmi Group is committed to serve the nation.
मुझे बिजनेस करंट अकाउंट के साथ इंस्टेंटली मिला पीओएस और क्यूआर कोड। आप जानते हैं मेरा बैंक कौन है? मुझे बिना कोई लॉन्ग प्रोसेस के आसानी से होम लोन मिल गया। आप जानते हैं मेरा बैंक कौन है?
मुझे बिना कोई डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के प्री अप्रूव्ड लोन मिल गया। यस, आई हैव अ डेडिकेटेड रिलेशनशिप मैनेजर फॉर पर्सनलाइज्ड बैंकिंग। आप जानते हो मेरा बैंक कौन है?
बैंक विजिट किए, सेविंग्स अकाउंट ओपन कर लिया। जानते हैं मेरा बैंक कौन है?
आप जानते हैं इन सबका बैंक कौन है? जब मिलेगी सॉलिड बैंक की सॉलिड बैकिंग, तब शान से आगे बढ़ेगा इंडिया।
যে আবহাওয়াকে নিজের লক্ষ্যের পথে বাধা হতে দেয় না, আমি তার ফ্যান। অর্জুন, টয়লেট পেপার পরের বাদিকের রাখে। হ্যাঁ। যে সর্বক্ষণ নিজের স্বপ্নের সাথে বাঁচে, আমি তার ফ্যান। 10 যে নিজের কর্তব্যে কখনো কোনো খামতি রাখে না, আমি নিনি, আমি তারও ফ্যান। আমার মতন এসবিআইও আপনার ফ্যান, তাই এসবিআই আপনার জন্য একটু বেশি পরিশ্রম করে। তাই দারুণ কাস্টমার সার্ভিস, এমএসএমইর সাহায্য এবং ব্যাংকিংয়ের কাজে টেকনোলজির সুবিধা। এসবিআই নিজের পরিবর্তন করছে, কারণ আমরা পরিবর্তনশীল দেশের ফ্যান। এসবিআই দেশের ফ্যান।
गाइस, आज गोल्फ खेला। गोल्फ? मेरे डेबिट कार्ड पे फ्री एक्सेस है ना? मूवीज, ओटीटी, सब पे।
कैसे? ब्रो, तू जानता है इसका बैंक कौन है? कौन है? एसबीआई। Get a wide range of benefits with SBI Wealth. इसे कहते हैं सॉलिड बैंक की सॉलिड बैकिंग।
SBI Wealth Client. When I want to be ahead in every game,
SBI Wealth gives me this privilege through Wealth Hubs that facilitates transactions and provides a holistic view to my investments.
You can bank upon SBI Wealth.
Welcome to SBI Wealth. SBI Wealth offers you exclusive investment products and money management services through open investment platform, wealth savings account, doorstep banking, dedicated relationship manager, and lifestyle benefits and much more. Welcome to SBI Wealth.
मिलिए इस स्कैमर से जो फर्जी बैंकिंग वेबसाइट चलाते हैं। बस फोन आने की देरी और ये है हमारे हीरो जिन्हें लगता है इन्हें मिला है हेल्पलाइन, लेकिन असलियत में है स्कैमर की लाइफलाइन। और असली हेल्पलाइन समझकर ये इन्हें देंगे अपनी बैंक डिटेल्स। अरे भाई साहब रुकिए, वेबसाइट फेक है। एसबीआई आपको बताएगा इन फेक वेबसाइट से कैसे बचे। सर्च करते वक्त संभालो भाई, स्कैमर्स तैयार है विद हेलो हाय। बी स्कैम सेफ। ये है स्कैमर साहब, देंगे केवाईसी या पैन अपडेट की गोली और ले जाएंगे आपके बैंक डिटेल्स इन वन झोली। और हमारे नागरिक को मिलता है एक झटका, लिंक पे क्लिक करते ही मुसीबत का दरवाजा खुल जाता है। वेबसाइट लगे जेन्युइन पर है फेक, अब स्कैमर खाएगा महंगा केक। ओ मैडम रुक जाइए, लिंक है फेक। आपकी सेविंग्स की सिक्योरिटी आपके हाथ में है। अपडेट करना हो केवाईसी या पैन, अनजान लिंक को करें बैन। बी स्कैम सेफ।
For most of the CAs and their teams, this is how every day begins. 10 apps open, 50 messages, and deadlines that don't wait. You are handling entries, documents, follow ups, reconciliation, but your tools are all disconnected. WhatsApp, Excel, Tally, GST portal, email, nothing talks to each other. You have heard of automation, you have heard of AI, but the tools feel complicated and not really built for how accountants work in the real world. What if you didn't need more tools? Just one smart system. Suit automates your bank statement, sales, and purchase entries directly into Tally. Just upload in any format, PDF, scan PDF, or even Excel, and your entries are done. So it takes care of your entire GST flow, from reconciliation to auto ITC tracking, return filing, and invoice management, all in one place. One that understands your work and handle it all in one place. Suvid is not just a software, it's your entire accounting workspace built for professionals. So everything accounting, GST reminders, and your team stays in sync. Every part of your workflow connects, no more downloading, copying, or switching, no more missed filings or scattered tasks. So it doesn't just save your time, it's bring back clarity, control, and peace of mind. Something every tax professional deserves. You already do it all, so we just make it easier.
Why dance to the chaos of manual work? Automate accounting in a click. Everything tallies with the power of Prime Banking. Upgrade now.
Does running a business feel like a balancing act? Try smarter and simpler business banking with Tally Prime. Everything tallies with the power of Prime Banking. Upgrade now.
We get it. Businesses today face a lot of challenges when seeking loans. Long processes, endless paperwork, and constant emphasis on credit history. But what if there was a better way? Introducing Tally Capital, a simple, smart, and superior financing solution from the house of Tally Solutions.
Just like Tally simplifies managing your business, Tally Capital guides you and simplifies your business financing requirements. We bring the best offers from various loan providers and help you avail these in a completely digital and no-hassle way. You can apply for unsecured business loans of up to 2 crore rupees, loan against property of up to 15 crore rupees, professional loans up to 40 lakh rupees, and loans on the CGT MSE of up to 1 crore rupees through a variety of leading banks and NBFCs. And you can get up to 20 lakh rupees with just your bank statements. No lengthy procedures, no endless paperwork. Just quick digital access to the financing you need, all from Tally Prime. You can get your credit reports with monthly updates without impacting your credit score. Also, keep an eye on your credit score for free and get tips on how to improve it. And when it comes to loan eligibility, we have made it even simpler and more accurate. Now you can check your eligibility based on your business data on Tally Prime and get multiple loan offers from various lending partners under Offer Central, providing a more accurate assessment than ever before. Get the best loan offers tailored to your business in just 2 minutes. And for the repayment, use the EMI calculator to plan your loan repayment period and choose from flexible tenure from 12 to 84 months. Check your repayment schedule to keep track of your payment dates and outstanding balance. Again in your Tally Prime. Now, no more waiting or endless follow-ups. With Tally Capital, experience transparent processes, fast approvals, and quick disbursals from the comfort of your office or home. And focus on what truly matters, growing your business. Ready to fuel your business growth? Visit tallycapital.tallysolutions.com or reach out to your Tally partner today. Tally Capital, a simple, smart, and superior financing solution. For the past 50 years, we at Coal India have been shaping India's energy landscape and contributing to a brighter, greener tomorrow. We look forward to making every year of the next 50 years even more promising than the last.
नए घर में मिलेगा आपको एक्स्ट्रा सुकून with zero processing fees on SBI home loans.
टिप चाहिए? पैसा लगाना है? तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा और मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है? तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
As we enter our 50th year, we draw inspiration from our national animal, a symbol of strength, resilience, and natural majesty, just as a tiger prowls the forest with determination. Our coal miners brave the depths of the earth, showcasing courage and dedication. Introducing Angara, which stands for burning coal in Sanskrit, represents the passion and fire that burns within. He is a mighty mascot who embodies curiosity, enthusiasm, and represents the spark of innovation that drives us forward.
Hello, I'm Angara. Let's embark on a journey to discover the incredible work we do to power India's progress. Beneath the Earth's surface lies the heart of our nation's energy. Our miners ensure a steady supply of coal to keep the power on across India. From the depths of the earth to the open skies, our commitment to responsible mining practices is unwavering. Our operations are a testament to our overall operational efficiency. This is where the magic happens. Before embarking on any mining expedition, we plan it all. Our team constitutes individuals who are passionate about working towards our shared goal. With precision and efficiency, we ensure that coal always reaches its destination on time, fueling our nation's economic growth. But growth is more holistic than that. Aside from our mines, we're committed to going above and beyond, building thriving communities wherever we go.
We also believe in leaving a greener tomorrow by contributing to a healthier planet and fostering biodiversity. As a brand new Bharat looks to the future, our investments in solar power and renewable energy demonstrate our commitment to a sustainable future. So, as you can see, for the past 50 years, we at Coal India have been shaping India's energy landscape and contributing to a brighter, greener tomorrow. We look forward to making every year of the next 50 years even more promising than the last.
Coal is the most viable fuel for driving economic growth in India. Coal meets almost half of the country's primary commercial energy needs and helps generate around 70% electricity in India. It also fuels many non-power industries. Coal India Limited, the largest coal mining company in the world, contributes to over 80% of India's entire coal production and meets over 50% of the country's domestic and 40% of primary commercial energy needs of India. It is also one of the largest corporate employers. Formed in November 1975, Coal India Limited is a Maharatna company, a privileged status conferred by the Government of India to only 10 select state-owned enterprises out of more than 300 central public sector enterprises in the country. Coal India Limited functions through 10 fully owned subsidiary companies spread over 8 states and a foreign subsidiary, named Coal India Africana Limitada in Mozambique, Africa. Coal India is also focused on environment, social, and governance initiatives. The company has a well-documented CSR policy and it is one of the largest CSR spenders in the country. The CSR activities broadly include segments like healthcare and hygiene, education and livelihood, rural development, women empowerment, skill development, and sports. In line with India's pledge to reduce its carbon footprint, Coal India aims to achieve a net zero carbon emissions target by fulfilling biodiversity commitments, emission reduction, generating renewable energy, maximizing mine water utilization, and adopting cleaner coal production processes. Coal India has also planned to invest substantial amounts in diversification projects like setting up thermal power plants, reviving fertilizer plants, surface coal gasification, and coal bed methane. Coal India Limited, strengthening the energy security of India.
तो बताइए कैसा लगा?
रेंट तो ठीक है, खरीदना हो तो?
मैडम, होम लोन में बहुत टाइम लगता है। निकल जाएगा घर।
नहीं जाएगा सर। आप जानते हो इनका बैंक कौन है?
कौन है?
SBI. Get home loans with ease in less processing time. इसे कहते हैं solid bank की solid banking.
Waking up to a world where the rising sun heralds a new day, with a commitment to powering a net zero world. We have just begun. We lead with transparency, act with integrity, and grow with sustainability at our core. We are Jupiter.
Our entry into the world of solar cell manufacturing was by design and not by default. In 2008, we decided to align our economic goals with the larger social and environmental goals of marching towards a greener planet. We went on to set up a solar cell manufacturing plant in technical collaboration with German companies. And today, 17 years down, we are a prominent solar cell manufacturer providing comprehensive solar power solutions to the Indian market.
As famously said by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, dream is not that which you see while sleeping. It is something that does not let you sleep.
And we are wide awake, taking challenges head on. Jupiter currently stands at the cusp of growth. It is an inflection point, and we are ready for it. We understand the need to scale up our capacity, and we also understand the need to embrace new technologies. We are truly committed to making investments to set up a wafer, cell, and module manufacturing facility backed by a very talented and competent human on man.
A company flourishes in the company of great people who eventually shape culture. At Jupiter, true competence is built on the bedrock of such an amalgamation.
As an organization, we always strive to strike the perfect balance between being technically proficient and employee friendly, while we endeavor to foster a culture of trust, fairness, and inclusion. Given the challenges of our industry, competency enhancement is a large part of our people practices. A company is as good as the people who operate it, manage it, and lead it. And that is something we recognize.
Striving to walk a tightrope, balancing care and innovation, our secret to success lies in the synergy between people and technology.
We are deeply committed to advancing our technology and R&D capabilities while focusing on execution excellence. We do recognize that continuous innovation is very crucial for enhancing performance and maintaining a competitive edge in this very dynamic industry. As a manufacturer of solar cells in India since 2009,
Good afternoon, everyone.
consistently prioritize
ICA Ankit Agrawal, Chairman of
Furthermore,
Sambalpur branch, warmly welcomes you all to this extremely important and forward-looking technical session on GST 2.0. This session brings together some of the finest minds and reformers in GST ecosystem, and we are deeply grateful for their presence here. To start the session, I request CA Manish Raj Dandania, representative from Study Circle, to come to the dais and take his place. Now I request CA Now with huge round of applause, I request CA Praveen Dukania ji, CFO GSTN, to the dais. CA Praveen ji is an award-winning CFO with over 22 years of experience across Fortune 500 companies. He is known for strategic transformation, strong governance, and high performance leadership. Now, with a huge round of applause, I would like to call CA Bimal Jain ji, eminent panelist, to the dais. CA Vimal ji is a leading GST expert with over 2 decades of experience in indirect tax, widely respected author, trainer, and founder of A to Z Tax Corp LLP. Welcome, sir. Now, with a huge round of applause, I would like to call CA Jatin Christopher, eminent panelist, to the dais. CA Jatin sir is a senior GST and indirect tax expert with over 20 years of experience, known for his practical insights, authored guides, and respected advisory work. Welcome, sir. Now I would like to call on dais CA Rajendra Kumar P, Central Council member, Chairman of GST and Indirect Tax Committee, and convener of M&SS Directorate. Rajendra sir is a distinguished chartered accountant with over 3 decades of professional experience and a long-standing leadership role within ICAI. He has contributed extensively to national and international accounting bodies. Welcome, sir. Now I would like to call on dais CA Sushil Kumar Goyal ji, moderator of today's session. CA Susil Kumar Goyal ji is a senior chartered accountant with over 28 years of experience in GST and indirect taxation. A leading expert from Eastern India, has delivered more than 900 lectures across the countries. He has served in key positions in ICI committee and tax association and continues to contribute extensively as a speaker, advisor, and thought leader. A warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais. Now I request CA Biswa Ranjan Sutar ji, Regional Council Member EIRC, to kindly felicitate our esteemed dignitaries and present them with mementos as token of our respect and gratitude. It is now my pleasure to officially hand over the session to our moderator, CA Sushil Kumar Goyal ji. Sir, we request you to kindly lead the proceeding of this enriching technical session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankit. It's really great pleasure moderating this big panel, who and who in the country, starting with Chairman Rajendra Kumar P, Chairman of GST and Indirect Tax Committee, and he's playing number of roles. The biggest role I always consider is the chairman of this, convener of this MSS section of ICI, that is the member and students, all members and all students, he is taking care of this. So we have Bimalji on my right, I think synonyms to the GST. The person who is known by the world GST is on the left, Parvinji Dokania, he is CFO to GSTN. हमारी जीएसटी की दुनिया यहीं से शुरू होती है और यहीं खत्म हो जाती है. Everything starts with GSTN and we have to conclude at this point only. And he was talking about the ट्राइब्यूनल, दिस जो हमारे ट्राइब्यूनल आने वाली है उसके बारे में भी कुछ बात करेंगे. एंड वी हैव जितिन क्रिस्टोफर, वी कॉल हिम एनसाइक्लोपीडिया ऑन जीएसटी. I don't know how he remember all this section and rules. He can refer wherever required. So with this, I am congratulating each one of you who is thinking GST is important and you are present in the auditorium. This is a panel discussion, but before going to the discussion topic, we have chairman with us, GST and Indirect Tax Committee of ICI. And I must say, ICI has played a big role for the profession and for GST. So let me hear from him only. Sir, what are the things ICI is doing for members? Please tell us.
Thank you, very esteemed moderator C.S. Sushil Goyal ji. My esteemed panelists who are seated here, Bimal ji, Lokania ji, Jatin bhai, and other regional council members. First thing is congratulations for this 50th regional conference. The congregation of such a magnitude of an event is really a time to celebrate our success. Sir Sushilji, you started off saying that the ICA has done is doing immensely for GST. But I must tell you, sir, this all started by you. When you were there in the council in the year 2017 when GST was launched, but I came into the council in 2019. So in the 2 years of the formative years of GST, the amount of work which was done by the GST and Indirect Taxes Committee was phenomenal. People like Jatin Christopher, whose academic brilliance can never be questioned by anyone, is one person who has contributed immensely also, along with Sushil ji, in ensuring that to this date, there is no parallel to the GST manual that we have. There are 2 books, volume 1 and volume 2. That is a flagship material of the GST and Indirect Taxes Committee. I must place on record the contribution to that particular book by the current Central Council member and also the then Central Council member, C.A. Madhukar Hiragange, under whose chairmanship this manual was written by people like Jatin and people like us who contributed whatever best possible manner in which it was to be done. And that particular manual continues to occupy the most important place in the library of not chartered accountants alone. Today, as on date, each and every department, this particular book is a Bible. Each and every committee's publication is with the department also. Sir, in your time, Sushil Goyal ji, when I was also there as the vice chairman under your chairmanship, the amount of interaction we had with CBIC started off in 2019, and today it has reached its zenith. For anything on GST, as far as the CBIC is concerned, GST Council is concerned, and also GSTN is concerned, Praveenji, ICAI is the first and the last stop. We come to know of things much before than the general public knows because we are involved in the discussion right from the beginning. That is the amount of confidence which the government is putting in us. Very recently, yesterday, we signed an MOU with the state government of Tripura, the GST department of the state government of Tripura. We signed an MOU yesterday for research, for capacity building, and for training of the officials of the state government of Tripura. Let me tell you, friends, some of them have come and told me, sir, why are we training people? We are only teaching them. See, ignorance is bliss. But then when you talk to an ignorant person, he can do a damage which can be very, very taxing and which can be on a very, very higher scale. So let us teach people, let us tell them what is GST, and today it is our requirement. The state officials' knowledge and capacity building is extremely important because GST is not only a central driven law, it is also a state law also. So, sir, in the GST committee, apart from the conferences, lecture meetings, whatever we do internationally, nationally also, these things which we do for the government and the trust and confidence which the government has placed in us is immense. But this is not the end. This is just the tip of the iceberg. We have just begun. I know generations will come, generations will go, but the work of the committee is such immense. People like Bimal Jain, he is a very popular speaker in across India. When he goes and stands and speaks on GST, or Jatin Christopher, when he speaks on GST, of course, both of them, language may be different, their diction may be different, the way they speak may be different. But then the amount of importance which they attach to the subject. And take the case of Sushil Goyal, 1,000+ lectures he would have given, immense contribution, academically very, very brilliant. And also the case, whenever a passionate thing about GST comes, he stands in front. So he is one person who has been extremely important for us. And Praveen Dokaniaji, coming in the GSTN, is a blessing for the ICI, let me tell you. Because he is there as a chartered accountant handling the CFO activities of the GSTN, the institute is recognized. And today in GSTN, if the first and last call is ICAI, it is also because of the immense contribution made by people like Praveen Dokaniaji. I would not say much, but let me tell you, friends, that this is the beginning. This is not the end. Or I can put it in the words of Winston Churchill, this is the end of the beginning. That much I can tell you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman sir, for briefing us the activities of ICI. नवीन परवीन जी, अभी हम लोग ने 65 लाख रजिस्ट्रेशन से स्टार्ट किया था, अब 1,60,00,000 के आसपास पहुंच गए and we have started only with 7 lakh, around 7 lakh annual collection. Now we have 22 lakh annual collection in the year 2024-25, and people are looking for simplification in GST. So how you see that how GST will going to more simplified? Will so many things has been done in GST 2.0, but how you see things are coming? Anything you want to share to members?
Thank you, Sushil ji. Thank you, RK Sahab and my esteemed fellow panelists. It's always privilege to come Calcutta and enjoy the hospitality of City of Joy and speaking about the GST and the contribution made by ICAI. So what Sushil ji has said, GST has gone from a long journey. If we recall the earlier day pre-GST, the complication of the various tax law of the states, central excise, then service tax and all. So with the help of technology, we move forward. So in the year 2017, we have started what Sushil ji has said, that it has started with the 65 taxpayer, and as on today, there are 1.6 crore. So that means the incremental is happening, and apart from the incremental of taxpayer, the economy is formalizing. That means more or more people is coming into the formal economy kind of a thing. So that's a very important contribution by the help of technology in the GST ecosystem. So and it contribute the nation building as well. And that's the one thing. And going forward, Sushilji, that you have said, one is GST. Second is that we came that e-way bill. It's again the simplification of the business transaction, simplification of and making the India flat. You can transport your goods from anywhere to without any hurdle. Earlier there was a check post in a different setup which takes lot of time. Business productivity get hampered. Now with the help of technology, this thing has become simplified, and economy it's further foster the economy. Third, we can see the third major contribution is e-way bill, e-invoicing. So when B2B invoicing is done, it's on a real-time basis. Business can have more visibility, more accountability, and the more credit availability to the business. On a real-time basis, one can access the more credit from the bank and BFC and other thing. It's again part of the growth. So due to help of technology in all these parameter, we can see that a lot of things are happening. And going forward, with the help of technology, other litigation aspects you have said, so maybe with the help of GSTAT, that litigation aspects will also taken care by. And the government has a thought to going on B2C invoice. Again, it will be a game changer for Indian economy. So
Big thing, sir. The big B2C invoice is something we people are worried about, sir.
It will be a big game changer.
Yeah.
So lot of things are happening in with the help of technology. It's a possible only through the help of technology. And going forward, things will be.
Thank you, Parvenji. And I must remind the audience that when this e-invoicing was launched in the country, ICI has been asked to verify, test the portal, and we have done almost 30 days.
Yeah. So I must thank that the schema of that e-invoice is also, I was leading that with the help of ICI. We have able to draft the schema and froze it. Day, night, we have spent on that.
Yeah, a big team of ICI was helping GSTN to testing the schema. Thank you. Parvinji was arranged that opportunity to ICI, I must say. Thank you, Parvinji. I am going to Bimal ji now. बिमल जी जीएसटी में 4 रेट से 2 रेट हो गए सर, ये क्या सही में हो गए या हमें भ्रम है? और how it is going to help the businessman? What you are seeing, sir, GST 2.0 about the rate? Sir, you have mic there.
At the outset, I must say that EIRC ICI is celebrating Golden Jubilee years. Next to me, Rajendra ji, Chairman, IDT Committee, Sushil ji and fellow colleagues. GST indeed a biggest indirect tax reform since independence. We have seen multiplicity of taxes subsumed into one basket, 17 indirect taxes and 23 cess. Cascading of taxes, gone in GST, to certain extent still existing. Double taxation, which was there in pre-GST, no more existing in GST scenario. And in real sense, Mamata Didi of TMC and Modi ji of BJP, it's common unified law. Because GST law commonly applicable Kashmir to Kanyakumari. So it will not make any difference whether you are studying GST law in Calcutta or studying GST in Delhi. It's pan-India applicable. Having said that, recently we have heard next generation 2.0. Sushil ji posted a query to me that there was rate rationalization. Is it real or what are the challenges? Look at nil rate still existing. 3% still existing. 5%, of course, is a lucrative one for all essential goods. 12% they are saying gone, but still existing. 99% product falling under 12% slab has either gone to 5% or nil rate. 18% existing. 28% slab, of course, the goods are either moved to 18% and with compensation cess. So 28% with compensation cess still existing for the gutka, pan masala, unmanufactured tobacco, and the special slab 40% for sin and luxury goods. So you have seen these changes, majorly 5%, 18%, and 40%. But what Sushilji wanted me to explain, is it going in the right direction? Let me tell you, rate rationalization was a big demand by trade, industry, and commerce. Since 2018, I do not know whether I should thank to US tariff or thank to Donald G. Somehow 15th August 2025, we heard next generation GST 2.0 will come, and Honorable Prime Minister has said they are going to do structural reform. So they will minimize the classification dispute and they will minimize inverted duty structure. Rate rationalization, we all are aware of, and ease of doing business. Of course, big announcement. Within 3 working days, you can get registration done for taxpayer whose monthly liability is less than 2.5 lakh rupees. Refund, 90% provisional refund you will get within 7 days. Even IDS refund you will get within 7 days. They will do risk analysis. And these are the announcements they have said. And lot many items like intermediary. I'm not going to discuss everything, but I'm on rate. Just I want to draw your attention. They did rate rationalization. But while doing that, they have created confusion for certain sector. I can pick up one or two with the time permit. You look at packaging industry, those who are manufacturing corrugated boxes and non-corrugated boxes. Paper is the raw material. Now, paper rate was 12% prior to 22nd September, and 12% rate was applicable for the packaging, corrugated and non-corrugated. What happened after 22nd September? Paper rate is increased to 18%, and rate for packaging is reduced to 5%. Structure, but creating inverted duty structure. And what will be the probable answer from government side? Yes, you will get ideas, inverted duty structure. But getting ideas, that too from a department, we were not getting refund even on export. So very difficult. My working capital gets blocked. Come to the toy industry. What government vision is, they want to promote domestic manufacturing sector. So manual toy rate was 12% reduced to 5%, whereas electronic toy is 18%. I'm giving you one live case study, the tricycle which is paddle driven. It is GST rate reduced from 12 to 5%. Had it been electronic, 18%. Now what happened if you put some music in that tricycle, which is paddle driven, or put some light? It is electronic, whereas it is continue to be paddle driven. I'm saying that I'm just picking up only example. You can pick up lot many other example. Let's pick up northeastern part of India. Lot many friends are coming from northeastern part of India. There's sand lime bricks, which is at par with the fly ash bricks and blocks. What is the GST rate on fly ash bricks and blocks? 6% without ITC, 12% with ITC. Am I right? But what is the GST rate on sand lime bricks? 5% under Chapter 68. And I'm not being able to understand what is the difference between both, because manufacturing process, composition and usage are same for both product. Fly ash bricks made of fly ash, sand lime bricks made of sand lime. But look at the rate. Now block is being left under sand lime blocks. They are only saying 5% for sand lime bricks. What about sand lime blocks? Nothing is being stated. So what I'm telling you, Sushilji, you picked up right question whether rate is really, of course, it's a step. And GST, we have seen evolution. Starting with a 65 lakh registered person, we are 1.6 crore. And we have seen e-invoicing started with a threshold of 500 crore. Now applicable if your aggregate turnover is more than 5 crore from August 1, 2023. Look at the e-way bill generation, the kind of pressure which is being handed by.
Arvindji is talking about B2C invoicing also, e-invoicing. So the 5 crore will gone.
I do not know whether Sushilji wanted to poke me, whether B2C possible or not possible, but realistic age, of course, if e-invoicing, which is coming from it's a reporting, it's not generation from government portal. So if you look at the different countries, these invoices are being generated rather than India, which is reporting. But even though if it is implemented, the litigation, tax evasion, all will get minimized. What I'm looking for the support, then done away with the e-way bill. If e-invoice, which is having unique IR and
RK sir want to
yeah.
jump in into this.
Probinji, the European Union says yours is not e-invoicing, it is e-reporting. That is what European, it is not e-invoicing that you're doing e-reporting. So the union says that the e-invoicing is actually done by us. Yours is only reporting. You are not doing it from your own portal. So it is actually you're intimating to someone else, and where the data protection is extremely impaired there. Today, because of this e-invoicing and whatever e-mechanism is there in GST, the data is very freely available in market. That great risk we are running today, that is what is hindering us from getting into the EU arrangement. India has not been able to sign the treaty of EU till date because of its data protection policy. Please do something about it. Very, very important. Even the current policy also may not help us.
So it is bringing transparency.
Sir, not to be quoted, But today, if Sushil Goyal's clients, I will easily know who are Sushil Goyal's clients. I just need to walk to the GST office, speak to the GST
Sir,
superintendent or the
let
inspector. I can take his clients list fully. It is available.
So we are not going much into detail. Let me stop here and Bimalji, please conclude.
Just 1 minute. In the name of rate rationalization, they have opened certain issues. They have said rate rationalization will provide the benefit to the consumer. Look at your health insurance policy. It was 18% chargeable. Now it would be nil rated. Does it mean that, let's say, basic price is 100 rupees, 18% chargeable, now it would be 100 rupees? Answer is big no. Because when it was 18% taxable, they were getting input tax credit. Let's say 9% incidence was there on inward supply. So they were getting this credit. But when GST rate is now nil on health insurance policy, this 9% incidence becomes cost. Then overall pricing would be 109 as against 118. Then this rate rationalization has also been seen. The real resultant benefit which was thought of is not coming in terms of pricing. So you should not take as a guarantee rate reduction means the benefit passing on to you as such commensurating with these observations.
Thank you, Bimalji. And I must say, Bimalji, you had two rates, that is 1.5 for low cost housing and 7.5 for the real estate housing. These two rates you forgot to mention. Jitin sir, he touched upon about the credit, and we all always fearful about the credit. Whether this GST 2.0 bringing some issues, all we know some issues are there. Says credit, what to do with that? Any light you want to throw? Audience want to know what to do with that credit, or whether that credit is still alive or gone.
As far as tariff reduction is concerned, like Bimalji rightly said, it's not as simple as it seems. When a rate of tax comes down to zero, the credits that were available will now cascade and cause an increase in the landed price to the customer. And the government's FAQs also admit that it's going to also be passed on to consumers. We also have seen that rates have been reduced to 5 with credit restriction. So that also causes cascading of taxes. Now, the language of Section 18.4 is very clear to say that when credits are no longer admissible, either because of a restriction or because of an exemption, not only is the balance lying in the credit ledger to the extent of that article is concerned liable to be reversed, but also any overutilization of that credit will also have to be repaid immediately, certainly through cash ledger where it has been used in the past. This caused enormous angst to taxpayers because when these tariff changes were notified, the assurance of the government was that consumers must receive the benefit of these rate cuts. Now, to simply cut the rates without seeing the effect on sales value is incomplete exercise. But because of this assurance given to consumers, manufacturers have had to accept the loss and pass on the visible tariff change. And government also held a press conference where the Honorable Finance Minister discussed about the monitoring done by CBIC as to what is the extent of rate reduction that they anticipate should be passed on and what's the extent they have observed from reports across the country coming in with respect to compliance with that rate reduction. And it was informed to the media and the country at large that the government was fairly satisfied with the extent to which the benefits were being passed on. But the hidden aspect is that those who have been forced to swallow this loss are not going to let this lie low. They're going to wait for the markets to settle down. And the next round of price revision is going to be a marked spike in the base price. And we'll see that certainly well within the end of this financial year, where the base price itself
will be revised significantly to compensate and recoup all the losses that they have incurred, and not even positions like anti-profiteering, inquiries, etc., can prevent manufacturers from revising the prices. Just one example I will leave for consideration. Aerated beverages had a tax rate of 28 plus 12. 12 was done away with. As a result, the credit of 12 now adds to cost, and the base rate of 28 was revised to 40. So effectively, for the transition stock on that day across the country has become 52%. Where is that going to get recouped by the manufacturer? It's not like manufacturers operate on such luxurious margins that they can actually absorb the loss and let it be. They will find a suitable economic justification to recoup these and pass that burden back to consumers. That's the concern.
Sir, you are raising very valid questions, and Bimalji, I will straight away want to know. He raised the issue that credit people has not done properly, 52%. Do you think the people have complied, or there has we notices are bound to come to them?
My sense is it's not prudent not to comply at this time. At this time, comply, because we've seen how anti-profiteering investigations were done. One formula for all industries, quantity revisions not allowed, anti-profiteering required only a absolute price reduction, etc. So therefore, my sense is nobody will want to take the risk of not complying with it. They will continue to comply, capture all this data. Once they've got the economic situation is right, they will definitely pass this on and recover these losses. Shareholder value will completely erode if they have to absorb these losses permanently.
Got it, sir. Sir, I don't know why you passed the question which I have raised about the cess which is lying in my ledger. What is going to happen? Bimalji, you want to answer? I think you're not interested to answer.
See, this compensation cess which was leviable, you can pick up automobile. Cess credit was lying with the distributor and dealer on unsold inventory. Coal cess, this cess credit was lying as on 22nd September. He picked up aerated beverages. With one go, they have said compensation cess gone. But what happened to the credit? Nothing is being discussed and spoken about. Just one FAQ and FAQ saying it is going to be lapsed. Are we easing business? We are not easing business. And representation has gone to CBIC, policy being, at least look at this amount of compensation cess credit which was lying. Now all of a sudden it becomes cost. Who is going to bear this? What Jatinji has picked up, ultimately supplier going to factor in overall costing and pricing. If he's going to factor in costing and pricing, how the consumer will get the benefit? They will not get the benefit. But I got two way forward. Compensation cess is a subject matter under discussion. They have not yet decided, and we are looking for 57 GST council meeting. So as on date, if you are having this credit in your books of accounts, just spot. First point. Second point, of course, 31st March 2026, you can take a call. What to be done? Can I debit to my PL account? If I'm debiting my PL account, at least I will get some benefit from income tax perspective. Third, I will say don't debit to your PL account. Keep it as it is. For the region, you never know. At a future date, you may get a litigation on compensation cess. Had this credit is available, you can utilize this credit for payment of compensation cess. But ultimately, this is a subject matter government should look into.
Bimalji, you want to add something? But before that, I must say, and we will go to the chairman because he is the person who is representing all of us. Sir, Finance Minister number of time has mentioned that we are watching, we are thinking, we are doing something, and soon you will be here. So whether something is there?
My sense is, as the law stands, this credit is lost forever. The plain language of the law we should not be in doubt about. The economic reality of business and the government's response to alleviate their concerns, these are all outside the legislation. These are forward looking statements where the decisions can be taken today based on those forward looking statements, which are not assurances. These are just statements. So, my sense is, as a student of tax law, on 22nd September, all these cess credits vanished.
Sir, we don't want to believe in him. Sir, Chairman, sir, give some positive rays of hopes.
Sir, first thing is, I recognize the presence of our very illustrious past president, a prolific speaker, an outstanding personality, C.A. Ved Jain ji. Welcome to this 50th conference, sir. I have a great liking for him because when I was the chairman of the Southern India Regional Council, and when we held the largest ever conference of the Southern India Regional Council ever with 4,741 registrations, Ved Jain ji was the president. And in spite of a very immense weather obstructions, he had come to that conference. Welcome, sir, welcome. And Sushil ji, I mean, I don't think I'll be able to give a very pleasing answer to all these questions, but I just take all of you back to the historical thing which happened in somewhere in 91, 92, when the same automobile industry was staring at an inverted duty structure in central excise. Almost all the automobile industries were having inverted duty structure. None of them were paying any much of contribution of excise duty in spite of the fact that it was a big sector. And one fine morning, government with one small rule said that on today, the entire moderate credit lapses. The one of the largest automobile company then, Ashok Leyland, they went to Supreme Court with a big writ, and many automobile players then joined also. Supreme Court said very simple, if the government has the power to give, the government has the power to take away also. खुदा जब देता है आपको पूछ के नहीं देता है, और खुदा जब लेता है आपको पूछ के नहीं लेता है. This is what is the statement which Supreme Court said, that government has the power. So I am with Jatin Christopher, because there is nothing in law. How can the central government say that I can give a credit for my GST alone? It is not possible in law. You have to amend the law itself. And then you don't say that it is one GST in India. Okay, I give credit for my share, I won't give credit for his share. It's not possible. So I don't think we should give false hopes to the public. Whoever has come and spoken to me, I told them very clearly, okay, if you have an issue with respect to any litigation matter, that there's an issue with respect to cess, you have it. But then at the end of the day, I don't think we should give false hopes. The credit is gone, and as far as I am concerned, it is gone forever. Thank you very much.
Bimalji, we North Indian people have to accept South India. So you can understand the finance minister also from there. So they have better information than us, I believe so.
Sushil ji, with so much of difficult task, we have made India as one nation, one tax, one law. So please don't discriminate. Don't say North India and South India.
Sir, we are interested to credit. Sir, give me the credit.
That is what Didi is doing in Calcutta. See, listen. It's very easy to say government has power, but power should not be misutilized. No, sir, with all due regards and respect to you, I'm just picking up that word. When government is taking any decision, they have to first ensure ease of doing business. If some decision they want and they want to implement, and Honorable Prime Minister has said that he want to showcase stability, predictability, the vision. All of a sudden, he will come and say compensations has gone, your credit lapsed. How the predictability will come into the business? We all are businessmen here. We are looking support from the government. And they can't say, being government, we can take any call. Government is for the people, by the people, of the people. They have to think and they have to listen to us.
Sir, we are discussing law here. We are not discussing emotions.
Even
Emotion is different. Law is different.
Sir, then I will add. I will add. I will 1 minute. Safari retreats, Supreme Court judgment. If mall is functional as a plant, credit is available. But what government did? GST Council did. They have done a retrospective change in the GST law and saying that we never intended to give a credit on immovable property. Had it been the intention, why you would have gone to Supreme Court? And we have wasted time and efforts and money for both taxpayer and tax department. So I'm saying that ease of doing business will come only when we start thinking how he's doing the business, how we have to accommodate him, what are the support he's looking for. If you give him nurturing, hand-holding, then it will grow. And then you will see this 1.6 crore will be 3.2 crore. Otherwise, in Bada Bazaar area, so many earning 2 crore, not registered in GST and not filing ITR.
Once again, I am telling, we are discussing law, we are not discussing emotions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
And
Chairman.
whatever happened in Safari retreat, the Supreme Court did not give any decision. They shifted it back to the High Court. They said, you decide, you tell us. So, no decision came out of it. As he rightly said, we only wasted time and money and effort on that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm not looking this side. This side is now hot. Jitin sir, when Finance Minister was delivering the speech, she mentioned the word the cess has been merged with the taxes. The word merged has been used. So when tax has been merged, cess has been merged with the taxes. So credit should be merged. This is a common man understanding.
Common man understanding is very uncommon in taxation, especially. And the expressions used in the course of moving a bill or presiding over official meetings does not have absolutely any bearing on the interpretation of the legislature's words. The government's words are different. The legislature's words are different. The legislative language has no concept of merging because in GST we have simultaneous administration of central GST and state or UT GST, IGST, and Compensation Act. It's not that 3 or 4 legislations have got merged. So therefore, it would be unfair to read into a speech given by the finance minister and take out of context and then say, therefore, the law must align itself to the words of the speech. It should rather be treated on their own merit.
Got it, sir. So you giving a clear-cut message, whatever has been printed in the media, whatever has spoken by the so-and-so person should match with the law. And we should stick by law, should not give any.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So this is a warning to all of you. Please read the law. Don't carried away by the speeches. So anyway, on this note, we are going to move to different directions. I have not informed the House. Parveenji Dokania, a chartered accountant, CFO of GSTN, also heading the ticketing system of the GSTN. And all we people are aware how much this ticketing system is important. So we want to know from Parveenji how he handles tickets and what type of mistakes people are doing while raising the tickets, or what type of care they should take care while raising a particular ticket to the GSTN, because the local officers are saying that I can't do anything, I'm not allowed to change anything on the portal. You have to raise a ticket. Means you have a direct connection with the Parveenji, not with me. So when Parveenji here, let me hear from him.
So, Sushilji, I think the ticketing and the grievances system has been introduced as GST has implemented in 2017. From that time, the grievances system and taxpayer facility help desk system has been introduced and established. So that time it was the only inbound call. There was a call center has set up around 500, 600 tax that help desk assistants were there, was handling the call, taking the inbound call, raising the tickets and all. Now during the this journey we have improved a lot, and it is now inbound and as well as outbound. So if any grievances has raised, any clarification is required, so our help desk assistants, they call back to the taxpayer, get the more information. Apart from that, through the call system, we have introduced that bot also. So through the bot, we have trained the bot, so a lot of answer one can get through the bot. Also, then we have a self login, self assistance ticketing system where you can log in, upload your documents and all. So that's an easy way of handling the things. It's a self help assistance kind of a thing. So ticketing, in the ticketing system, there are two, three layers. One is called L1, where the taxpayer easy like registration and other thing. There is some where the more technical things is involved, data is not getting extracted or something. So then it's a L2. And then there is one thing which is related to hardcore system coding and all. So then it goes to the code developer and also that's a L3. So we have a standard TAT as well, so that in how many days the ticketing will be solved and all. And it's getting monitored very regularly and thoroughly. So we think that it's a very robust system, and the mail ID, help desk numbers, and everything is widely published. And I can say that the number of tickets has gone down drastically. Earlier, there was a lot of tickets. If you see that we used to monitor per thousand how many tickets we are getting. So now it has gone down drastically.
Just can I take it?
Yeah, yeah. Bimalji now.
Praveenji, input to you, and we can check from ground level. You all say now this is your participation. We have seen help desk in GST, right? Please raise your hands so that we can. We have seen help desk. ऐसा नहीं लगता आप ही help करते हैं नहीं लगता ऐसा आप ही help करते हैं टिकटिंग आप ये मैसेज लेके जाइए सर मैं पर्सनली नो ग्रीवेंसेस बट हेल्प डेस्क में कई बार बोलते हैं अपने सीए से पूछ लो अरे उसी की ऑफिस से फोन कर रहा हूँ am I right? और वो जो टिकटिंग है 24 आवर्स में रिजॉल्व और रिजॉल्व कुछ होता ही नहीं सर ये मैसेज लेके
Let me
जाइए
get the idea from Parveen ji. Parveen ji, suppose some issue has not been resolved and we are getting message that ticket is closed or your issue is resolved. So what course of action one should adopt to move ahead? Should we regenerate new number or open the ticket which is already
Open, I think that input we have already got that. Okay, there are some tickets which is getting foreclosed without resolve ban and other thing because it's handled by the third party. So the taxpayer can reopen the ticket again. So we'll take care of that.
Just one
Yes,
suggestion to you,
Chairman, sir.
Sir, GSTN is a company. It's a Section 13 company, and it is now headquartered in Delhi, sir. Sir, our sincere request and suggestion is now you must have regional centers also.
The ticket handles 12 languages.
No, not ticket. No, I'm not calling. Not talking of ticket at all, sir. You please look at this. You have become a large body. You're going to sit at a huge number of registrations, and what Bimal Jain says becomes true. All Bada Bazaar also registers, sir. Then we'll have huge number of registrations and huge number of population getting into. And you are now become a pioneer, sir. Whether you know it or not, in this country, you are a pioneer in terms of this particular network. So don't now you should restrict yourself to GST alone. You must become the tax network of India, taking into your fold even the income tax department also. So that will really benefit the amount of foundation that you have laid in terms of technology in this country. So please impress upon, we will also impress upon them when we talk to them that open now regional offices like branches that you have in companies. That is our suggestion, sir. You must take it on your leverage, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Now, I think the audience must be interested in knowing the GST tribunal, the GST. And we are hearing since 8.5 years. It is coming, and the language is changing, but the whether things is already done or we are near to working. Bimal sir, whether we are near to opening of the gestate, we will see court soon. we will able to wear the black coat and tie, go to court? What is the expected date from your side?
Sushil ji wanted me to say what is the expected date. See, of course, we all are looking for GST 80. After first appellate order, there is no window available. We are into 9th years of GST. Of course, 56 GST Council meeting recommendation that the website would be operational. PH will start by December, and all backlog appeal to be filed by 30th June 2026. But look at recent Supreme Court judgment on Tribunal Reforms Act. And Honorable Supreme Court has given observation on appointment, tenure, and lot of things and stuff is being stated is ultra vires. Though Tribunal Reforms Act directly not impacting GST being specific law, but having indirect reference also. And to my mind, it is having some direct or indirect implication as well. Having said that, are we practically ready? I want to check in Calcutta, how many of you have filed appeal on GST 80 portal? Anyone? One guy is raising the hands in the whole audience. It is not yet started. But now what Sushilji wanted, whether it is going to be operational, of course, we all are looking for. Things are work in progress. Praveenji is sitting here. They are working on the portal side as well. So to my mind, it is all going, but state-wise preparation is lacking still by the kind of,
GST lives in states only.
Sir, that is the states say kuch nahi. That is what we are discussing. States say infrastructure is not ready. And we are talking about GST 80 going to be
सो जाए फिर यार. What
देखिए
is the date? My question was specific. What is the date? It was
सुशील जी अगर मैं प्रवीण जी की साइड पे बैठा होता तो जरूर मैं टेंटेटिव आइडिया देता बट कीपिंग फिंगर क्रॉस वी ऑल आर लुकिंग फॉर you can say it may be getting delayed but it is going to be operational. So best part is,
can we find out from the audience anybody filed the appeal so far?
one or two guys raise the hand. One or two guys.
One or two guys already filed the
है क्या?
हाँ अपील
ट्राइब्यूनल में
हाँ हाँ
नहीं अपील में किसी ने ट्राइब्यूनल में तो फाइल नहीं किया होगा
फाइल किया ना
GST appeal in the tribunal.
GST 80
आप
ट्राइब्यूनल
मुझसे मिलिए सर मुझसे आपसे बात करनी है
लेकिन प्रवीण जी ने बताया कि अभी तक एक ही अपील फाइल हुई है.
even that because I have some we are in talks with the government. So जिसने भी GST में अपील ट्रिब्यूनल में फाइल किए वो आप मुझे मिलिए आपसे मुझे कुछ सजेशंस लेने हैं.
अच्छा, anyway, I'm coming to Rajendra sir. What is your take on the GST preparedness on this tribunal and how the ICI is taking care of all this? And recently we heard something in the Supreme Court about the
Yes,
tribunal. Yeah.
See, basically, institute was before the Supreme Court on the on the number of years of practice. Advocates with 10 years of practice were eligible for appointment as the ITAT members, and for chartered accountants, they changed to 25 years. And various other matters also were there before the Honorable Supreme Court. And Supreme Court dictated a very detailed judgment on this. When the whole nation was celebrating, we in the legal director of ICI, we were a little bit taken aback because there was no specific mention of the chartered accountants issues there, and there was no reference to our arguments also. So next day morning, our senior counsel made a mention before the Honorable Chief Justice, and Honorable Chief Justice was gracious enough to dictate one full paragraph favoring the chartered accountants. We wanted parity. But the Honorable Supreme Court went one step ahead and directed the Union government that whenever you shall discuss about this aspect, the advocates and the chartered accountants shall be kept on par in terms of appointment as ITAT members. So it is a big victory for the institute, per se, I must tell you. And our counsels, whoever argued this matter, and also amicus curiae, Arvind Datarji, should be specifically thanked for his role that he played in this particular matter. And as far as GST tribunal is concerned, sirs, I am in full agreement with what Bimal Jain says. Leave alone my position as chairman of the GST and Indirect Taxes Committee. We are continuously discussing with the government on the tribunal also, on the appeal filing also, on various other procedural matters. That's why I said the gentleman who filed the appeal in tribunal, please meet me. I would like to have a talk with him. In fact, again, GST is not a central driven law alone. It is a state-driven law also. Except for 2 or 3 states in India who have appointed GST tribunal members. I think, yeah, 2 states only I heard. Three, is it? Three. No other state has even taken one step to form a panel to call for application and interview members. The largest states in India, I'm telling, which are contributing GST. So currently we have only around 52, 53 members who have been identified by the central government and then appointed as the members of the GST tribunal. Now there's going to be a huge load on all of them. It's going to be very extremely difficult task. And let me be very candid. As an individual, I'm making this statement. I don't see a bench starting to function on or before June 1, 2026, sir. I'm telling you this from what of my limited experience, because as infrastructure is not ready. See, you can't sit in a room and then conduct any hearing. You can't say everything is faceless and I'll do only through video conferencing, etc. It's not possible. It's impossible. Nowhere in the world such thing happens that you sit in one room and conduct a hearing. You have to have benches across the places. You need to have infrastructure. You need to have people to go and file an appeal. Online is one option. Online cannot be the only option. So it will take some time. And as we grow, we proceed only, we'll be able to understand the ground realities of what is going to happen and what may not happen. So I always take, I mean, I'm a very cautious person, and coming from the south, I am conservative. I am not like that
You are
aggressive
coming
at like.
from the part of the country where FM is coming. That is more important.
But still, thank you.
Jatin sir, you have to conclude this. When we are going to see the tribunal functioning? Because they both have given the political answers.
To be fair to the government and based on experience of anything spectacular that's happened in GST, it's happened overnight and unannounced. So I'm hopeful that continuing with that trend, this can get notified anytime. As far as states notifying their technical members, my sense is that it's waiting to be notified. If the states put their minds to it, they can notify their respective candidates very quickly. I think it's less about physical infrastructure. It's about some other aspects that need to come together. My sense is a lot of work is going on behind the scenes, and I would expect that it can happen anytime. It shouldn't get delayed because, like Vimalji said, it's been too many years that we've been waiting, and courts have taken exception to the delay, and government will respond very quickly. And to refine the functioning of the GST 80, it can always get started and then get refined. And GST has shown the way of getting a kacha draft out and refine it as we go along.
Thank you, sir. Parvinji, you want to say something, anything preparedness on the part of GSTN? Because I understand GSTN is playing a big role in the implementation of this thing.
So the application part, the software part has already been designed, developed, and implemented. And as RK Bhai has said rightly, the infrastructure is getting ready. Because the infrastructure, there are two aspects: that identifying the building, making the civil things, and then the hardware component of on it. So the allocating the building, identifying the building where from the court will operate, and then the hardware. So it's taking a little bit of a time.
Thank you. Before I ask them to conclude, anybody want to ask something? Because I already got the slip, the red slip from the chairman. Anybody want to ask any of the panelists? He may quickly ask in one line or two lines. GST is very good and simple, I believe. Nobody is asking anything. Yes, yes, Arup.
Yeah, question. What is your question?
He is saying, and let me repeat, sir. He is saying 19th November judgment has came.
Yes.
that the something is not good about the government decision about the tribunal.
Yeah.
So can they go to High Court and say that something is not good about the tribunal? So please hear our cases, because GST cases are now not being heard by the High Courts on the ground that the tribunal is coming. You go to tribunal.
Sir, I am not a very strong legal person on what the question you are asking.
He is heading the legal committee of the ICA. And how you can say so?
Because I'm on record, so I have to give a disclaimer. And luminaries are like Girish Ahujaji is there and Ved Jain ji are sitting here. So before them, I should not showcase my credentials.
All
without
jokes
giving.
apart, he is very
But let
good,
me
good legal backing, and he is perfectly handling the ICI all legal cases for last 3 years, I believe.
3 years.
Yeah, 3 years he is handling, and you can understand once he is continuously getting appointed, he is definitely handling it. So jokes apart,
Which
yes.
means I'm not fit for any other thing. That's what he's saying. Sir, let me tell you, yes, the jokes apart, sir. See, this decision of Supreme Court will certainly enhance value of a tribunal and the appointment of its members going forward. Supreme Court has very clearly given direction to the government also that within this time frame, you do it. And yes, you can always tell the High Court that, look, this is what has happened. And it may not have direct connections with the GST tribunal. But then, when there are certain directions given by the court, when there are certain comments made by the court, when there are certain references made by the court, the government does take into account whatever the court has said. And so, I mean, I'll be extremely happy with what Jatin Christopher says if it happens. I'll be thrilled, in fact. We'll be jumping with joy because we'll have that more number of opportunities to do programs in ICA at least. That much I can tell you. But then we'll have to wait and watch. But if the High Court is not willing to listen to you, because at the end of the day, High Court is not the, I mean, only legal references can be made, isn't it? What else High Court can do? So they also have their hands tied up. But you can still use one more argument. You can put it up. Thank you.
So last line from Bimalji. Please conclude within 60 seconds because the flag is now raised.
See, what I'm looking from GST 80 perspective, we have seen GST got introduced July 1, 2017, and GST and portal was not ready. All of a sudden announced, implemented, and GST has evolved over a period of time. GST 80 we are discussing for last 9 years, and Jatinji says it may come all of a sudden, should not be Pandora's box for us. They should have some kind of, clear thought process, clear guidelines, clear infrastructure, clear backup, clear support, so that we can see the success of GST 80 in our reducing the litigation. And last and foremost, if government will keep continuing with all of a sudden decision like compensations has gone, this is just an example. We need stability, we need predictability, we need clarity. Then only we can see ease of doing business. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Bimalji. Jatin sir, anything you want to conclude the session?
GST has a lot of hope because, like in the opening remarks, what RK sir mentioned, those who have entered GST practice straight away after qualifying may not be able to appreciate how cumbersome the tax regimes of the past were, but those laid the foundation for the jurisprudence that we now enjoy in GST. The opportunities that lie ahead in GST are enormous, and the challenge for all members to be prepared to face those challenges and contribute meaningfully to society just waits for us to step up and take that responsibility.
Thank you. Parveenji, you want to conclude by saying anything? Any message you want to give to the...
No, thank you. I think...
Or you want to share your mobile number with all?
No, thank you to being here, and it's always evolving with the help of technology. All these things is whatever the government is planning to do, a lot of new initiative or new thing. It's a technology driven, initiative, and a lot of things is achievable during the course of things. And I must appreciate that all the citizen of India, taxpayer, tax practitioner, everybody has adopted the technology, and so it's a very commendable.
Thank you, Parvinji. And I must say, we must salute the GSTN for handling such big, I think it's the biggest computer system in the world. No computer system in the world handles so much data. And the perfection going on, slowly they are improving and the glitches are very less. So we must salute to GSTN for handling this. जो मतलब criticism चलता रहेगा, लेकिन जो अच्छा हो रहा है उसे appreciate भी करना चाहिए. Now chairman always have the last word, and the GST Directors Committee chairman is here. So let me hear from him last words.
Sir, we have come a long way from the Inspector Raj, from physical control to record-based control, from an era when a law was amended today and it is applicable from the midnight of the next day. Jatin Christopher will remember the transaction value when it was introduced, I think it is 30th June 2000, made applicable from July 1, 2000, if I'm not wrong. There is a whole new concept of valuation in excise changed overnight. Today, at least, you get 1 week, 10 days, 15 days time for a notification, and they say this notification will take effect from this date. So we have come a long way. So today, if you ask me, as a person who has come from the background of excise duty, sales tax, VAT and service tax, we are breathing fresh air. And I always remember this very great shairi of our President Nandaji when he says, अपने हौसलों को खबर करते रहो, अपने हौसलों को खबर करते रहो, जिंदगी मंजिल नहीं सफर है, चलते रहो. This is GST.
Thank you. Please give a big round of applause to all the four panelists. I think they have contributed to this session immensely. So now over to Manish Raj Janaria for the formal vote of thanks. Thank you.
Hello, I'm CA Manish Raj Randaria to offer formal vote of thanks on behalf of EIRC. So the panel discussion was on GST 2.0, and I feel after implementation of GST, here we did the major exercise of cost calculation and cost reduction. And as rightly said by Jatin sir, especially where rate was reduced to zero and also without ITC, companies might have reduced the rate, might have reduced the cost, but very soon they will again increase it. And special thanks to Mr. Praveen Dokania ji. We, from our own fraternity, we have one person in the GSTN who can hear our voice. And as he said, also B2C invoicing, e-invoicing is to be coming very soon. And Bimal ji is very hopeful on the cess credit, the coal cess credit, and he's asking to wait for the 57 GST Council meeting. So as the taxpayers, will be waiting for some positive announcement. And last but not the least, Susil sir and the Rajender sir, institute have given the opportunity because before GST, mainly the advocates were in the field of indirect taxation, but only after the GST, with the effort of the institute and the IDT committee, we chartered accountants are forming the major role and we are performing majorly in the field of GST. So thank you so much to all panelists once again. Thank you so much. Let's have a big round of applause to everyone. Thank you. Yeah, from right side of the hall, someone has lost his mobile phone. It's the black Samsung A34 phone. So if anyone have found it, please submit in the backstage. That side of the hall. And on the screen, there is a wallpaper of Shivji and Parvati. I told you. So they can submit in the backstage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I CA Rohit Kumar Agarwal of Durgapur branch of EIRC get an incredible opportunity to get here for the 50th regional conference of EIRC. Today topics was resilient economy of Bharat amidst global turmoil. Now, now I would like to invite dignitaries to the dais. CA Biplab Samazdar, Secretary of Durgapur branch of EIRC. Distinguished panelist Dr. Jayant Dasgupta, former ambassador to WTO. Distinguished moderator of the session, CA Dr. Dhanpat Ram Agarwal. Brief introduction of Dr. Jayant Dasgupta is the former ambassador and permanent representative of India to the World Trade Organization WTO with a distinguished career as an ex-IAS officer and international trade expert. And a brief introduction of CA Dr. Dhanpat Ram Agarwal. He's the director and ITAG Business Solution Limited. He's the chartered accountant and IPR consultant. He holds a bachelor degree in commerce from the University of Calcutta and a doctor of philosophy degree in economics from the University of North Bengal. He is also associate of ICI. Now I request any regional member present over here for the presentation and now the session hand over to the esteemed moderator of the session, CA Dr. Dhanpat Ram Agarwal, for further proceeding.
Namaskar and good afternoon. This session is on the topic resilience of Indian economy amidst global turmoil, the role of CAs in this dynamic world. Now, we have a very learned speaker for this session, Dr. Jayant Das Gupta, who had been the former ambassador for WTO Geneva Government of India, and he has held several other positions for which introduction has already been given. What I would like to mention is what is the basic meaning of the term resilience. We know that Indian economy has over the period maintained stability and consistency. And the test has been proved over several occasions, right from the Asian crisis in 1997, where there was a buzzword that there's a decoupling and Indian economy keeps moving like an elephant consistently, and thereafter we have also experienced this resilience during the 2008 global meltdown, when the economy of United States of America, the Lehman Brothers, and many other important banks and the financial institutions had undergone the financial crisis. Thereafter, during the COVID also, we have seen that Indian economy, though for a very short time, there was some problem throughout the world, but very quickly it recovered. And similarly, now, in today's geopolitical turbulence and the global turmoil, again, we find that the Indian economy is moving consistently. Rather, we can say that today, Indian economy, which is the fifth largest economy in the world, is also the fastest growing economy. If you look around the world, and if we compare the Indian economy's growth with the top 10 economies, there we find that in the 5 years average growth, which is projected by the International Monetary Fund in its global outlook, there we find that the Indian growth rate during the period from 23 to 28 is likely to remain 6.31%, which is the highest amongst the top 10 economies around the world. USA being at 1.95%, China, which had been the fastest growing country in the world during the period of 1990s to till 2020, now China's growth rate has declined and it would grow only at the rate of 4.07%. Similarly, all other major countries like Japan, Germany, UK, they will all remain below 2%. So therefore, what we find today that even during the first quarter of this year, Indian economy has shown the result of growing at the rate of 7.8% in the first quarter. And during the financial year 24-25, our economy has grown by 6.5%. So the point is that in today's global turbulence, now what is this global turbulence? If you look at the present global situation, we find that there are many challenges. The challenges are from the technology, where we find that artificial intelligence is creating a lot of disruptions and there is a disruptive creation. The second challenge is the climate change. The third challenge is the geopolitical environment, where we find that there is rivalries between US and China. There are different wars going on at different places. The Ukraine war, which started 3 years before, is still continuing. There are disturbances continuously in the Arab world, and there are disruptions in the supply chain. In the technology, we find that the raw material supply for the rare earth, which is mostly controlled by China to the extent of 90%, and that the semiconductor, which is the kingpin for the entire new development in the artificial intelligence or for the military purpose. So there are conflicts amongst the nations for the supply chain. And now we find that during 1990 until 2010, the globalization was moving without any kind of problem. But now the process has started for deglobalization. Similarly, now we hear about decarbonization and also de-dollarization. The era of dollar diplomacy is ending. The United States is facing a lot of challenges. Its fiscal deficit and current account deficit, which has led to accumulation of the debt, which is now $37.5 trillion, which is more than 130% of its GDP, which is around $30 trillion. So the problem is whether dollar can continue as a reserve currency, whether dollar can continue as a currency for international trade, So the countries are also looking for an alternate to US dollar as a reserve currency or a currency for the international trade. The countries are shifting from the present banking transaction of the SWIFT to the local currency settlement. India government is also moving for trade in rupee with several countries on bilateral basis. Then BRICS plus countries are also looking for a different currency. So amidst all these different turmoils and the turbulences, today we will discuss about how India can remain resilient and how it can resolve the problems which the country is facing, particularly although the GDP growth is there, but the country is still facing some problems on the employment front, on the front of the trade account deficits. We are having almost near to 290 billion of trade deficit, which to some extent we are able to recover through the services exports, but still we have a current account deficit varying between 80 to 100 billion dollar every year, for which we have to depend on the capital inflow either in the form of foreign debt or in the form of portfolio investment or in the form of foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investment, although it has a positive sign which helps in the growth of industry, but at the same time, if you look at the aggregate of the foreign capital in the country today, we have a foreign debt of $700 billion. We have an accumulation of FDI to the extent of $1 trillion. We have an accumulation of foreign portfolio investment that also is nearly $1 trillion. So the cumulative foreign capital in the country today is approximately $2.7 trillion as against the foreign exchange reserve of $700 billion. So that is also a challenge, because one day or the other, we will have to repay this foreign capital. But unfortunately, today, what we see that every year we have to pay on account of dividend, royalty, license fees, technical fees to the extent of $40 billion. So whatever FDI we are receiving every year, we have to service it, and hardly we have any surplus. This year, in ending 24-25, the entire foreign direct investment which we had to repay it either in the form of current account payments for royalty, etc., or the outflow of the investment from India. So what I'm trying to say, that though the Indian economy is moving ahead, we have the GDP growth, but the country is still having the problem of poverty and unemployment. The government of India says that almost 25 crore people have come out of the poverty line. But this is against a new definition of the poverty, multidimensional poverty. But if you look at the real poverty, that is evident because the government has to feed almost 80 crore of people. So therefore, the challenges of unemployment, the challenges of poverty, the changes of the problem of inequality of the income, the problem of the climate change, the problem of the geopolitical environment, and our overdependence on the energy, because almost 80% of the energy is imported. So therefore, what the government has to plan is to invest more into the research and development, because today what we find that the entire economy is run through the forces and the drivers of science, technology, innovations. And there, our R&D expenses are very low. We spend only around 0.7% of our GDP into R&D. Whereas China, that spends nearly 2.6% of its GDP into research and development. Similarly, United States of America also spends about 2.5% of its GDP into the R&D expenses. If you look at the volume and the size of the economy of US, the global economy is about $105 trillion, but more than 25% of the global economy, almost nearly 30 trillion, is only from United States of America. US, which is only 5% of the global population, shares more than 25% of the global economy. China, which is nearly 18% of the global population, also shares about 19 to 20% of the global economy. India, our population is 140 crore plus, and we are also 18% of the global population, but our share in the global GDP, which is today, we say it is nearly $4 trillion. But if you look at the global share, it is only 3.5% of the global economy. So therefore, what India needs today is to increase its shares in the global GDP. But for that, India will have to look at how we can increase our expenditure on the research and development, how we can have more and more intellectual property, how we can have more and more intellectual property right. I'll finish my initial remarks just by telling you that today, if you look at the global filing of the patents, it is nearly 34 lakhs patent filed every year. Out of that, nearly 16.5 lakh patents are filed by China alone, which is almost 47% of the total number of patents filed. In India, we file around 70,000 patents, which is very low. And then out of those 70,000 patents, more than 50% are filed only by the multinational corporations. And then the remaining 50%, there also more than 50% of the balance 50% is filed by government of India's various research organizations like CSIR and others. The private sector's patent filing in India is nearly 10,000 only, and that also 80% is nearly by pharmaceutical and IT companies. So the research and innovation in the field of automobiles, electrics, electronic is very poor. And therefore, what we find today, if you look at in the market, the entire automobiles, almost more than 80% of the automobile industry, then the electricals and the electronics, whether we find fridges, washing machine, television, mobile phone, most of the things are imported. So therefore, in order to maintain our economy at a higher level and for creating employment and to have a reasonable amount of trade surplus instead of trade deficit, because ultimately what we find that the impact of the trade deficit is always on the rupee. And we find that when the present Modi government came in 2014 in power, the dollar rupee parity was 60 rupee per dollar. But today, yesterday itself, I found that it is touching 90 rupees. So the devaluation of the rupee, that is also not a very good sign, because with the devaluation, our imports become costly and we are importing inflation. So therefore, what I would suggest that to maintain the economic resiliency, the GDP growth is important, but we have to have a inclusive growth with more and more spending on the research and development, for which our private sector has to come. because today, although the government spending on the infrastructure is there, and that is helping the growth, but the private sector investment is not coming. So, for the long run, to maintain the economic resiliency, I would suggest that India needs more and more investment in the field of research and development, more and more intellectual property creation, and more emphasis on the innovation, so that for a long-term basis, we have a larger chunk of share in our global GDP, although we are very hopeful that India will soon become the fourth largest and also the third largest. And per capita income somehow is very low. So in order to have an inclusive growth, the per capita income should also increase and our aggregate share in the GDP should also increase. So with these remarks, I would like now my colleague, Dr. Jayant Dasgupta, to deal with the subject. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be amongst you here and to succeed a very elaborate and insightful presentation by Dr. Dhanpat Ram Agarwalji, whom I have known for many years now. I don't have a lot of things to say. I think in the context of the resilience of the Indian economy, that is something which the whole world acknowledges now. And the steady growth rates, despite the global headwinds, the external factors militating against us, it has held firm. In Q1 of the present financial year, growth has been 7.8%, which is, of course, exemplary, followed by a growth of approximately 6.5%, according to the RBI, but about 7% as estimated by the SBI. But overall, the growth for this year would be around 6.4% or so. And if you look at a slightly longer period of, let's say, up to 2030, the growth as projected by both the World Bank and the IMF, as well as the OECD, all these are in the range of between 6.4 and 6.9%. And India is expected to attain a GDP of $7.3 trillion by 2030. Now, this is based on certain assumptions. And of course, the assumptions, some of which are they are in our control to a certain extent, but there are many factors which are external in origin and not in our hands. So we have to navigate through these very difficult period in the economic history of the world, because as we see, there are huge disruptive technologies like artificial intelligence, and of course, an offshoot machine learning, and the very rapid development of technology in other areas, which are making transportation, production of goods, mobility, information, dissemination, etc., all take giant leaps in the space of 1 or 2 years, which used to take decades earlier. So we have to cope with that. And there are other things also, which Dr. Agarwal has alluded to, which are looming very large on the horizon. One of them is the environmental degradation and its cost on the economy. Because if people are going to suffer from various kinds of diseases, some occupational, some very directly relatable to the environment, there would be a healthcare cost on the nation. And the nation would have to bear it in terms of low productivity, in terms of man days lost, and in terms of the healthcare costs which it will have to foot for keeping the population healthy. I would just take a few moments to mention the positive things which we need to bear in mind as far as India's resilience is concerned. The first thing is that we have had, of course, there is some time in the past that we had these monsoon fluctuations and scares that we would run short of food grains. And with a population of about 142 crores, there is no nation in the world which can feed India if it has, God forbid, a monsoon failure for 2 years running. So that is something which is again dependent on the climate change and unseasonal rains and very heavy bunched rains. You know, in the space of, let's say, 15 days or 1 month, we get the entire rainfall for the year. That is something which is afflicting many parts of the country now and causing great distress and economic losses. So these are things which we have to contend with. And we have to become climate resilient in a sense, in the best way possible. So the factor which is looking up is agriculture. The latest reports show that we have now got a total food grain production of 357 million tons, which is a record. We have rice production of about 150 million tons, grain, wheat of 117 million tons, and very encouragingly, we are becoming less dependent on the imports of pulses and other grains like soybean, for instance. But our dependence on edible oil, we import more than $10 billion worth of edible oil. That is something which continues to be a source of worry in agriculture, because about 55% of our edible oil requirements have to be imported. Now, one of the things which we need to bear in mind in the context of agriculture is that there is a huge strain on the groundwater resources of India. And this is going to hinder our growth, not only in agriculture, but in terms of the requirements of the human populace and the cattle populace in the country. So we have to now move away from water guzzling, crops like rice, like sugarcane, and a host of other crops. And we have to now focus on meeting our requirements, keeping a kind of a buffer and some kind of a secure stock for a monsoon failure in place. But we can't keep producing excessively and draining out the water. It has been calculated that we are incidentally the largest rice exporters of the world, and it brings in a lot of foreign exchange. But every kilogram of rice means a few thousand liters of water which is exported. Similarly, we are also very large exporters, sometimes the first, sometimes the second, of bovine meat. Of course, we export buffalo meat mainly, but that also, for every kilogram that we export, we are exporting in turn about 20,000 liters of water. And these are the things which we need to have to change. We need to change these. We need to move into more value-added production in agriculture. We need to have more emphasis on fruits, vegetables, processed foods, in order to provide better incomes for our farmers and for also preserving our environment, our water resources. Because as you all know, we have only about 4% or so of the freshwater reserves of the world, which is sustaining a population of about 18% of the world. So water is one of the scarcest commodities in India, and we need to guard it, secure it, and to keep it in place for the generations to come. So that is as far as agriculture is concerned. If you look at the manufacturing sector, the manufacturing sector has done reasonably well, but it has not performed up to expectations. Because for every job in manufacturing that is created, we create approximately 4 to 5 jobs in services. And if manufacturing is stagnating or just plateauing, it provides, it does not provide a kind of incentive for jobs to be created in services. So manufacturing is of the essence, and the government has, of course, been trying to encourage it in many ways. The PLI scheme, with which you are familiar, is one of those. The National Manufacturing Mission is another one. And there are a host of other schemes which have also been introduced lately, but they all cost money. And we have to prioritize. In the context of manufacturing, I must mention one thought, and that is that it is all very well to speak of high technology, about taking out patents and gaining money from from IPRs. But we should not forget the labor-intensive sectors which provide huge numbers of jobs to our unemployed. Uh, Sectors like textiles and clothing, like leather, like various kinds of food processing industries. So we need to infuse a lot of technology in these areas, make the whole operations much smoother, less red tape, and keep these lines of production alive and kicking and growing. Of course, we need to invest in research and development, a point which is very well taken by Dr. Agarwal. But one of the things which I would like to emphasize is research and development stems from the level of basic education in the country. It starts from the primary school, then on to secondary school and college and technical education. And that is one area which is sorely in requirement of attention. We have just not been able to get our act together and to produce much better quality of education for our large numbers of people who are living in both the rural as well as the urban areas, but who do not have sufficient wherewithal to send their children to private schools which charge fancy fees. So we need to improve the government education system, as has been done in many countries in East Asia, which we hold up as excellent examples, like Korea, like Japan, of course, like Taiwan, and other Southeast Asian countries which have also now come up to speed. So education, and then, which is something which is very closely related to it, is the field of skilling. If you look at our youth bulge, 65% of Indians are below the age of 35 now. And of the youth, 51% have been found to be unemployable because they don't have the skills. And because of COVID and a few other reasons, we have seen our medium and small scale micro enterprises have actually shrunk in terms of provision of employment. And what has happened is people have been thrown back to the villages where they are dependent on schemes like the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, other odd jobs around the village which don't require too high a level of skill, a lot of absorption in the construction industry which is going on both in the urban sector in huge numbers as well as in the rural areas, but which again, apart from a handful of services, don't require too many skills. But this is not going to last forever. So skilling is of the essence, and skilling has to go hand in hand with investments in manufacturing. Now, the next point is about investments. If you look at our private investments, they are in the region of 30 to 31%. If we have to even sustain a growth rate of 7%, we need approximately 35% private investments. Now, how do we encourage private investors to invest in the country? Just as an aside, if you look at the net FDI inflow into India this year, it has been pretty dismal. The gross FDI has been quite good, but a lot of outward foreign investments have taken place, a lot of repatriation of profits, etc., have taken place. So the net foreign direct investment inflow is pretty dismal. Now, if you look at it in conjunction with the flow of private investment which is taking place in India, we all know that the government is spending hugely on infrastructure, and that also creates employment and demand for many products like steel, like cement, and other construction material. But there is a limit to how much the government can spend. So it has to come basically, and we have to stimulate. So what are the factors which are preventing the private sector from investing? And these are some of the things which we need to dabble with and to find out solutions. We have to find out concrete solutions. We can't keep waiting for the next 10 years or 20 years and keep lamenting our fate. So investments will lead to manufacturing and services growth, will lead to employment. And I would like to finish by saying that there is a problem in terms of inclusiveness in our growth. It is all very well to say that we will grow at 6.5%, maybe 7% over the next 10 years. But if that growth leaves behind a very large number of the youth who are joining the workforce at the rate of approximately 80 lakhs to 1 crore every year, that would not lead to a just society, and that would not be sustainable. So if we want to have sustainable growth, sustainable resilience in the Indian economy, it has to be through inclusiveness. And for those things, 4 factors which I have mentioned in brief need to be borne in mind all the while. One is education and skilling. The second is health. The third is social security. And the fourth, but not the least important, in fact, the most important, is employment. So thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jayant Dasgupta, for your very nice deliberation on the topic for the economic resilience. Now we are left with hardly 8 to 10 minutes in hand, but I would like to request the participants, if they have any questions on the topic, they may raise their hand and speak about their queries. Please.
Namaskar. Myself Vinod Agarwal. Dhanpat ji, you had given a very broad picture of economy and challenges being faced by the India. I will request you, please advise us 2-3 steps which the government as well as the citizen of India should take to improve the economy of the India. Am I clear, sir?
Yes. धन्यवाद विनोद जी। आपने जो मौलिक प्रश्न रखा है कि भारत सरकार को ऐसे क्या स्टेप्स लेने चाहिए। सॉरी, आई वुड लाइक टू स्पीक इन माय मातृभाषा ओनली। विनोद जी ने जो बात बताई है उसका मैंने अपने पिछले कई सालों में जो अध्ययन किया और जो पाया कि अभी जो वर्तमान में जो वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमी है और उसमें हम जो देखते हैं कि जो हमारी जो ह्यूमन रिसोर्स है, अभी डॉक्टर जयंत दासगुप्ता भी बता रहे थे कि हम अपने एजुकेशन सिस्टम को और स्किल डेवलपमेंट को आगे नहीं बढ़ा पा रहे हैं। तो जो डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड हमको मिलना चाहिए हमारे यूथ पावर से, वो हमें उतना नहीं मिल पा रहा है। और अगर सिचुएशन ऐसी ही रही तो आने वाले दिनों में समस्याएं कुछ ज़्यादा बढ़ सकती हैं। तो इसका मैंने जो एक समराइज फॉर्म में जो सोचा है कि जब कभी हम आर्थिक विकास की बात करते हैं तो हमको उसके लिए आर्थिक संसाधनों के बारे में सोचना पड़ता है। आर्थिक संसाधन 3 प्रकार के ही होते हैं: नेचुरल रिसोर्सेस, ह्यूमन रिसोर्स और कैपिटल रिसोर्स। वहाँ हम आज के दिन जो इक्वेशन देख रहे हैं कि भारत का जो ह्यूमन रिसोर्स है वह दुनिया में सबसे ज़्यादा माना जाता है। किंतु विडंबना क्या है कि आज ये सारे इकोनॉमिक रिसोर्सेज का जो अनुपात वर्ल्ड बैंक ने बताया कि मानव संपत्ति जो है ह्यूमन रिसोर्स वो आउट ऑफ 164% कंट्रीब्यूट करता है, नेचुरल रिसोर्स आउट ऑफ 120% कंट्रीब्यूट करता है, और कैपिटल रिसोर्स जो है वो आज के दिन में मात्र 16% कंट्रीब्यूट करता है। यानी टुडे वी आर इन द एरा ऑफ नॉलेज, साइंस, डेवलपमेंट, टेक्नोलॉजी, आईपी, इनोवेशन। तो इसलिए जो ह्यूमन रिसोर्स है उसकी जो प्रोडक्टिविटी है वह ज़्यादा होनी चाहिए। तो ये जो 64% जो ह्यूमन रिसोर्स है, अमेरिका के पास में ह्यूमन रिसोर्स के रूप में उनकी जो पॉपुलेशन है वो तो सिर्फ 35 करोड़ है। हमारे पास यूथ जो है वही 35 करोड़ से ज़्यादा है। तो वो जो 35 करोड़ की पॉपुलेशन के बावजूद भी अगर हम रेशियो में देखते हैं, दे आर 5% ऑफ द ग्लोबल पॉपुलेशन एंड 25% ऑफ द ग्लोबल इनकम। India, on the other hand, 18% of the global population and less than 4% of the global income. ये जो एक गैप है, इस गैप को गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को ठीक ढंग से समझना पड़ेगा कि हमारे इंटेलेक्चुअल रिसोर्स को, हमारे ह्यूमन रिसोर्स को जब तक हम इंटेलेक्चुअल रिसोर्स में नहीं कन्वर्ट कर सकते, यानी मानव संपदा को हमको बौद्धिक संपदा में उसको ट्रांसफॉर्म करने की आवश्यकता है। और इसके लिए ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हम एजुकेशन सिस्टम को, प्राइमरी एजुकेशन जहाँ ड्रॉप आउट्स इतने ज़्यादा हैं, डॉक्टर दासगुप्ता भी यही बात कह रहे थे, इसलिए हमको आज के दिन आवश्यकता है कि हम अपने ह्यूमन रिसोर्स के ऊपर में, एजुकेशन के उसके ऊपर में, साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के डेवलपमेंट के ऊपर में, इनोवेशन के ऊपर में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ध्यान देना चाहिए। नहीं तो हम ये जो देख रहे हैं कि ह्यूमन रिसोर्स का कंट्रीब्यूशन 64% होना चाहिए, किंतु हमारे पास भी इतना ह्यूमन रिसोर्स होने के बावजूद नहीं हो पा रहा है। तो मैं ये समझता हूँ विनोद जी कि ह्यूमन रिसोर्स एक ऐसा रिसोर्स है जो हमारे पास सबसे ज़्यादा है। हमको डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड भी मिलना चाहिए, और एजुकेशन, स्किल डेवलपमेंट, रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट, आईपी और इनोवेशन के ऊपर में हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ध्यान दें। और मैं चूंकि इस टॉपिक में ये भी लिखा हुआ था, व्हाट इज़ द डायनेमिक रोल ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स, तो मैं समझ रहा हूँ कि चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स ऑल ओवर द कंट्री, वो जितने भी कॉर्पोरेट्स हैं, उनकी जो रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट की जो स्पेंडिंग है, उसके लिए वो जब तक उनको वहाँ नहीं इनकरेज करेंगे, जब तक उनकी इंटेंजिबल एसेट्स के बारे में हम अब उसकी अकाउंटिंग प्रॉपर नहीं करेंगे, तब तक जो है वी विल कीप लैगिंग, और हमारे यहाँ जो इम्पोर्ट जो है वो होता रहेगा, ट्रेड अकाउंट डेफिसिट बढ़ती रहेगी, कैपिटल अकाउंट में हम बाहर से फॉरेन डेट लेते रहेंगे, और ये जो विशियस साइकिल है, जब तक इसको वर्चुअल साइकिल में हम नहीं कन्वर्ट करेंगे, शायद ऐसा नहीं होगा। इसलिए भारत सरकार और हम सबका दायित्व बनता है कि हम इस एजुकेशन, स्किल डेवलपमेंट, R&D, इन सब बातों पर ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ध्यान दें। मेरे ख्याल से ये होगा तो भारत का जो भविष्य है वो रियली उज्जवल होगा और हम न सिर्फ इकोनॉमिक रिजिलियंस हमारी होगी बल्कि हम एक समृद्ध और स्वावलंबी भारत बन सकेंगे, आत्मनिर्भर भारत का लक्ष्य प्राप्त कर सकेंगे, विकसित भारत का लक्ष्य प्राप्त कर सकेंगे। थैंक यू। और किसी का कोई प्रश्न है? वी कैन टेक वन मोर क्वेश्चन।
धन्यवाद आपके प्रश्न के लिए। ये एक बड़ा पेचीदा सा प्रश्न है और इसके कोई सरल उत्तर नहीं है, क्योंकि एआई एक ऐसी चीज है जो हर हफ्ते हर महीने बदल रही है, अपना स्वरूप बदल रही है और उसमें कई उसके पहलू भी हैं। जैसे एआई में बड़ी देखने को मिल रहा है निवेश की दिशा में। जैसे भारत से भी कह रहे हैं कि काफी जो एफपीआई ने जो निवेश किया था उसमें 11% 12% का उन्हें रिटर्न मिलेगा, लेकिन एआई की जो बड़ी कंपनियां अभी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर निवेश मांग रही हैं उनमें 15% तक रिटर्न्स मिल सकता है। तो उसकी ओर वो चला जाएगा। और कई अर्थशास्त्रियों ने भी कहा है कि इससे एक फिर बबल क्रिएट होने की संभावना है। ये एक पहलू है। दूसरा पहलू ये है कि जो साधारण जो सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपमेंट की ही बात कहें या जो आपके रेपिटेटिव ऑपरेशंस की बात कहें या क्रिएटिव फंक्शंस में भी, जैसे मान लिया कि कोई वकील के ब्रीफ लिखने की बात है, उसमें तथ्य कुछ शुरू में दे दिए जाते हैं और उसके आधार पर वो नियम कानून जो भी है और आप ब्रीफ बनाने को कहते हैं। तो आज ये ब्रीफ ह्यूमन एंडेवर से होता है, लेकिन काफी हद तक इसमें अब आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आ गया है। जैसे आप कोई स्ट्रक्चरल ड्राइंग बनाते हैं किसी बड़ी सी बिल्डिंग की, तो उसमें आपका जो चेकिंग होता है वो अब हम लोग काफी हद तक कंप्यूटराइज कर चुके हैं, लेकिन डिजाइन बनाना, स्ट्रक्चरल डिजाइन और स्ट्रक्चरल डिजाइन की चेकिंग करना और उसकी जो बाद की जो प्रक्रियाएं हैं उसको फॉलो अप करना, सारा चीज आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से हो सकता है। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि इंजीनियरिंग, सिविल इंजीनियरिंग के क्षेत्र में भी कितने उसमें डिस्प्लेसमेंट्स होंगे। तो ये हर किसी मामले में अगर आप देखेंगे जो हमारे प्रतिदिन के जीवन में आप देखेंगे कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को हम उस श्रेणी में नहीं डाल सकते हैं जो 1990 के दशक में कंप्यूटराइजेशन आया, लोगों ने कहा कि नौकरियां चली जाएंगी बहुत व्यापक स्तर पर, पैमाने पर, और वो नहीं हुआ क्योंकि ह्यूमन स्किल्स और इंटेलिजेंस को दूसरे तरह से हम लोगों ने नियोग किया उसका, और लोग डिस्प्लेस्ड नहीं हुए, कुछ हद तक हुए लेकिन बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में कुछ लोगों का कहना है कि इसका प्रभाव जो पड़ेगा आने वाले 5 से 10 साल के बीच में ही, वो बहुत व्यापक होगा। और अन्य अगर हम अपनी नई पीढ़ी को स्किलिंग नहीं करते हैं कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस रहेगा, उसका प्रभाव बढ़ेगा, और उसके बावजूद आपको क्रिएटिव फंक्शंस में इनोवेशन में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की जहाँ तक अभी तक जो बात हुई है उसमें इनोवेशन में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ने बहुत कुछ नहीं कर दिखाया है। तो इनोवेशन के फील्ड में जो ह्यूमन क्वालिटीज हैं उसको शायद रिप्लेस नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो इनोवेशन और क्रिएटिव थिंकिंग, इसमें आप नई पीढ़ी को आपको शिक्षा देनी पड़ेगी, स्किलिंग करनी पड़ेगी, उसके बिना कोई उपाय नहीं है। अब कैसे करेंगे ये विशेषज्ञों का विषय है, लेकिन इस पर ध्यान देना तुरंत जरूरी हो गया है।
बंधुओं, समय की मर्यादा है और ये विषय अर्थशास्त्र का ऐसा है कि इस पर हम बड़ी लंबी चर्चा कर सकते हैं कि अब समय आ गया है। मैं सीए विप्लव समझदार से निवेदन करता हूं कि वह फॉर्मल वोट ऑफ थैंक्स दें। एक सेकंड, हाँ, बहुत संक्षेप में बोल सकते हैं क्योंकि समय अब और है नहीं।
गुड आफ्टरनून।
आप ऐसा कीजिएगा, अभी सेशन के बाद हमसे पर्सनल। हाँ, अच्छा, बोलिए बोलिए।
नहीं, मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि अमेरिका की जीडीपी अमेरिकन करेंसी में, चाइना की जीडीपी चाइनीज करेंसी में और इंडिया की जीडीपी इंडियन करेंसी में कितनी है? व्हाई वी आर काउंटिंग आवर जीडीपी इन डॉलर टर्म्स ओनली? दूसरा ये है कि जो भी अपने रिजिलियंस की बात कर रहे हैं वो पॉलिटिकल स्टेबिलिटी के ऊपर कितना डिपेंडेंट है?
बहुत अच्छा प्रश्न है। देखिए, जब हम ग्लोबल स्केल पर अगर कंपैरिजन करना चाहें तो अभी तक जो एक मान्यता यूएस डॉलर को मिली हुई है उसके आधार पर हम जीडीपी का कैलकुलेशन एक कॉमन करेंसी के रूप में यूएस डॉलर में कर रहे हैं। मैंने ये भी बताया था कि अभी समय बदल रहा है और डी डॉलराइजेशन की भी बातें चल रही है, किंतु अगर परचेजिंग पावर पैरिटी का आधार लेवें जिसमें कंट्री के लोकल करेंसी में उसकी परचेजिंग पावर क्या है, तो वहाँ हम पाते हैं कि भारत की जो इकोनॉमी है वह डॉलर टर्म में तो हम फिफ्थ लार्जेस्ट में आ रहे हैं, कहीं कहीं इसको फोर्थ लार्जेस्ट कहा जा रहा है, किंतु अभी उसमें समय लगेगा फोर्थ और थर्ड में। किंतु अगर हम उसको परचेजिंग पावर पैरिटी में रुपए की जो क्रय क्षमता है उसके आधार पर लेते हैं तो भारत की जो इकोनॉमी यूएस डॉलर टर्म में जो 3.9 ट्रिलियन डॉलर या 4 ट्रिलियन डॉलर है वह परचेजिंग पावर पैरिटी के आधार पर लगभग 14 ट्रिलियन डॉलर आती है। तो इसका एक जो आप जानना चाह रहे थे उसका मैं यही कहूँगा कि उसको परचेजिंग पावर पैरिटी में अगर हम कैलकुलेट करते हैं तो चाइना नंबर 1 में है, यूएस नंबर 2 में है और भारत जो है थर्ड लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी ऑलरेडी है परचेजिंग पावर पैरिटी के हिसाब से। आपका दूसरा प्रश्न था कि पॉलिटिकल स्टेबिलिटी का इसके अंदर में क्या रोल रहता है इकोनॉमिक रिजिलियंस में। डेफिनेटली पॉलिटिकल स्टेबिलिटी ऑलवेज कंट्रीब्यूट्स टू द इकोनॉमिक रिजिलियंस और लकीली अभी पिछले 12-13 वर्ष से आप 11 साल तो हो गए हैं, 12वें साल में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं, तो पॉलिटिकल स्टेबिलिटी जो है उसके आधार पर जो है हमारी इकोनॉमिक रिजिलियंस है। मैं चूँकि मैंने पहले ही कहा था कि समय की मर्यादा के अनुसार मैं बाउंड हूँ टू क्लोज द सेशन, तो मेरे ख्याल से और कोई प्रश्न तो हम लोग बाद में कर लेंगे। नाउ आई रिक्वेस्ट आवर मिस्टर समझदार टू प्लीज कन्वे द वोट।
Good afternoon. Thank you all the participants and audience, my fellow chartered accountants, for your patient hearing here. Thank you, our distinguished moderator of the session, CA Dhanpatram Agarwal ji, for giving a holistic approach of the world economy, including the effect of economy on the world happenings and events. Basically, he has started the session with a definition of the resilience, and how we have protected. He elaborated that how we have protected us from the Asian crisis, for the global housing crisis, and recently the COVID. So Indian economy is resilient now, and it is growing fastly. And thank you, our distinguished panelist, Dr. Jayant Sen Dasgupta, former ambassador to WTO, for detailing the effect of climate change and the requirement of the skill development and educations. Thank you all, and thank you.
Friends, we are ready for the next session, and in between, we will try our two lucky winners of the lucky draw.
Hello. Ah, Good afternoon, everyone. Respected delegates, distinguished guests, and dear professional colleagues. I, C. Arpit Kedia, Chairman Tinsukia branch of EIRC, feel honored to commence 12th technical session of this Golden Jubilee Regional Conference, Leveraging Artificial Intelligence for Accounting Governance. I now invite CA Naveen Kumar Tiwari, Vice Chairman, Sambalpur branch of the EIRC, to the dais. And our distinguished panelist, Sri Amrendra K.R. Sinha sir, Chief Audit Executive, Adani Ports and SEZ, to kindly join us on the dais. Sri Amrendra K.R. Sinha sir, we welcome you, sir. I also invite today's moderator of this technical session, CA Tipendra Narayan Roy sir, to kindly take his seat on the dais.
Sir, hello. Sir, may I take 3 minutes time to
Yeah.
draw two lucky coupons,
Okay,
please?
okay,
sir. Yes, sir. 3268. 3268. आइए जल्दी आइए 3268. आइए देखो ना 3268 আছে কিনা দেখো 3268 আছে কিনা 3268 আছে তো হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে श्याम सुंदर जी अग्रवाल को ये गिफ्ट डबल 345 3345 3345 कौन है आइए आपका शुभ नाम थैंक यू कैरी
I would like to present a brief introduction of our today's speaker, Sri Amrendra Kumar Sinha sir. He is currently He currently serves as the Chief Audit Executive at Adani Ports and SEZ Limited, bringing over 2 decades of leadership in audit, governance, and risk management to India's largest private port operator. In this role, he oversees the design, execution, and continuous enhancement of the internal audit function of the company's vast port logistic operation, ensuring robust control and alignment with the highest standards of corporate governance. And I also like to introduce our today's moderator, CA Dipendra Narayan Roy sir, is a partner and the head of the Audit and Assurance Division at LB Jain Company, where he has been associated since 2011. He brings extensive experience across audit assurance and control functions, spanning a wide range of industry, including iron and steel, power engineering, sugar mining, chemicals, infrastructures, etc. Sir, we welcome you both. And now for the presentation, I would like to invite our Regional Council Secretary Hariram sir for the presentation. Thank you, sir. With this, I humbly hand over the proceedings to the distinguished moderator of the session for further deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. Uh, let me introduce you again to Mr. Sinha. He has started his career in Tata Steel, thereafter Tata Motors, and finally he has been associated with Adani for a span of 10 years and more. He has been extensively taking care of the internal audit and stat audit functions and has a wide range of exposure to different industries. Uh, so the topic that we have today is AI. We have been accustomed to AI for a very long time. It is not new. If people can recall, AI was first introduced to us in the form of Siri in iPhone 4S. It was a voice assistant. It was revolutionary at that point of time. Of course, we have also been using Samsung, Amazon, and we have been using dynamic pricing in various websites. We have been using Netflix, which uses AI to basically understand our preferences and give us what we want. So AI is not something that we have not been accustomed to. Large language models like ChatGPT, like Azure, these are something that we has come to the forefront in the recent 2-3 years. Now, about 50 years ago, when people spoke about the future, people thought that it would be robots which would be in the forefront. While human beings would be relaxing in the bed or relaxing in their sofas, it would be the robots which will be doing the manual work for us. It would be doing our household chores, it would be doing our grocery shopping, so on and so forth. Unfortunately, in practical sense, what has happened is the human beings still manage to do the manual chores while AI is the one who is preparing essays, who's preparing books, who's preparing now movies, while we are still doing the manual things. And on that note, we will come to today's topic, which is leveraging AI for corporate governance. Now, corporate governance and accounting governance, how do we use AI? I would request the eminent speaker to give his opinion on this.
So, thank you, Diptender ji. I hope I am audible to the last. So, good evening, everyone. So, governance in accounting and through the AI. And AI stands for me, it is almost invisible. Though it is artificial intelligence, but it's almost invisible. So we are trying to get governance and trust, which is not visible. So that is the first challenge we normally face. Secondly, that AI gives you questions of every answers without any accountability or responsibility that is it right or wrong. So I have not seen any exam or anything where you can write anything without assessment that can be done. So there the challenges comes first. That while you can do anything out of the AI, how are you designing that who will be responsible for this activity done by the AI? Do we have proper governance within the company or corporates? Because I come from the earlier from 10 years from the finance side and now 16 years from the governance side. So I have faced challenges on the both the sides. So we'll take one by one. Number two, that who is designing that AI, the logic who had given. And then this is called that how the data lineage or data ancestries are there. You are getting the output. But what was the data source? How it has been processed? What is the outcome that has come? And then you have to rely upon and you have to give your judgment. So these are the series one needs to follow up. Then only you can give the AI-based governance. So to start with that, I think we have to go a long way. Second, that earlier in some classes you forgot about AI or IT and you just join the HR classes, all the questions will come about the trust-based leadership. You have to trust, trust, and trust. The moment you shift to the AI, it entirely works on the zero trust architecture. If you want to have a good AI architecture, that is called a zero trust architecture. So from zero trust, you need to gain trust for the governance. So that these things we can discuss about going forward.
Absolutely. Now, the concept of AI that you have brought up is very interesting. Who can AI help us in the board of directors? Can it serve the board of directors as a director itself? Is it possible to have an AI as a director? Now, I don't know how many of us know, but Albania, a small country, of course, has appointed an AI as a minister. It is the Minister of Procurement and overseeing public contracts. Why they have done it? Because they were facing a lot of corruption issues and they decided that AI would be absolutely impartial. Of course, that's an assumption that we are making that an AI will be absolutely impartial. But can it get on the board of directors and help the board? Of course it can. But it cannot be held responsible for the directions, for its decisions. So it can serve as a utility model. It can serve as a utility. It can provide dashboards. It can provide metrics that the board of directors want or desire, and it can show the trends. But it cannot be a director itself because if the AI makes a wrong decision, then who will be held responsible? The coder, the people who have appointed him on the board. So it's a very dicey situation. So again, as a metric, as a tool, AI can be useful, but it cannot be on the board. Now coming to accounting governance, how can AI be used as an in the accounting software? Suppose I embed AI in the accounting software, will it be of any use? Of course, we have seen that AI gives predictions. It can analyze trends. It can analyze a whole lot of data that a human being is almost, for a human being, it is almost impossible. For example, we all use streaming platforms nowadays. Streaming platforms use AI quite a bit. So in order, the moment you complete a show or complete an episode, it shows you, you might also like, if you can recall that. So what it is doing is, it is seeing what you are watching and is offering you shows which are similar. So for a human being to do that, it would take a lot of time. And AI can do it within seconds. Similarly, an AI, if it is embedded in the software, can predict that this person might be making a mistake in the narration. It can predict it might be making a mistake in the journal entry and suggest that, are you sure? So at the moment it becomes, are you sure? Or it suggests that this might be the right answer. So that can easily help us and reduce our time. What do you suggest?
So thank you. I think the moment we discuss in some of the session ESG also, and the famous word that ESG is sometimes taking place is the greenwashing. I think the day is not far off. Then when we will hear or listen AI washing in the most prominent way. So if you are talking about the governance, you can see most of the data, it might be AI washed also. So that is also the term coming up. Now, in every board meeting, now this is a mandate. So this has become, till now it is a fashion, definitely AI will come up. But every board committee or every audit committee or every directors meeting, everywhere, I have not seen in the last 1 year any committee where AI is not discussed as an agenda, and we need to then prepare on what is as a corporate we are doing, and what is our roadmap towards that. So AI is the buzzword, and we cannot deny now that okay, AI will keep on coming, but we will not do. We don't have any options. So AI has to be done. So better part that how our auditing technique needs to be changed for effective governance, and that too earlier, if you see, not a new idea, but very famous word. We are already doing it. Something called, we are very fascinated in ITGC. So while ITGC, you were doing a separate exercise also based on the mandate, based on some processes. Now you need to more do ITGC for the work that AI is already doing. So later on the detective part, what AI output has come, and then you need to audit it. I think the best idea is that you get yourself engaged at the designing itself. That as an auditor, what logic you want to see from that, whether those logics are already built at the time of development stage itself. Normally in software, and what happens if you don't correct it at the development time itself, then rerun or rectification becomes very, very challenging. So the way of doing governance through AI, I think the best model, that three line of defense, I don't think that you need to follow in that three line of defense model. That first line of defense will do something, second will control, then internal auditor will come, and they will do the audit. I think all these lines are getting blurred. So in the wake of AI governance, you need to involve from the day one that how the AI logics are getting built up, how the designing is being done, so that you can have a faster governance. First shot, okay, you know how the system works, what is the data ancestry is there, how the data flow is there, and that then you can dependent on the AI-based governance. So I think these things at the development stage itself, we need to consider on that.
So in that case, do the auditors, or as a CA, do we have to get into the coding aspect also? Well, to be very honest, with today's changing environment, we have to get into a little bit of understanding of the softwares. Without doing that, we do have an ITGC audit, like you said. Obviously, when we do a stat audit, we do a thorough IT scrutiny to understand what are the linkages, what kind of APIs are there, what are the results that are coming out, what are the data sources that are being there. But AI is something which is still very alien term for most of the auditors in the auditing profession. So without understanding uh, what are the parameters to which the AI has been set, can we do a proper audit? Is the next question.
So of course not. Very blunt answer, but of course not. Because you have to do the, see, digital literacy and digital dexterity. Now both the things you have to go through. So rather than thinking AI is a concern, I think you should have the journey of concern to collaborations. And you can yourself will not learn everything in the isolation. Because when a program is getting developed to give some output, there are a functional expert, there are the coders, there are the assurance expert, a team works on that. and then you give the input from the all the sides. That's how effectively this program can be run. That's why when SAP also gets implemented, I think you might have heard that there are something called functional expert. They don't know anything about the coding, and most of the CAs, they are become the functional expert in that because they
Exactly.
make the system understand that what is the debit credit. Now SAP doesn't understand debit credit. It just understands only posting key. It understands only 10, 20, 20, 30, 30, 40 and all. So as an accountant, we need to give the logic that what is debit and what is credit. For that matter, since you are developing the some system, it can help you work faster, but not on its own. First time you have to educate them. So that's why where the machine learning comes in picture, right? Now
Absolutely.
SAP and other things already established software, they are implemented. Now we just take the new journey for the machine learning where most of the AI tools will be getting developed. So how the machine learning will take place? You need to give a level data, different scenario, multi-gigabyte, mega gigabyte, even terabyte to train your machine from all the idealistic scenario you can visualize that can take place within your operations. Based on that, what machine learning output will come, that again you have need to go through the POC.
Absolutely.
At the same time, there is no single software that works end to end. So there are so many APIs in between, and all these API works on the collaboration. So you need to also see that proper infrastructure is in place before developing any big AI project and before taking implementing any big AI project in the corporate. Otherwise, it will not work. It will lose its charm. It will have unnecessary investment, and then your management might not give or try to fund you on that also. So these are some items you need to consider before venturing into the AI journey. So that's how you can make it successful.
Absolutely, sir. Now, coming to the ethics and governance point of view, suppose we have implemented an AI. That AI, it has given us certain predictions on the basis of its trends, on the basis of its learning, machine learning. Of course, it takes time, but it has given you some kind of trends. Now, unfortunately, what has happened is we have taken a decision based on the recommendations or uh, trend analysis made by the AI. Now, it has turned out that that decision was wrong. We have we do not know what will happen in that case, because AI is not a thing that you can fire. It's not a thing that you can scold. It's not a thing that you can penalize or issue a show cause notice. So what happens in that scenarios? Do the management say that, hey, we were using AI, it is not my fault, the thing gave us a result which is not correct?
So one more parallel discussion there that is in place, that how you redefine your organizational structure right now. So somewhere some discussion, I will not name the organization, some discussion is going on that you need to have a true track of your organizational structures. So right now there is you, the people reporting below you. You you can easily see within a year or two near future that within your reporting dynamics, you will be having three people reporting to you and three of the AI agents reporting to you. And there are cases that you might have your own personal agent working for you to do all your job. Now, how to govern all these AI agents? Whether to govern these AI agents, you should have an AI supervisor also, then AI manager also. Then ultimately, finally, it has to have a discussion with human AI interface. So how to design at the core level, those kind of things. Secondly, that to take the initial benefit from the AI, first you need to remap entire processes, that which are the repetitive one and which are where your judgment takes place. So I will come to the M&A. If you are doing any valuation for the startup companies, now normally valuations are done based on the EBITDA, based on the past records, based on your revenue and all. Now a startup company doesn't have everything. So what input you will give to the AI models for that valuation part? It will not come up.
Absolutely.
There, so still you have to have a human judgment, and you need to train AI. So going forward, you need to decide what are the jobs that can be done through the AI, which requires very less input or intervention, and what are the jobs where your valuation, your interpretation, and other things are required. Those things are still required to be done by the human right now. So that's how the basic level you need to redefine your entire processes and structure. So both people, process, and technology, everything has to be redefined for the effective utilization of the AI.
So are you suggesting that we have a maker taker concept for AI as well? Because that would again involve, we are using AI to basically mitigate this. But if we have to verify the documents that have been provided by the AI, then we go back to the same thing. Then what is the benefit of using AI?
Yes, so that's a great question, at least from the governance point of view. Maker check and segregation of duty, conflict of interest, and everything. I think these things you can already inbuilt into the AI development or system development itself. So no need to monitor that. But still, I'm raising a more broader questions that we are very, as an accountant, we are very fascinated with the book closure, quarterly audit, half yearly audit. These are the words we are keep on listening. My concern is that why you need a separate step, so-called book closure now. Why you can't define a program that when everything takes place, 30th books are still itself getting closed. Why need to do additional processes at the last of month, last day to have a book closure itself? Number one. Number two, coming from the audit side, what auditor does? It comes, you takes all your transactions, take some samples, give you some exception report, and you try to convince them.
Justify
Justify and try to resolve it so that you don't get any qualification.
Exactly.
Now, suppose if the auditors are also using the same software for the sampling that is already inbuilt in the audited client or at the client side, you don't need to do audit itself. You just come, run your program and get the result whether something is coming or not. Why do I? Because when initial days when I was started my accounting, it was a big problem. Till 15th, I used to call my wife that अभी थोड़ा लेट से आऊंगा because closing is started. So that was the case till 15th.
So that is still continuing today in today's age.
Then on 18th, after 2 days, when she, okay, now 10 days will be over. So after 2 days again, I will tell that again closing has started. Then she used to ask me that you open कितना दिन रहते हो? Because till 15th your closing is there, again from 18th your closing is started. So we are open for the 2 days. Now AI can really help there though. So by itself book closure, 30th you have a book closure. Second, the most benefit of the AI will be the interpretational issue. If the process or policy or any accounting standard comes earlier, we had a very good chartered accountants which we used to value them because of their well understanding of the interpretation of the accounting standards. Nowadays, I am not finding such kind of chartered accounts who are especially valued because they know a specificity of the accounting standard. Because what is happening, you give the accounting standards in the Copilot or ChatGPT or anything, you get the result. You get the summary of that, and that interpretation is equal to all. So most of the interpretational issue which was coming earlier in the past, I think AI can help you there in terms of either your tax assessment, like someone in the previous session they were telling. So everyone, if having the same interpretation of the policy, procedure, and governance, I think that becomes very easy to give you the governance.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you. What it can do is it can make the daily functions a lot easier, a lot of the uncomplicated areas very smooth because it can do it itself. It does not, it can work as a concurrent auditor, immediate concurrent auditor. It can track the uh, variations, the abnormal transactions, and it can flag it immediately so that the company becomes a proactive company and not a reactive company. So, of course, AI will have its benefits, will have its costs, but I cannot remove the fact that AI will obviously always need manual or human oversight. Without human oversight, I don't think AI can still function. Now, we all know about the story of what happened in Australia, where a certain consultancy company issued a report. That report was based out of AI. AI generated a lot of facts and figures. It generated a lot of quotations. It generated a lot of case references, which was not real. And it was flagged by the uh, federal government of Australia, and that consulting company had to refund the assignment fees because they had used AI for this. Now, to conclude, the situation remains that, of course, AI is important. AI is the future. We cannot deny it. But at the same time, we cannot hand over the reins to an AI. Manual intervention, manual control remains a must. And on that note, I give it to you to conclude, sir.
So definitely it is beneficial for us. So what we are trying to do, we are dealing with lot many details and lot many data. So the trend analysis, pattern analysis, fraud indicators, all the red flags, green flags, I think these all early warning signals. AI is much beneficial to us right now. However, it is still maturing in the ecosystems. You have to have the networking in the right place. All the APIs should work together. So you have a data lake, data lake where every API can have the same details. So going forward, you can't go away go away with the AI. So definitely treat them as a co-pilot. You become the master. For now, I don't know future that role gets reversed. I don't know. But yes, it's beneficial only when you take the right advantage of the same. Thank you.
Okay, so I have been told that we need to wrap up this session because it is getting delayed. We'll take a couple of questions if anybody who has any, and we can move forward from there. Any questions? I don't believe, sir does have a question. Let me hand you the mic.
My question is whether AI will give the answer in English or American English.
Sir, AI will give you the answer in Hindi if you can configure it properly.
But there is a problem in arithmetical system. They are following PEMDAS, parenthesis, and English is maintaining BODMAS. So there will be a difference in answer. Which answer will be correct?
So it will give you both the options you can select. Actually, of course, these are teething problems. I understand what you're questioning because actual Bodmas is something we have been taught, but AI is not following. Sometimes AI is not following that. There are errors, but of course, these are large language models. They are not saying that it is absolutely perfect. It is our interactions which will make it perfect. So the moment it gives you an error message, wrong reply, you are supposed to tell it that you are wrong. Recheck, and that's how it will continue and to learn. This will as you interact with it, these will keep growing, developing. So if you can recall, initially it was chat gpt 3, then it became 3.5, then 4, now version 5 is already here. So it will the pace at which it will develop is way more.
Just to add on that, I think if you are in the AI development journey, then you can't become the Salman Khan, but you have to become Shah Rukh Khan. Why I say that? That you can't tell that एक बार मैं ठान लिया तो मैं किसी और को नहीं सुनूंगा. You need to upgrade your model every time. You can't be the Salman Khan. And that Shah Rukh Khan, that बड़े बड़े शहरों में छोटी गलती होती रहेगी. So in AI journey, you have to follow the Shah Rukh, not the Salman.
So I don't think there are any more questions. We can conclude the session. Thank you so much for the vote of thanks. So if you can, Mr. Tiwari.
Hello. I, C. Naveen Kumar Tiwari, on behalf of EIRC team, it's my honor, indeed a great honor for me to propose the vote of thanks for this impactful technical session at the 50th Regional Conference of the Eastern India Regional Council of ICI. First and foremost, I extend my heartful gratitude to our distinguished panelist, Sri A.K. Sinha sir, for sharing his profound knowledge, practical insight, and experience with us today. Sir, your deliberation has truly added immense value to our understanding and professional excellence. We are equally thankful to our moderator, CA D.N. Roy sir, for wonderfully steering the discussion and ensuring a meaningful and engaging interaction throughout the session. A special appreciation to C. Arpit Kedia sir for efficiently conducting the session as the master of MOC and keeping the momentum lively and well coordinated. We express our sincere gratitude to our respected Central Council members, Regional Council members, past president, past chairman, and all distinguished dignitaries present over here. To all delegates, both actively attending physically, thank you all your active participation, insightful questions, and making the session truly interactive. My heartfelt thanks also goes to entire organizing committee, volunteers, technical and administrative team of EIRC. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Good evening once again from the ERC side. So we are just going to enter into technical session number 13 on a very, very important topic relating to the core, which lies in the core of the chartered accountants, that is direct tax. So we're going to have some discussion on direct tax regime 2025 simplification and the new horizon, and procedure for search and seizure and block assessment under the new Income Tax Act 2025. And in this process, let me first invite CA Roshan Agrawal, Chairman, Dibrugarh branch of EIRC, and the hero of the entire conference, our Chairman, EIRC, CA Vishnu Kumar Tulsianji. We request CA Roshan Agrawalji and CA Vishnu Tulsianji to please be on the dais. So once the hero of the conference has come, the heroes of the direct taxes are yet to come. CA Dr. Girish Ahuja. Matter of pride for all of us that past president of ICI and eminent direct tax knowledgeable resource CA Ved Janji ji is among us. May we all welcome CA Ved Janji, past president, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Although none of them require any kind of introduction, CA Dr. Girish Ahuja, we all, with our love, call him as our Guruji, a veteran chartered accountant, a teacher, a speaker, has been associated with ICAI as well as ICSI and ICMAI. Over the years, Dr. Ahuja ji has also served as a trusted advisor and consultant to corporates and policymakers on complex issues. I'll not go into what has been handed over. All I asked during the lunch hours, sir, 1961 was in your pocket. Is 2025 Act again in your pocket? He told, I'm the same Girish Ahuja. Let me introduce CA Ved Kumar Jain, sir, Honorable past president of ICI, is highly respected professional with deep expertise in taxation, transfer pricing, and international taxes. He is the founder and mentor of Ved Jain Associates. He also serves as the chairman of the National Council on Direct Taxes of ASSOCHAM, one of the India's leading industry chapters. Following the Satyam crisis, he was appointed as the government nominee director on the boards of Matters Infra Limited and Matters Properties Limited, now renamed as Hill County Limited, where his leadership and strategic guidance were instrumental in successfully reviving these companies. A distinguished professional thought leader and mentor, Sri Ved Kumar Jainji, continues to play a pivotal role in shaping the profession and contributing to the development of India's taxation and government governance framework. May I request CA Vishnu Kumar Tulshanji to please welcome our past president with felicitation of Uttorio and small memento to him, please. May I request Vice Chairman EIRC CA Mayur Agrawal ji to please felicitate CA Dr. Girish Ahuja ji on behalf of entire Eastern India Region Council. May I please request C. Vishnu Kumar Tulshanji to deliver introductory remarks.
Thank you so much, Aditya ji, for giving me the opportunity to just give introductory remarks. However, it is not required yet. For the sake of formal duty, I have to do it. Friends, today's session is very important. First of all, 1961 is gone, and we have received 2025 mandate. And we have also distributed income tax book in all the kits for the new act. I think all have got it. Anybody miss it? No, thank you so much. Friends, once again, I repeat that this event is totally carbon neutral, and we have got the certificate from the independent agency from outside. This is a big achievement for all of us in the EIRC. We have achieved registration of more than 4,600. It's also one of the achievements due to all of you. We have invited 90 speakers, 90, which includes speakers from London, from Malaysia, from Singapore and Luxembourg. So this is also a big galaxy of speakers we could invite, and we could get different experiences from them. So it's a very good opportunity for all of us. One thing which was in my mind that what types of programs should be. The thought process was that we Eastern India has a talent pool, but somehow we are not knowing it. So how this talent, how this culture, how this startup industries and how the main industries can be portrayed at the national landscape so that we can come to that knowledge, because perception is required. Somehow I tried to make a good perception of the Eastern India. So this is an initiative taken by all of us. We also tried that all age of chartered accountants, starting from 22 years to 65 or 70 years, everyone gets something. So I think whoever is present here, I think they got something from here so that they can make the better tomorrow. So we tried that one also. In the expo area, we tried to cover the villages, we tried to cover the space, we tried to cover the culture, and also we tried to cover the industry perspective also. So in this way, we tried a small initiatives. I think you all loved it, and your आपकी तालियां हमें बताएंगे आपको अच्छा लगा कि नहीं लगा. Thank you so much, and I request to please just play a 2-minute video for the rising of the Eastern India. And this is your Eastern India. Thank you so much. After this program, please stay here because Nitya from Bangalore Ashram is coming. She is coming to demonstrate how our inner energy works. So don't leave it. It's very important for us, for our family, for our children. Thank you so much.
Honorable CA Ved Jain sir, the stage is all yours, please.
So लाइट दोनों बंद 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 कर सकते हो तो पहले किया था ना जैसे आई विल सजेस्ट बंद करने सामने चेहरा नजर नहीं आता ना पता पहचान में नहीं आते ऑडियंस को फिर जी आपने भी इसके लिए किया था ऑडियो विजुअल के लिए लाइट बंद की थी ना जैसे वो बंद कर चेयरमैन ऑफ द ईस्टर्न इंडिया रीजनल काउंसिल विष्णु तुलसियान जी Mr. Aditya Trisdar, EIRC, and chairman from Dibrugarh branch, and of course, hero of the institute and the tax master, our Guru Girish Ahuja ji, sitting in the audience. I can see the past council member Kashi Khandelwal ji, others members, regional council members, chairman for the branches, office bearers, and of course, my brother and sister from the profession. It's a very proud privilege for me standing here at this fag end of this 50th Golden Jubilee Regional Conference being celebrated here in this auditorium. How I am here today, I believe 1.5 months back, I was just returning, I have returned from the court. I got a call that I want to come and see you. I'm chairman of Eastern India Regional Council. And a young and smart boy walked into my office and he said, I have specially come to invite you for my regional council chair Golden Jubilee celebration, which we are holding on this 22nd November. I was in dilemma what to say yes or no. But I was surprised that the chairman of Eastern India Regional Council walking specially and for an invitation to come to Calcutta, and for me to say no will be not a good thing and an ideal thing. I said, yes, I will be coming, and that's why I'm here today for you, all of you on this program. I must compliment the chairman's efforts putting in and bringing all peoples here. I can see the last panelists which were there part of this celebrated organization. I can see you all in a large number sitting here on the second day of the conference, and I agree you were talking just about what will be the interest of these members on the second day when you had, I believe, 6-hour session yesterday, almost 10 to 4, 5, and 6 hours you have already spent here in this hall. And I say this mind has a hard disk of 45 minutes. Capacity of this mind is 45 minutes, that hard disk get full. Thereafter, it becomes very difficult to capture any idea and thoughts also. But I believe today you are here, I can see you still have some capacity to hear. But our compulsion, both I believe and for Dr. Girish Ahuja ji will also be, कि कहने को तो बहुत कुछ है, मगर समस्या समय की. एक फिल्म का गाना है, कहने को तो बहुत कुछ है, मगर अपनी कहने पर आते, पर अपनी तो ये आदत है कि हम कुछ नहीं कहते. वो आदत नहीं है, कहने की आदत बहुत कुछ है, लेकिन चैलेंज ये है कि टाइम का कंस्ट्रेंट बहुत इशू है. So considering this fact, I will just try to run through some of the issues with search and seizure on that issues. And then thereafter, Grishi will be talking about the new Income Tax Act of 2025, which is going to be in effect from 1st April 2026 on that issues. Friends, income tax, as I believe, way back when it was enacted in India for the first time, 1860, I think nobody would have wondered that one day this will become such a big where everyone will be getting crazy about this, what income tax is. Whosoever invented this income tax would have never thought about this, that this is going to be like happen this, etc. That remind me of the old Hindi song, खुदा भी आसमां से जब जमी पर झांकता होगा, वो ये सोचता होगा ये इनकम टैक्स इसने बनाया, सोचता होगा. That's a challenge which has there. On top of it, the people who administer this income tax make sure that every one of us remain busy for one reason or the other reason. He makes sure absolutely. You have enacted a law, you have made a law. If you don't make an amendment, what will happen? In my lecture, I just given one common example. Suppose when the budget comes or the finance bill is to be presented, all these bookings start, hall booking, that budget session will be there. People asking the speaker, please come and join an event going on, organization going on. What would happen in case the finance minister stands in the parliament and after giving her budget speech part A, talking about various policy matters, then she says, now I turn to my part B, tax proposal. First I take up direct taxes. And this time it likely to happen. This time it is likely to happen on 1st February 2026. She stands up and say, look, we have enacted the new Income Tax Act of 2025. And as such, I am not proposing any change in the Income Tax Act, and hence I turn over to indirect taxes. What will happen? All those bookings which have been made for the budget session, what will happen? Chairman will come, he will give an introduction, and I will come. सब बारिश के कारण मैच नहीं हो सकता, आपको स्टूडियो वापस लिए चल. लेकिन that is not possible, because the role of the finance minister is to give job, employment, opportunity equally to everyone. She need to make sure not only everyone remain busy, people like speaker like us also remain busy. If she does like this thing, we are out of job. What we will speak? Same is the scenario with this new procedure of search and seizure. Some of my old colleagues sitting here will recall that before 1995, the search and seizure used to be there. One section 132 was there, but the procedure for assessment was a normal procedure. Whatever the material you have unearthed during the search, depending upon that, you issue 148 notice and then do the assessment on that basis. Then when budget of 1995 was presented, Dr. Manmohan Singh proposed a scheme that look, that this year-to-year assessment is creating a problem, and that's why we want to now have a block period. So from 1st July 1995 onward, wherever research is carried out, it will be a block period of 6 years, and that will be taxed at the normal rate each year on that basis. The tax rate was worked out on that basis. That was the scheme which was worked out with block period unexcluded. It went very well till 2003, and then one fine day say, no, it has become an amnesty. People are declaring income, and that's why we need to go back. And now there will be nothing. It will be a separate scheme, what we call 153A, 153C. It went very well from 2003 to 2021. And in 2021, again we said, no, this is creating a problem, and now all the judgments are creating a problem. So we will be going back, what was before 1995, each year will be scrutinized, looking into the basis of the material unearthed, and thereafter the assessment under section 148 will happen. And to the surprise, within a period of less than 4 years, less than 3, I will say 3 plus, when this finance number 2 act of 2024 was introduced, we have a new scheme of search and seizure effective from 1st September 2024. And to my surprise, the reasoning given by the finance minister in the budget speech and the memorandum explaining the provision of the budget is verbatim same as Mr. Manmohan Singh has said in the budget of the 1995, that this spread over is creating a problem, let us have a block period. So now we are back with a block period on this issue. So I will just look in the time constraint, run into 10 points. I will try to cover it up, what this scheme is and how it is working it out. Scheme is by and large exactly the same what was in 1995 to 2003. There will be a block period which has been defined to compute a period of 6 years preceding the year of the search. But interestingly, this block period has been extended by some days. Now, if you recall, earlier used to be the block period, the date on which the search is initiated. This is conducted. Now, on that basis, the period up to the completion of the search, when the last of the Panchanama is drawn. And on that basis, the block period will be there on them. Now, you will just wonder how it is going to help it and how it is going to create a problem. Later on, when I just give me the time permit, I will tell you how this is going to help something like this issue. And then there is a definition of what is a undisclosed income. Now, look, taking experience from the past, where many of the undisclosed income has gone untaxed for one reason or the reason, the definition of undisclosed income has been expanded to the hilt. Now it does not only include money, bullion, jewelry, or any valuable article or thing, digital assets, of course, virtual digital assets included. And now it says any expenditure or transaction, any income or any expenditure or any transaction, whereby which helps in increasing the income or the any deduction, exemptions, allowances, etc., to the extent if it is found to be incorrect. Now, this will create a lot of problem. Now, if you can see the later on how it is done. And then the scheme says it will be taxed at the rate of a 60% on this issue. It looks to be that way, attractive for that purpose on the issue. But when we look at the later on the scheme, how it is going to work it out on that basis, you will notice that there are many hiccups which are coming up at all. I should use this on. This is on somewhere. This I've just covered. I just want to show you a few slides just for the purpose of understanding it. If you can see this, the period has been reduced from 6 years to 10 years, 10 years to 6 years. Period till conclusion of search covered. Now that's I just told you out. And period can be 7 plus 1 year. Now how this can happen it? Suppose a search takes place on say 25th March and it get completed on 10th of April next year or 10th of May next year. Now the search year will be starting year and will get up to the 10th of April. So it can be 6 plus 1 plus 1. So that can be an extended period and that will be covered in the search year. Because now it is not saying only on initiation, it goes beyond that initiation also. Conducted replaced by initiated, I don't think this can be a challenge only. There are few judgments of the Delhi High Court as well as Karnataka High Court where a confusion was created. What is the meaning of initiated or conducted? But I believe the days the search warrant is executed, that will be the case of the search initiated or conducted on this issue. Now, this is another issue which I think will maybe help you. The word false replaced with the incorrect. As I said earlier, now how this is going to create a problem. If you look at the definition earlier, it says the word was any deduction, exemption, or allowance which is found to be false. Earlier was false. Now the word is incorrect. Now, suppose how the computation is to be done. You will have to file a block return. Whatever the income you have disclosed in a return of income, that will be there. And thereafter, the assessing officer will apply this concept of undisclosed income. He will recompute the income. Whatever the income you have already disclosed, that will go out. But whatever the income over and above will get taxed at the rate of 60%. Now, what can be the challenges? Take a case where a person has declared a capital gain. Suppose he has sold out a property. He has bought it for, say, 20 lakh, 30 lakh, 40 lakh. And then thereafter, he has purchased a house, claimed an exemption under Section 54F for one reason or the other reason. Maybe because construction is not complete or something else is there or more than one house is there. A search is carried out, and thereafter the assessing officer says, in block assessment, I am denying you the benefit of Section 54F. Now that claim will be declared to be an incorrect claim, even if I have filed the return originally and shown this capital gain taxable. I would have been required to pay tax at the rate of 12.5% at best. But now with this, he will end up with a 60%. Similarly, in case your regular assessment has not been done, an assessing officer, on noticing that certain expenses are to be disallowed or some exemption which you claimed is not to be allowed, then all that will fall within the meaning of incorrect, and then you will run into a serious difficulty of a 60% tax. Now, this is the outcome on this issue. I am still of the view that search and seizure is meant only to detect undisclosed income, but where there is an issue of an interpretation, where there is an issue that person has disclosed all facts, but there can be one view or the other view possible, and it can be called later on incorrect, but you cannot say it is a false. It was a valid argument. And on that basis, to tax at a rate of 60% probably may be a big challenge on that part. Now that computation of undisclosed income appears to be expanded even more than the definition of this issue. This is a complex issue, just I can skip it out, maybe at a time constraint I can leave it around. Now, earlier as we see 153A, 153C, the addition could have been done only for that year for which the material was available. But other year it was not possible. Now with this block concept coming up, if the assessing officer gets hold of an incrementing material for 1 year, he will be well in his power to extrapolate and tax you for other years also. He said, no, similar action has been done in some maybe other year or other year, so he can tax it on that part also. Now, another fourth is the important point, to keep updated books of account. As I said, now your declared income comprises of three parts. One, where your return has been filed, that is your declared income. Where your assessment has been done under 143.1 or 143.3, that is your declared income. There is a possibility that year may have ended, but due date of return has not expired. Take a case where the assessment has been, where the research has been conducted on 10th June 2025. Or now for the return for the assessment year 25, 26 may not be due. Now, whatever is recorded in the books of account, that will not be that considered to be undisclosed, because that will be forming part of the books of account. Similarly, from 1st April to 10th June, whatever you have recorded in the books of account, that will also be considered to be disclosed, cannot be added. And on top of it, search has been initiated or conducted on 10 June 25, but concluded on, say, 15th August 2025. That period of 10 June to 25 is also covered in the search period. That whatever is get recorded during that period will also be get covered, will not be considered undisclosed. So meaning thereby, keeping updated books of account is very, very important. If we don't keep the updated books of account, so even whatever it may be disclosed later on may not be coming up. Now this poses some benefit or some challenges. Now take a case where your account books are incomplete for 5 days, 10 days, 15 days. You can run into difficulty, the transaction not recorded. Take a case where the person is not required to maintain books of accounts. What happened in the case of those peoples? Take a third case, because it covers the transaction which are from the due date of initiation of search to the completion of the search. Assessee records all those transactions during this period. This becomes disclosed. Now, if I consider this to be a message, if assessee goes on conducting all business transactions, whether books of account or out of books of account, should be duly recorded in the books of account. And after filing the return, he deletes the data, then he is safe. Because if you have making cash sales or you are making sales outside the books of account, but you go on recording in the regular books of account, so that as and when search is carried out, you will be not be taxed on a higher rate, you will be taxed at a normal rate on that income. But once you have filed the return, then data gets out, erased out, then probably you may not be on that position also. So this is the another scenario which can be productive or counterproductive on that. Now, these are the expenses, as I said earlier, in the part on the basis of the entries in the books of account. Uh, then period from initiation to conclusion is also excluded. Interest or to non-working, this is also calculated. Set of loss, this need not be discussed on that part. Now, this is another challenge which is going to come up with the revenue, I will say on that part. It says the moment the search is carried out, then the pending assessment, reassessment, all shall abate. All shall abate. Meaning thereby, going back on my example of 10 June 2025, if that search is carried out, and in case you have received a notice for the previous 2 assessment year which are pending as on date, that will get abated. Now, if those get abated, and whatever you have disclosed in that will be accepted. Now, during the assessment stage of block assessment, will the assessing officer be entitled to tinker with the returns which have got abated by making allowances or disallowances? Denying exemption or deduction which have been claimed. Now, in case he is not able to do, then the right of the department based on that goes out. But in case he is able to do so, then the assessee is a sufferer, because in case whatever dispute would have arisen in the normal assessment, while this being carried out, will now get taxed at the rate of 60%. This is going to be another challenge for that year. And looking to the complexity, I have tried to work it out. For 2 years, department can run into 2 very big difficulty, particularly the 7th year example, which I have given to you earlier on that basis. Now, this is another important aspect. Now, return is to be filed within a period of allowed by the assessing officer block return, 158 BC. Maximum period is 60 days, which can be extended 30 days in particular situation, which may not be relevant. But filing of return is very important. As I will see later on, in case whatever you may have happened, because the moment filing of return is the complete amnesty for all purposes. Now, this 140, this is a return part which is to be filed. And on filing of this return, you get immunity from interest. You, in whatever income you disclose in this, you just pay 60%. You get immunity from all penalties. Most important aspect of this new procedure is that in case a search has been carried out, the assessee need to carry out an introspection. He need to evaluate his credential in three segment. The one segment he need to look into where the revenue is making allegation, probably he is right, and those allegations are not sustainable. Second is revenue is making allegation where assessee has no answer. And third is where there can be a discretion, yes or no, both. My suggestion is for second category of case, where there is no answer, cash sale made outside the books of account made, etc., the best way is to disclose the income in this block return and get immunity from all penalty. Because this chapter is, as I can see, this chapter is on the line of what we call basically a settlement scheme. Search has been carried out, appraisal report is there, based on you compute the income, whatever the undisclosed income you are compute, pay 60%. And while computing undisclosed income, Now I can see you can take the advantage of income being set off against investment. I believe you will recall that what happens when income, assessing officer normally what he does, you have made sales outside the books account, that is added. You have purchased property outside the books account, that is added. You have incurred some expenditure which you unaccounted, that is also added. Some other income has been received by you, that is also added. But now this gives an opportunity to you to make a fund flow statement, income based, whatever the income based coming it out. Based on that, you please disclose that income and you can take the advantage where the investment is coming. Say in the year 2021-22, there is an allegation that you have received 30 lakh rupees over and above the property you have sold or over and above the sale which you have declared in the books of account. And later on, there is an allegation coming up that you have invested some 25 lakh rupees somewhere. Now, if you show that 30 lakh rupees of income, you can get out of the picture. Just pay 25 lakh will not be added on that part. And if you do this, there are 4 draconian penalty under the Income Tax Act. Of course, one is 278A, which talks of 200% of the misreporting of income. That is not leviable. 234A, 234B, 234C interest is not leviable. Then penalty for accepting cash loan, repaying cash loan, making cash sale 269 ST, 269 SS, 269 ST and 2 SS, and then falsification of books of account, all goes out, no penalty. Even the interest under section 158 BFA, which is 1.5% per month, that is also not leviable. Only condition is your return should have been filed in time, income should have been disclosed therein, and tax should have been paid, and then you should not have filed appeal on those issues. And your fight with the assessing officer will remain confined only to the issue beyond that. It is not at all full acceptance. You can accept part, rest you can fight it out on that part. That is the best part of this scheme which has come up on this issue. So this 158 BC filing of return is also very important. Now, similar provision will be applicable in case a search has been carried out and some material of person other than the search person is found. 158 BD is there. A notice, similar notice will be issued. And for that purpose also, the assessing officer, then you can file a block return and get out of this. Now, looking to the time constraint, I see I can just skip other parts. Now, this is the 3 points which I just run through. No immunity in case of belated return of income. So, in case you don't file the return or you don't file in time, then there is no immunity. Now, benefit of income disclosed in the block return voluntary by the assessee, which I have told that this is the benefit whatever you disclose. Penalty on undisclosed income not declared in block return. So, that penalty is 50%. So, you can end up with 60% plus 30%. If you disclose 60%, and I believe 60% is a win-win situation from both sides because block period comprises of 6 year preceding year. And if I apply the interest of 230 year ABC and there is an income on which you have not paid the taxes, assuming the tax rate would have been 35% including surcharge thereon and period of 5 years 60% interest, so somewhere it comes to 60%. So it's a win-win situation for that purpose. Now, this is the most important aspect. Probably those who have not gone through this process or where the client has done, one need to be very careful about this. This is the ITR form which one need to keep in mind. And if you see, you have to fill in all these column year-wise. So it looks to be a simple exercise. First column is the undisclosed income of the relevant year. Because my only concern here in this written form is that this written form still demands expect year-wise calculation despite being a block period and the rate being the flat 60%. Now it says, if you will see, this is assessment year 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, Y1, Y0. Y0 is the search year and 1 is the first, second, third, fourth, sixth. First is undisclosed income and then it says total income deemed under section 140 where assessment has been done. Then the second column says where what scrutiny assessment has been done. And third, thereafter, those talks about of the period where written as period has not expired. So this talks about of this. But thereafter, the challenge comes here. Now he asks you, please tell me whatever the additional income, undisclosed income you are disclosing, under which head of income it falls. How you will compute? शादी में खर्चा किया, उसका पर्चा मिल गया, किस हेड में इनकम लेके जाएंगे? कोई और इन्वेस्टमेंट मिल गई कहीं की हुई, कैसे पकड़ने लगेगा? अगर इनकम का सोर्स मिलता है तो आई कैन अप्रिशिएट कि दैट वर्क इट आउट, और टॉप ऑफ इट इसके साथ रिकंसाइल करना है। अब ये बताइए इस हेड के अंदर कैसे लेके जाएंगे? वो पूछ रहा है, आप ये बताइए कि जो आप अनडिस्क्लोज इनकम ईयर 6 में डिक्लेयर कर रहे हैं, अज्यूमिंग 21-22 में, वो मनी है, ये बुलियन है, ज्वेलरी है, अदर वैल्यूएबल आर्टिकल है, एक्सपेंडिचर है, इनकरेक्ट क्लेम ऑन अकाउंट ऑफ एक्सपेंस, इनकरेक्ट क्लेम ऑन अकाउंट ऑफ एग्जेम्पशन, इनकरेक्ट क्लेम ऑन अकाउंट ऑफ डिडक्शन, इनकरेक्ट, और ये फिगर का टोटल रिकंसिलिएशन करता है। I believe those who have done some cases before the settlement commission, probably they may be aware how to handle this situation. Now, even if you intend to disclose the income and you find that under which head it shall be declared, only saving grace probably in this case is, in settlement you were required to substantiate whatever you are saying, the source of income, etc. Probably here that onus may not lie, because you will say कि sir, this is ये शादी का पर्चा मिला है and this is the expenditure side का है, मेरे पास कोई सोर्स नहीं है, और आप पहले वाली कॉलम पे जाएंगे तो आप इसको इनकम फ्रॉम अदर सोर्सेज में डिक्लेयर करके लेकर जाएंगे। और अगर बाई चांस उससे पहले साल में या उससे पहले की डेट में आपकी कोई कैश सेल मिल गई तो आप कहेंगे भाई साहब ये कैश सेल मैंने जो की थी उसी से ये शादी का खर्चा किया था। तो इनकम होगी बिजनेस हेड में डिस्क्लोज और खर्चा यहाँ पे डिस्क्लोज रिकंसिलिएशन के अंदर। These are the challenges which are going to coming in the block assessment new assessment procedure on this issue. My own assumption on this fact is that whosoever has drafted this scheme, probably he has gone with the idea of the settlement commission. But at the same time, this scheme is still to be tested. As we have faced hurdles in the case of 153A and 153C, we have faced hurdle in the 148A, etc. I see no reason that again these hurdles will not come up. The biggest challenge which the taxpayer will have, he will declare the income under one particular head, take benefit in other head. Assessing officer will challenge that this is I am accepting, but beyond that I am going. That's the biggest challenge which will be coming up on this issue. But one thing which always wonders me, where was the need to change so abruptly, which I started in the beginning? You had pre-95, you have pre-2003, you have pre-2021, you have pre-2024. Changing over the scheme, I could not make it out what it is there. But still, I consider from the perspective of the taxpayer, this is one of the best remedy available. And on a lighter side, on a serious. Now I have come across few cases where a person is being issued 148 notice based on certain information which department gets, cash sale, bogus purchase, etc. What happened in case a gentleman gets or an assessee gets an notice that in the year 22, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25, you have made bogus purchases, you have made cash sales, or you have made payments, etc., loan, etc. What he will do? Section 115 BBE will be applicable. 78% tax is applicable on that cases. Then penalty 269 ST. Then falsification of books of account 100% penalty. All these applicable. और उसके लिए क्या रेमेडी सबसे बढ़िया है? आज की डेट में सर्च करा ले। अब चुप हो गए शायद लगता है। क्या होगा सर्च होगी तो वो सारी असेसमेंट अपडेट कर जाएंगे और उसके बेसिस पे जो नेट इनकम बनती है 60% टैक्स देगा और सब चीज खत्म। अब किसी ने पूछा कि साहब ये कैसे हो सकता है, हाउ इट कैन हैपन, कि सर्च कैसे करानी है, तकलीफ आएगी काम बढ़ जाएगा। उसका भी बड़ा, लोगों का माइंड तो बड़ा फर्टाइल है। बोलो साहब इलेक्शन होते हैं तो पुलिस वाले गाड़ी रोक लेते हैं कभी कभी, तो वहाँ 5 लाख रुपए रखे मिल जाए तो इनकम टैक्स वालों को इन्फॉर्म करते हैं, वहाँ सर्च डीम सर्च हो जाती। नाउ द सेम मैकेनिज्म कैन बी अप्लाइड फॉर दैट टैक्स, द जेंटलमैन हु इज अ टैक्स पेयर whose 3, 4, 5 assessments are in trouble where the additions are going to be big, that he invokes, he says ki, let the search be carried out by the police people, that the income tax people be informed, and thereafter on that basis all these previous year will get covered in this block assessment period, pay 60% and get out of it. Looks to be attractive but not so easy. Be careful about this. This is just one to understand that what can be the pros and cons of the new procedure on that part. So that's why I thought I should share this example with you, that what's happening and how to. This can be, of course, search is unfortunate. Now, many people who come across first day, first immediately we ask date of search. If it is before 1st September, I say you are unlucky. Your search should have been after 1st September. You would have been lucky person. You would have got all your problem on that. So these are the some of the issue which I say on the point of search and seizure. Looking to the part that this is the last session of the this conference, and Giriji has to speak on this Income Tax Act of 2025. So I can stop here. Of course, time permitting, later on I can take few questions. Thank you, friends.
Madam Sitaraman ji was informed that nowadays chartered accountants are reading less of income tax and taking lot of interest in GST. So she thought and changed some assessment procedure. The entire block assessment procedure was changed. But later again, she was informed that experts like Vijay sir is explaining the things in such a simple manner. Again, chartered accountants are not taking so much of interest in direct tax. Then she told that, let me change the entire blocks of income tax, and hence Income Tax Act 2025, and hence Girish Ahuja ji. Thank you.
I can't stand and at the podium and talk to you. I'll keep on walking. Sitting on the dais, of course, past president of the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, Shri Ved Jain ji. मैंने श्री कहा, वैसे नहीं तो मुझे एडवोकेट सीए कहना चाहिए था, because now he is practicing as an advocate and not as chartered accountant. Yes, Vishnu is not here, but he was here earlier. Aditya Maheshwari ji, Roshan Agarwal ji, sitting in front of me, Ravi Patwa ji, the Central Council member. बाकी नाम नहीं लूंगा, जिसका नहीं लिया वो नाराज हो जाएगा. Ravi Patwa ji का लेना इधर कौन था? चलिए sir, let me tell you. Everybody asks me why this new Income Tax Act 2025. और आदित्य ने तो मेरे को कह दिया कि I keep the Income Tax Act in my pocket. मैं कोई पॉलिटिशियन नहीं हूं जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पॉकेट में रखता है. I keep it here, not in my pockets. So even income tax 2025 will be here, not in my pocket. I'm very clear about that one. Coming back now. Well, let me tell you, sir, what really has happened is there had been so many changes right from 1961. And everybody knows we have been given sections have been allotted, and there were 298 sections in 1961, and there are still 298 sections in 1961, that is 2025. Everybody knows 15, 16, 17 for salary, 20, 22 to 27 for house property, 20, 28 to 44 for business and profession, 45 to 55 capital gain, and 56 to 59 is other sources. But if you have to bring any amendment in business chapter or business head, what could you do? It was watertight. You had to add 28 to 44. So 44 capital A, 44 double A, 44 AB, 44 AD, 44 A, भूल गए या नया डालना है? 44 ADA, 44 B, 44 double B, BBA, triple B, BBC, ये सब सेक्शन से तो है. 35, 35A, 35AB, 35AC, 35AD, 35E. All these are sections. 111, 112, 112A, 115, 115A, 115AB, 115AC, 115AD, 115AE, 115. These are all sections. 115B, BA, BAA, BAB, BAC, BAD, BAE, these are all sections. BAB, BBA, triple B, BBC, BBD, BBE, BBF, BBG, BBH, BBI, BBJ, these are sections. So many sections were introduced, all with capital. These sections have been given now a number. So now there is nothing in capital. So numbers have been given. There were many sections which were inoperative, which were not applicable. I used to say somebody, you must read one section every day. And they agreed to. And one day I get a phone from him after 4 hours. Sir, I read one section. It took me 4 hours. I said, don't worry. Sir, listen to me. Last line, it is not applicable from assessment year 2009-10. So we still don't know whether it is applicable or not. I said, next time when you read, either see the last line or the first line. You will come to know whether it is applicable or not. So those sections have been done away with. ATHH, ATHH, ATHHB, ATHHC, ATHHD, ATHHE, these are sections थे ना, सब खत्म कर दिए गए और capital allot कर दिया गया. British English, somebody पूछ रहा was English होगा, American English होगा, AI में पूछ रहे थे. This is British English is now Indian English. 250 places the word used was notwithstanding anything contained. Now they use the word irrespective of anything. One word for all notwithstanding, irrespective of it. No proviso at all. One section 10 clause 23C had 24 provisos. One section 10 clause 23C, but section 10 के बाद clause होता है, subsection नहीं होता. There are many sections which do not have subsections. Otherwise, we have section, subsection, clause, subclause, item, sub-item, provided that, provided further that, provided also that, explanations. लेकिन कुछ section ऐसे होते हैं जिसमें subsection नहीं होता. होता है generic section. Common name, like definition. Definition is not one definition, there are so many definitions. So definition is section 2, clause 1, clause 31. Clause होता है. Income which are exempt from tax. Is there one income exempt from tax? Section 10 has lot of income which are exempt from tax. So section 10 does not have subsection. It has clauses. It has clause. Section 16. Deductions from gross salaries. There is one deduction. No, there is 16IA, 16(2)I, 16(3)I. So 16 does not have subsection. It has clause. Deductions from house property. 24A, 24B. This is not section. This is clause. 24 clause A. So मैं जब clause बोलूंगा कभी कहेंगे गलत बोल रहे, हालांकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज भी subsection ही बोलते हैं उनको. But this is clauses. Coming back now. So what I'm trying to explain, all provisos have been done away with. जितने भी provisos सबको subsection दे दिया गया. पहले तो 24 proviso थे. आपको 14th proviso ढूंढना था, तो कैसे ढूंढते थे? बड़ा मुश्किल था, नंबर नहीं था वहां. Provided that, first proviso. Am I right, Gupta? Provided further that, second proviso. I thank. क्या बोलूं? विष्णु जी आ गए. I thank him. तभी तो मैंने बोला है जान. I thank आदित्य जी. उसके बाद क्या हुआ? I also thank रोहन जी. I also thank this. तो जितने मर्जी also लगा लो, वो प्रोवाइजो बन जाते थे. थर्ड से ऑनवर्ड. सेकंड के बाद, फर्दर के बाद also लगाते जाइए, प्रोवाइजो ऐड करते जाइए. 24 हो गए. पहले 2 के बाद 22 और आ गए. अब 14th प्रोवाइजो 15th है. कैसे ढूंढेंगे? एक्ट खोलेंगे, नंबरिंग डालेंगे 2 के बाद 3, 4, और आपको 15 ऐड करना है 14 के बाद. कोई बात. 14 के बाद एक और ऐड कर दीजिए, वो 15 हो जाएगा, 15 वाला 16 हो जाएगा. तो keep on adding also, सब खत्म. Now they are revised. No explanations. All explanations have been given, subsection. No explanations, all subsections. So there is no proviso, there is no explanation, there is no capital sections. जैसे अब बिजनेस का चैप्टर आ गया 28 to 66. 67 हाँ कैपिटल गोइंग का है. 26 to 66. 26 से पहले एक हाउस प्रॉपर्टी का है. कोई परसों पूछ रहा था उनसे, अभी बजट आ रहा है, अब बिजनेस के चैप्टर में अमेंडमेंट लाएं तो क्या करेंगे? कहते डाल देंगे फिर कैपिटल है. हम क्या करेंगे? 66 है, 44 है, डालना पड़ेगा बाद में भी. अभी तो पुराने पाप धो दिए. और ये पाप करे किसने थे? किसने इतने ज्यादा सेक्शन लाए? ये सारे लर्नड आप ही बैठे हैं. आप लोगों की वजह से ही सेक्शन आते हैं. हम लोगों के मतलब, आपका मतलब मैं भी बीच में इंक्लूड हूं, ऐसा नहीं है. क्योंकि हम लूप होल ढूंढते हैं, वो कैपिटल सेक्शन डालते हैं. फिर लूप होल है, वो और डाल देते हैं. फिर उसके नीचे भी लूप होल ढूंढते हैं तो वो प्रोवाइजो डाल देते हैं. उसके भी और आते हैं तो प्रोवाइजर फर्दर डेट डाल देते हैं. ये सब दोबारा आएगा, अभी कुछ नहीं है. Nothing is there, but it will come again. That I am assuring you. And the budget is coming. ये अभी आपको बताया गया वेची ने कि 60% में करा लो, क्योंकि उसमें तो 78% लगता है. इंतजार कीजिए. We'll be changing 195 section, 115 BB को भी चेंज करना पड़ेगा. ये कैसे हो सकता है? सर्च में 60 और रीअसेसमेंट में 78%. How can it be possible? They will have to do it. But at the moment, they were given instruction not to change any section. All basic thing remains the same. Nothing has been changed. Nothing has been changed except some interpretation problem. The one he pointed out, shall and may, and a few things have changed. Otherwise, absolutely nothing has been changed. Even that minor income is clubbed, no doubt. कितना डिडक्शन मिलता है? 1500. अभी भी 1500 ही लिखा है. Nothing has been changed. हम तो उस जमाने के हैं जब हमें कहते थे children education allowance is again 50 rupees per month per child for a maximum of 12 children. और एग्जाम में सवाल आता था 100 rupees for 3 children. How much is exempt? 61 में भी आता था और आजकल भी आता है. वो 50 का 50 ही रह गया. Are you understanding my point? Children education allowance, hostel expenditure allowance, 300 rupees per month per child for a maximum of 2 children. एक रोटी नहीं खाने को मिलती 300 रुपए में, एक बिल नहीं मिलता, पर वो चला आ रहा है. वो पॉइंट सबके देखिए. हमने भी इनकम टैक्स एक्ट दिया था 2018 में नया बिल बनाकर, चले गए, कोई और आ गया, मैं कुछ कह नहीं सकता. लेकिन एक ही चीज उन्होंने हमें बताई, आपने एक्ट तो दे दिया, इसको पढ़ाएगा कौन? बड़ी मुश्किल से उनको पुराना समझ में आया है. अब नया कैसे सारे चेंज कर दिया था. We had given them, instead of 700 sections, we had given them 292 sections only in the income tax act without any proviso. जैसे उनको पढ़ाएगा कौन? So they have not changed anything. Only number of sections have changed. Basic structure and language simplified. Language simplified. Absolutely no other change. No other change. कहेंगे क्यों? देखिए इशारा आया, फिर क्यों किया? यही बात समझ में आ रहा है ना? क्यों किया? अब कितने लगाएंगे जेड और कितने? अब एक सेक्शन है टनेज टैक्स इनकम, उसमें 28 थे, 150 वी. अब उसके बाद WXYZ खत्म हो जाता तो क्या करा? VA, VB, VC, VD, V और VZ आ गया, खत्म ही नहीं हुआ. VZA, VZB, VZC. तो क्या करे सर? इतना हैवी हो गया था, उसको लाइटर करना था. लेकिन अभी क्यों नहीं चेंज किया? ये सुन लीजिए क्यों नहीं किया. If I had changed it or you had changed it, तो पता कैसे लगता क्या चेंज हुआ? कोई चेंज नहीं करा. अब पता लगेगा जब बजट आएगा क्या क्या चेंजेस डालने. Very good point which we had told them. We told them not to change anything. क्योंकि तो हमें कैसे पता लगेगा कौन सा सेक्शन चेंज हुआ, कितना चेंज हुआ? What is the thing to be changed? Language is different. Language simplified that I'm not able to, but basic concept is the same. इसलिए चेंज नहीं किया. अब पहली फरवरी में जब आएगा, पहली को आता है कि कब आता है, पहली फरवरी happens to be Sunday. I don't know whether it's going to be on 1st February or not, because last time it was Saturday, so it was there. But this time it is Sunday. I don't know whether it is going to be on 1st February or the 2nd February. That anybody knows. But what I'm trying to explain, कोई change नहीं है, except section number बदल गए. कोई basic change नहीं है, ये understand कर लीजिए. और अच्छा ही हुआ, नंबर ही बदलेंगे ना, बदल लेंगे, कर लेंगे. और सीए नहीं करेगा तो कौन करेगा? If this GST is successful in this country, it is all because of chartered accountant. कोई कर ही नहीं सकता था GST को successful. I'm telling you. और हम we are used to hard work. हमें क्या फर्क पड़ता है? पुराना भी याद किया, कर लेंगे आस्ता आस्ता नया. ले लीजिए, डाउनलोड कर लीजिए, ओल्ड सेक्शन, न्यू सेक्शन, कंपैरेटिव चार्ट. New section, old section, comparative chart. Keep it on the table. And degree every day, you will be able to follow something. और मुझे खुशी है, हमारे क्लाइंटों को भी सेक्शन याद हो गए थे. कम से कम अब तो हमसे पूछेंगे ना. उनको भी एवरेज सेक्शन दे न्यू इट. अरे ये सेक्शन, ये सेक्शन 55 पैराग्राफ है, वो क्या होता है? अब बता कौन सा 54 बता तो दे मुझे. Are you getting my point? कोई बात नहीं, हमारे को मेहनत करने की आदत है. We have done hard work earlier also, and we will do hard work. We will remember. मैंने भी कर याद करना, आपकी तो फिर भी के टेबल पे रखोगे, मुझे तो पुराने के बदले नए सारे याद करने पड़ेंगे. आज तक जिंदगी में कागज नहीं रखा, रेपुटेशन थोड़ी डाउन करनी है, करना ही पड़ेगा यार. और करेंगे. 80 I'm doing it. Why can't you do it? I'm telling you. We will do it. There is nothing in it. We'll certainly do it. और हमने जिंदगी में यही तो सीखा है, हार्ड वर्क करना. रिटायर नहीं होना. We don't retire. I will not retire. भगवान से कह रखा है, चलते चलते ले जाइयो, लेकिन रिटायर नहीं होऊंगा मैं. So I'm telling you, don't worry. Nothing has changed. Section 1 वही है. सब सेक्शन में हर एक का ही होता है. शॉर्ट टाइटल, डेट, एप्लीकेबिलिटी, डेट ऑफ कमेंसमेंट, यही है. पहले भी सेक्शन 96 में इट इज दिस एक्ट में बी कॉल्ड इनकम टैक्स एक्ट 1961. अब आ गया सेक्शन 11, दिस एक्ट में बी कॉल्ड इनकम टैक्स एक्ट 2025. इट इज एप्लीकेबल टू होल ऑफ इंडिया. वैसे इनकम टैक्स तो पहले भी होल ऑफ इंडिया था, लेकिन कुछ होते थे अदर देन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर, वो भी खत्म हो गया. अब तो होल ऑफ इंडिया ही होगा, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में भी एक्टिव. एंड save as otherwise provided, यही लिखा होता था. This will come into force from 1st April 2026. उसमें लिखा था 1st April 1962 पुराने एक्ट में. क्यों? वहाँ प्रीवियस ईयर असेसमेंट ईयर. 62 was assessment year, 62, 63 previous year, 61, 60. Since now assessment year is not that, it says this act shall come into force from 1st April 2026, being the tax year. Income of a tax year will be subject to income tax or chargeable to income tax in the next financial year. And what is a tax year? Very simple. Tax year, 12 months period, commencing on 1st April of the financial year. Simple एक line दी है. Tax year is 12 months period, commencing on 1st April of the financial year. सबको पता है April to March. कितना simple हो गया. However, in case of a new business or profession is newly set up, or a new source of income has come into existence, the tax year will be the date of the new source has come into existence, or business is set up, and would end by the end of the financial year. कितना simple हो गया. Language has been made so simple. क्या करते थे charitable residential state, अभी भी section 6 है. Now section 2, which earlier had only what you call 48 नहीं था, उसमें कई थे, 229, 229A, 229AA, 229B, 229C, all those sections were there. 221A, 222. अब क्या है? Now A capital gone, so there are 112 clauses instead of, and 112. कुछ definitions किसी particular chapter के end में दी जाती थी, but it could be used for everywhere. So they have brought it before. जैसे accountant की definition, वो 288 section में थी. अभी भी है उधर 536 section, 534 section में. But first section is section 2 clause 1. Accountant means as defined in section that. शुरू में. Senior citizen was given at 3 places. अब एक section senior citizen का बाहर ले आए. इसलिए नंबर बढ़ गया, लेकिन कोई चीज सब कोई. 21A was agriculture income. Well, 21 was what do you call advanced tax, which is now 24, and 25 is now agriculture income. 27 जो SSC होता था वो 211 हो गया. 211 जो block capacity होता था वो 217 हो गया. जो 222 होता था dividend वो 240 हो गया. जो इनकम की ड्यूरेशन 2 क्रॉस 24 होती थी वो 2 क्रॉस 49 हो गई. जो पर्सन की ड्यूरेशन 2 क्रॉस 31 थी वो 2 क्रॉस 77 हो गई. जो चैरिटेबल ट्रस्ट की जो कैपिटल एसेट की डेफिनेशन 2 क्रॉस 14 में दे रखी थी वो 2 क्रॉस 22 हो गई. जो चैरिटेबल डेफिनेशन 2 क्रॉस 15 में दे रखी थी वो 2 क्रॉस 23 हो गई. जो 242A था 242A वो 101 हो गया. 242B होता था शॉर्ट टर्म कैपिटल गेन 103 हो गया. जो लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल गेन 229A होता था वो 67 हो गया. और जो 229B होता था वो 68 हो गया. याद हो गया ना? हो गया. याद हो गया कि नहीं हो गया? आस्ता आस्ता हो जाएगा सर, सब कुछ हो जाएगा. ये सेक्शन 2 है. 3 इज टैक्स ईयर. 4th वही है चार्ज ऑफ इनकम टैक्स. 5 भी वही है स्कोप ऑफ टोटल इनकम. Received in India, deemed to be received in India, accrued in India, deemed to accrue in India, accrued outside, सब कुछ है. सेक्शन में चेंज आया, रेजिडेंशियल चेंज नहीं है. वो बड़ा डिफिकल्ट होता था. 6 1 होता था रेजिडेंशियल सिर्फ इंडिविजुअल. Individual is said to be resident in India if he has been in India for a period amounting to all 182 days in the previous year or in the 4 preceding previous year, immediately preceding the relevant previous year. He has was in India for a period amounting to all 365 days or more, and in the relevant previous year for a period amounting to all 60 days or more. मर गए याद करते करते स्टूडेंट बने थे जब. अब तो सबको पता है. तो क्या है ना, इन पहला सेक्शन 1 छोड़ा 6 2. इंडिविजुअल इज सेड टू बी नहीं, इंडिविजुअली रेजिडेंट इन इंडिया if he is in India for a total period of 182 days. One period amounting to all 182 days. अब क्या लिखा है? He is in India for a total period of 182 days. Or in the tax year, in the relevant tax year, he is in India for a total period of, for a cumulative period of 60 days or more. And in the 4 preceding tax year, he was in India for a total period of 365 days. लैंग्वेज सिंपल लगी जब, तो फायदा हुआ, नुकसान तो नहीं है. चेंज तो कुछ नहीं किया है, लैंग्वेज सिंपल कर दिया. और सिंपल होना चाहिए था. क्या लिखते थे? एक्सप्लेनेशन 1A. In case of a citizen of India who leaves India for employment abroad, the period of 60 days in the condition of 2 supra shall be substituted by 182 days. पहले तो यही नहीं पता होता सुपरा क्या होता है और इंफ्रा क्या होता है. कंडीशन, अरे भाई जो 60 डेज को 182 डेज कर रहे हो तो 182 में तो पहली कंडीशन ही आ जाती है. तो फिर क्या जरूरत थी? क्लियर कर दिया. In case of a citizen of India who leaves India for the employment abroad, condition 2B shall not be applicable. खत्म हो गया ना मामला. 2B not applicable. वो 60 को 182 डेज क्यों करें जब 182 तो पहले में ही हो जाएगा. सिंप्लीफाई हुआ ना सर. फिर क्या लिखते थे? In case of a citizen in India who is outside India who makes a visit to India, the period of 60 days in condition number 2 shall be substituted by 182 days. And in the case, provided that in case his total income exceeds 15 lakh, his period will be substituted by 120 days. मर गए याद करते करते, समझ में नहीं आता था. Deemed resident समझ में नहीं. Plus simple. In case of a citizen of India or a person of India who is outside India who makes a visit to India, condition 2B not applicable. 2B वाली कौन सी? 182 60 डेज को 182 डेज करने की क्या जरूरत है? हाँ, आगे लिखा है in case of a citizen India or in case of that person whose total income exceeds 15 lakh, 60 days shall be substituted by 120 days. सर सिंप्लीफाई किया, प्रोवाइजो हट गए, एक्सप्रेशन हट गए तो लंबा हो गया, अदरवाइज कोई चीज simple. In case of HUF firm, a firm HUF is said to be is resident in India if is only controlled from India. That's all. Resident in India if is only controlled from India. खत्म हो गया. कितना simple लग रहा है सर? The company is resident in India if it is an Indian company or is a place of effective management is situated in India. A place of effective management. वो बता दिया हमने subsection. So simplify हुआ है. एक section होता था 5A. पहले तो section 7 और 8 को merge कर दिया. 7 was section 7 था deemed to be received और 8 था dividend. Now 7, 8 is 1. Deemed to be received and dividend. सबसे change किया 9B. वो जो firm का था deemed transfer. If you give any inventory or you give any capital asset to the firm, it will be deemed transfer. And if you give inventory, it will be taxable under business and profession. It is, and if it is capital asset, it will be taxable under capital. Deemed transfer. उसका section number 9B नहीं है, 8 है. ना 8 जो छोड़ा था वो 8 आ गया. एक सेक्शन होता था 5 कैपिटल. किसी ने पढ़ा था 5 में? 90% को पता ही नहीं 5 में क्या था. वो Portugal Civil Code, community of person. Those only Goa, Daman, Diu, there is a system of Portugal Civil Code. Community. उसमें क्या होता है? Husband, wife who are earning salary kept separate. Any other income, whether earned by husband or wife, will be aggregated and 50% will be added to the husband and 50% will be added to the hands of the wife. उसका नाम था community of person where put का Portuguese civil code is उसको section 10 दे दिया. हम मर गए, हमें section 10 ही याद रहता था. Income exempt उसका नंबर आ गया 11. अब 11, 12, 13 जो था वो charitable का वो 332 to 355 हो गया. So 11 section देखा 11 section बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है. सेक्शन 10 कितना बड़ा होता था सर? कहाँ जाता था 10 but 15 नहीं था. 10 10 10 10 A 10 10 AA 10 10 B 10 10 C 10 10 अरे कहाँ तक जाता था? 10 22 10 22 A 10 23 23 A 23 B 23 D E F ऐसे था. अब क्या लिखा था सुनिए. सेक्शन 11 सब सेक्शन 1 clause A. In computing the total income of person, please note the word क्या लिखा. In computing the total income of person, incomes enumerated in schedule 2 to schedule 6 shall not form part of total income. जाओ schedule 2(6) देखो. It shall not form part of the total income and be subject to the condition being satisfied. A clause भी लिखा, if the conditions are not satisfied, it will be taxable. कहाँ ले गए? schedule 2, schedule 3, schedule 4, schedule 5, schedule 6, 7 भी है, वो दूसरा बताता हूँ. वो eligible specified person का है. ये schedule 2 किसका? In case of any person. Exemption in case of any person. और लाइन लगा के दे दी उसमें, सारी सेक्शन वहां ले गए. अब कैसे याद रहेगा? वहां तो सेक्शन ही नहीं है. सीरियल नंबर 1 ऑफ टेबल, टेबल के भी नंबर नहीं. 4 टेबल दे रखे हो, 4 शेड्यूल है. शेड्यूल 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. और शेड्यूल 2 के नीचे क्या है? टेबल है. टेबल के नीचे क्या है? सीरियल है. सेक्शन नहीं है. Now serial number 1 of the table under section under schedule 2 वो किस चीज की? एग्रीकल्चर इनकम की. schedule 3 share of profit from HUF, serial number 1 of schedule 4 of the table under section 11 schedule 3. और उसके ऊपर फिर लिखा नेक्स्ट शेयर ऑफ प्रॉफिट फ्रॉम फर्म. जो 2A होता था वो उसमें चला गया. schedule 2, schedule 3, schedule 4 for non-resident, schedule 5 for certain investment fund, schedule 6 for international financial sector. Total income conditions are set. Schedule 7 है for certain persons, eligible certain person like local authority, like government authority, जो भी उसका लिखा हुआ है. ये शेड्यूल में आ गया. बिजनेस कनेक्शन की कंडीशन शेड्यूल 1 में डाल दी. Now 11 is over. Now 11, 12, 13 shifted. 12A और जो 13A 13B होता था पॉलिटिकल पार्टी इलेक्टोरल ट्रस्ट, उसका सेक्शन 1 कर दिया, उसका नाम रख दिया सेक्शन 12 और लिखा है कंडीशन स्पेसिफाइड इन शेड्यूल 8. ना शेड्यूल 8 में जाओ कंडीशन, यहाँ तो माफ है. सिंप्लीफाई करा, लेकिन क्या है? फ्रंट लाइट, बैक heavy. 16 schedules are there, 536 sections are there. 16 शेड्यूल्स। पहला शेड्यूल बिजनेस कलेक्शन, दूसरा, तीसरा, चौथा, पांचवा, छठवां मैंने बोला इनकम एग्जेम्प्ट, सातवां बोला जो ये वाला व्हाट यू कॉल इलेक्टोरल ट्रस्ट एंड पॉलिटिकल पार्टी, शेड्यूल 8। ये सारे शेड्यूल बना दिए उन्होंने जो थे, ये शेड्यूल वहां के पीछे कर दिए। जो 80C था उसके लिए भी शेड्यूल बना दिया 50, शेड्यूल 50। So what I think, there are 16 schedule, but there is nothing to worry. अब डेफिनेशन में एक ही चीज चेंज करी है। चाइल्ड की डेफिनेशन थी सेक्शन 2 क्लॉज 41 में, कुछ नहीं किया। 291 क्या हो गया? पहले सॉरी रिलेटिव की डेफिनेशन, रिलेटिव की डेफिनेशन में क्या होता था? रिलेटिव मींस हस्बैंड, वाइफ, ब्रदर, सिस्टर, लीनियर असेंडेंट, लीनियर डिसेंडेंट, यही है ना रिलेटिव की डेफिनेशन। 241 में था। अब प्रॉब्लम है किसी हिंदू लॉ में लिखा है कहीं जगह पर कि पेरेंट लीनियज देखी जाती है, मेल लीनियज, और मदर की लीनियज नहीं देखी जाती। किसी जगह लिखा था। 56(2)(10) में भी यही प्रॉब्लम आती है। यू कैन टेक गिफ्ट, कैन यू टेक ए गिफ्ट फ्रॉम योर नाना नानी? अरे क्यों नहीं ले सकते? वो कहते थे लिखा है हिंदू मेल में तो मेल लीनियज होती है। तो मैं गया था उसको ठीक कराने, तो उन्होंने कहा ये सिर्फ हिंदुओं के लिए तो नहीं है ना। दिस इनकम टैक्स एक्ट इज फॉर ऑल टाइप्स ऑफ पर्सन, ऑल रिलीजियस पर्पस, तो इसलिए वो नाना नानी से ले सकते हैं। लेकिन इस बार क्लियर कर दिया क्या करा? रिलेटिव इंक्लूड्स ब्रदर, सॉरी हस्बैंड, वाइफ, ब्रदर, सिस्टर, लीनियल असेंडेंट, वेदर मैटरनल और पैटर्नल। क्लैरिटी देने के लिए किया है, वेदर मैटरनल असेंडेंट, वेदर मैटरनल और पैटर्नल, और लीनियल डिसेंडेंट। That is the only change which has been done in relative, and same holds good in section 292 subsection 2M, वही 50(2)(10) वाला। वहां पर भी वो लिख दिया वेदर मैटरनल और पैटर्नल। अच्छा किया, क्लैरिफाई करने में कोई दिक्कत तो है नहीं। ये सब किया सर, मैं आपको बता रहा हूं ना। 15, 16, 17 होता था पहले सैलरी, एम आई राइट सर? अब 15 to 19 सैलरी है। What is 15? वही charge of salary. Salary is taxable on due basis, whether or any arrears of salary shall be taxed in the year in the arrears are paid. Salary paid to the partner shall not be taxed here, it will be taxed under the head business and profession. यही लिखा था charge of, अभी भी वही है। पहले 16 क्या होता था? Deductions. अब 16 नहीं है, अब वो 19 हो गया, वो बताऊंगा। Sections पहले होता था 17(1) meaning of salary, 17(2) meaning of perquisite, 17(3) meaning of property in lieu of salary. अब 16 हो गया मीनिंग ऑफ सैलरी, 17 हो गया मीनिंग ऑफ परक्विजिट, 18 हो गया मीनिंग ऑफ प्रॉपर्टी यूज, वही सेम है प्रॉपर्टी यूज सैलरी। अब 19 हो गया डिडक्शन। अब रुक जाइए, ये सुनने वाला है। वो डिडक्शन तो अभी भी है, स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन 50,000 और 75,000, वो तो अभी भी है। वो व्हाट यू कॉल टैक्स ऑन एम्प्लॉयमेंट, फ्रेशर टैक्स। अब जितने भी रिटायरमेंट बेनिफिट आपको मिलेंगे, they will all be added in the gross salary, whether it is gratuity, pension, commuted pension, leave encashment, retrenchment compensation, voluntary retirement, जितने भी retirement benefit मिलेंगे, first you will have to add to the gross salary. अब deduction मिलेगा section 19 में, table बनी हुई है, gratuity, government employee, any other employee, so semi government employee, pension, अब टेबल सारे ग्रॉस में डालना है। पहले हम लेते थे 10-10 ग्रेचुटी, जितना माफ है उसका कम करके ऊपर ले जाओ। नो, टेक फुल अमाउंट टू द ग्रॉस सैलरी, क्लेम ए डिडक्शन अंडर सेक्शन 19। लीव इनकैशमेंट है वही वाला 25 लाख 20 लाख, देयर इज नो चेंज, बट क्या फ्रॉम द ग्रॉस सैलरी क्लेम ए डिडक्शन, लीव इनकैशमेंट, कम्यूटेड पेंशन, voluntary retirement, retrenchment compensation, everything is same, but now it is a form of a deduction. Earlier it was a form of a exemption. Now it is deduction instead of exemption. पहले exempt होता था, balance taxable था. Now the whole is taxable and deduction is allowed. Clear है sir? यही है। जो house property 22 to 27 होता था, वो 20 to 25. जो बिजनेस 28 to 44 होता था, वो 26 से 66। 26 वही है जो 28 होता था, 29 वही है जो 27 है आपका। लेकिन अब कमाल कर दिया, 30-31 जो रेंट रिपेयर फॉर बिल्डिंग एंड फॉर प्लांट मशीनरी अलग होता था, मर्ज करके एक कर दिया, एंड नंबर गिवन टू इज 28। और वही सेम है, but now merged for property as well as plant, machinery, furniture, rent, repair, insurance premium, current repair of that, वो सब है. Now 36 section have been divided. 36 में बहुत था, और section 36 में 4 section डाल दिए. All contribution for employee welfare comes under section 29. All types of premium paid comes under section 30. Provision for bad debt, doubtful debt and bad debt is now 31. And all other deductions are section 32. वो जो 3617 होता था, 7A होता था, provision for bad and doubt वगैरह, वो सब अब यहाँ merge कर दिए. So now 26 is contribution for employee welfare, 27, 20, what do you call it, 29. 26, I told you 26, 29. 30 is insurance premium, stock होगा, shares होगा, employee का insurance premium होगा, kettles का होगा, वो सब. उसके बाद 31 bad debts and provision for bad and doubtful debts. 32 other deduction. जो depreciation 32 होती थी, वो 33 हो गई. और बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग है, जो 37 था वो 34 हो गया. और बाकी जो वो थे साइंटिफिक रिसर्च, ये टी डेवलपमेंट अकाउंट, कॉफी डेवलपमेंट अकाउंट, साइट रेस्टोरेशन फंड, प्रिलिमिनरी एक्सपेंसेस सब हैं, अगले सेक्शन में डाल दिए. लेकिन 34 इज नाउ 37, जो ओल्ड 37 इज नाउ 34. 35 is 40 capital A, sorry, small a. वो जो 30% ADS वाला 40 section वही expenses which are disallowed. वो कौन सा आया? 35. Am I right? 35. 36 is 40 capital A. वो जो 10,000 वाला, 10,000 से ज़्यादा पेमेंट नहीं कर सकते, specified person को नहीं, वो 40A is now 36. 37 is what? 43B. जो पहले 43B था वो 37 हो गया. जो डीम्ड इनकम चार्जेबल टू टैक्स था 41, वो 38 हो गया है. जो अकाउंट्स बनाने थे 44 AA, वो 62 हो गया है. जो ऑडिट कर रहे थे वो 63 हो गया है. जो 44 AD, 44 ADA, 44 AE, वो 58 हो गया. एक टेबल बना दी. 1 in case of any business other than number business classified in 2. 2 in case of transport business. 3 in case of specified profession. एक ही जगह लिख दिए. पहले 44 AD होता था, फिर ADA था, फिर ADAE था, तीनों को मिलाकर 58 कर दिया. और सबकी कंडीशनें वहां डाल दी गई. सो सेक्शन 3 का एक बन गया ना. इनका एक बन गया. अच्छा 44B था, BB था, BBC था, BBD था, एक और सेक्शन था, सबको मिला के 61 कर दिया. 5 सेक्शन का एक सेक्शन. सर TDS कितना बड़ा होता है? 192, 193, 194, 194A, 194B, 194, सारे सेक्शन है. DDA. अब 2 ही सेक्शन है TDS के. एक 392 फॉर सैलरी एंड accumulated provident fund, and 393 for all TDS. 4 टेबल बना दी. In case of resident, in case of non-resident, in case of other. अरे सर टेबल देखनी पड़ेगी. और 193, 194, 194A, 194, 114B, 194B, सब उसी में है, एक ही टेबल में. और जो नॉन रेजिडेंट के दूसरी टेबल में 195, 197, 198 सब है. But only 2 sections for TDS, 392, 393. 1 section for TCS, 394. 1 section for compliance, 395, 396, 198 जो पुराना था. घबराने की जरूरत नहीं. नो चेंज. जो भी चेंज आएगा 1 फरवरी को आएगा. जो भी अमेंडमेंट आएंगी और फर्दर एक्ट में आएंगे जब भी आएगा. सो एब्सोल्युटली नथिंग टू वरी. जो 139 था वो 263 हो गया है. पहले 360 से घबराहट थी, 263 हो गया. 262 139 AA पैन नंबर हो गया. 264 139B जो टैक्स रिटर्न प्रिपेयर था वो 264 हो गया. 265 वेरिफिकेशन रिटर्न जो 140 होता था. 266 साइनिंग ऑफ द वो एडवांस टैक्स, सॉरी सेल्फ असेसमेंट टैक्स, वो 266 हो गया. 267 अपडेटेड रिटर्न हो गया. 268 जो 142 होता था. 263 जो 142A होता, 262, एंड 263 जो 139 होता था, वो 139 में चला गया. 263. आपने देखा कि क्या चेंजेस आई हैं. कोई ज्यादा चेंजेस नहीं है। रीअसेसमेंट अब 277 हो गया, जो 148 होता था, 148 है 278 हो गया, 148, वो सारे वही सेक्शंस हैं। लेकिन याद कर लीजिए, बहुत लाइकलीहुड है जो 115 बीबी था वो 195 हो गया। 115 बीबी इज 195, वो जो स्पेशल रेट है 60%, 25%, उसमें चेंज आएगा। 196 is 111A, 197 is 112, 198 is 112A, sorry 112, yeah, 199 is 115BA, 200 is 115B double A, 201 is 115BAB, 202 is 100BAC, वही वाले हमारे, 203 is 100BAD, 204 is 100BAE, वही तो सेक्शन है, सारे सेक्शन वही। 67 is now 45, 68 is now 46, 46 is now 68, 46 is now 69, 47 is now 70, same section वही है। 47 is now 71, 48 is now 72, sir 49 is 73, 54 is now 82, 54 is now 83, 54.5 is now 84, sorry 54B or 54D जो आएगा, 86 is for 54F, नंबर ही बदले हैं सर, अंदर कुछ नहीं बदला, सिर्फ लैंग्वेज सिंप्लीफाई की है। तो ऐसे घबराने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। देयर इज नथिंग एब्सोल्युटली टू वरी। जितने भी चैप्टर था 11, 12, 13 चैरिटेबल ट्रस्ट के और 115 बीबीसी, 115 बीबीआई, 115 टीडी, कई जगह पे था 164, सबको उठाकर 332 से 355 कर दिया। अभी भी ओल्ड रेजिम है, को बोला था चेंज नहीं करनी, कहां से 80C to 80U है, 80A है 122, बाकी 123 से लेकर 154 वही है जो 80C to 80U है, सिर्फ 80 TTA और TTB को मर्ज कर दिया 153 में, ठीक है वही सेम है सर, सेम है। जब आप 67 to मैंने बताया 91 इज कैपिटल गेन, 92, 93, 94, 95 इज 56 to 59, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100 इज वही जो 60 to 64 होता था, और जो हमारा 68 है वो 102 हो गया, जो 69 उसका नाम बदल गया, वो थे पहले कैश क्रेडिट, नाउ इट इज अनएक्सप्लेन्ड क्रेडिट। जो 69 है वो 103 हो गया, जो 69 और एबी मर्ज करके 104 हो गया, जो अनएक्सप्लेन्ड एक्सपेंडिचर 69 से 105 हो गया, जो हुंडी वुंडी था 106 हो गया, और 107 नया डाला कि वो 195 में टैक्स लगेगा 115 पीबी वाला। तो इसलिए कोई घबराने की जरूरत पड़ी, कुछ बदला तो है ही नहीं, सेक्शन ही तो बदले, nothing has changed, sections have changed, maybe some language somewhere changed, which will give work not to me but a person sitting here जो लिटिगेशन करते हैं उनको कहेगा या शेल लिखा है पहले मैं लिखा था क्या हुआ, देखो इसका मतलब। am I right? लिटिगेशन तो आप करते हैं, मैं थोड़ी करता हूँ, मैं तो लिटिगेशन बचाने की कोशिश करता हूँ। मेरे को बहुत रोज कहते रहते ये क्या आपने ये बदल दिया, ये बदल दिया, मैंने कुछ नहीं बदला, जो बदला आपके फेवर में बदला है, लेकिन ये है जो हम करते थे वो कर नहीं सकते अब, वो बदल गया जमाना, क्योंकि अब तो डिजिटलाइजेशन का जमाना है। एवरीथिंग दे नो मच मोर देन व्हाट यू नो अबाउट योरसेल्फ। एनुअल इंफॉर्मेशन स्टेटमेंट में देख लिया ना क्या है, अभी तो और देखिए क्या आने वाला है। आई विल नॉट टेल यू व्हाट इज गोइंग टू कम देयर, एवरी इंफॉर्मेशन दे हैव, they are getting exchange of information for 123 countries, FIU में आता है, और इंडिया में भी एक और है सेंट्रल इंटेलिजेंस ब्यूरो, देखिए कितनी इंफॉर्मेशन है, सब इंफॉर्मेशन। वो कहते हैं आपसे ज्यादा आपके बारे में हमें पता है। जमाना आने वाला है जो कहेंगे आपकी रिटर्न तैयार है, साइन कर दो, जान खत्म हो गया काम, हमें सब कुछ पता है आपके बारे में, दे नो एवरीथिंग अबाउट यू। तो वो जमाना चला गया, अब बदलना तो पड़ेगा, नहीं बदलोगे तो मैं क्या करूं, मोदी जी नहीं बदल देंगे सबको, वक्त बदल गया। अब मैं कुछ नहीं कह रहा, मैंने यहाँ के बारे में कुछ नहीं कहा है, मैं सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की बात कर रहा हूँ, और मेरे घर जाना है सर, मैं कैसे बोल रहा हूँ, नथिंग has changed, no I'm not saying anything here, but what I'm trying to explain, it is not because of Mr. Modi, it is because of digitalization, it is because of now they are using that, और AI ये पता नहीं क्या है AI, आधे सवाल के जवाब ही गलत देती है, मुझे वही पूछता हूँ जो मुझे नहीं आता, तो मैंने पूछा दिस बार, कहता दिस इज द आंसर, आई सेड यू आर रॉन्ग, Yes, yes, we are wrong. We will reconsider it. फिर मैंने लिखा, no, you are still wrong. Yes, we will see to it how it can be done now. तीसरी बार फिर आ गए, मैं क्या, you are absolutely wrong. कहते we will reconsider and revert back to you. ये है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, नया नया जमाना है। आहिस्ता आहिस्ता, जैसे 26 सेज में भी पहले इंफॉर्मेशन गलत आती थी, आहिस्ता आहिस्ता बदल गई ना, ये भी एआई अभी सीख रहा है। बनाने वाले तो हम लोग ही है ना, जिनका दिमाग ज्यादा लग गया वो है। हमारा जमाना अच्छा था सर, हमें तो सब कुछ याद होता था। हमें तो पहली बार जब आर्टिकल करने गए तो डायरेक्टरी पढ़ा दी टेलीफोन की, इसके टोटल करो 67 में। अबे मैंने कहा ये टोटल करो, डायरेक्टरी 6 डिजिट की होती थी। हम कर रहे थे 5-6 दिन, कैलकुलेटर होता नहीं था, 70 में आया। तो एक सीनियर आया, क्या कर रहा है, मैं तो टोटल कर रहा हूँ। क्या तो उनको भी क्या पता, लिख दे जो लिख रहा है, लेकिन अप्रोक्सीमेटली ठीक होना चाहिए, अप्रोक्सीमेटली ठीक होना चाहिए, बट टोटल करना है। सर वी कैन अभी भी टोटल करते हुए, चाहे कंप्यूटर करे, एक बार एक हाथ से करते जरूर है। हम लोग पुराने लोग हैं सर, ट्रायल बैलेंस मिलाते थे, पार्टी हुआ करती थी दफ्तर में। वो जमाना क्या था और ये क्या जमाना है, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस। दिमाग ही खत्म हो जाना है। एक सीए का तो दिमाग है, वो भी खत्म मत करो सर। डोंट बिलीव इन आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस। हाँ, हेल्प लेना अलग बात है, बट डोंट बिलीव इन दैट। देयर आर लॉट ऑफ मिस्टेक्स इन दैट, एंड पर्टिकुलर इन इनकम टैक्स आई हैव नॉट ट्राइड एनीथिंग एल्स। अब ये मैं कोई पूछूंगा और मैं कहूँगा मेरी बीवी बता दे, कहूँगा हाँ आपकी बीवी वहाँ पैदा हुई है। अबे कहाँ पैदा हुई है, तो चलिए क्यों नहीं सुन, ये हटे हटे जवाब दे देगा, मुझे क्या पता क्या जवाब देता है। सो आई एम टेलिंग यू, आपका दिमाग सबसे बड़ा है और सीए का दिमाग ना हो तो किसका होगा। चलिए सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर द पेशेंस। चलिए सर।
Thank you, see Dr. Girish Ahuja ji. We'll have a question answer, only couple of question and answer session. We are running short of time, and we'll request the members not to leave because immediately we are going to start up the presentation of Nitya ji from Art of Living, wherein she is going to demonstrate the power of meditation. Her eyes closed, and she will be able to see everything even after the closure of her eyes. That was already demonstrated during the inaugural session yesterday. Any question, specific question, if any member wants to ask, we have a panel of the learned experts of direct tax. If not, if not, I would request Sri Roshan Agrawal ji, Chairman, Dibrugarh branch of EIRC, to put vote of thanks, and I'll request the experts to remain once, even after the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, fellow professionals, and dear colleagues. It is my privilege on behalf of Eastern Regional Council of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India to extend our heartfelt gratitude after two outstanding technical sessions. I am C. Roshan Agarwal, Chairman of Dibrugarh branch of ICI, and it is an honor to deliver the formal vote of thanks. Our first session, Procedure for Search and Seizure and Block Assessment under the new Income Tax Act 1960, Income Tax Act 2025 was delivered by CA Ved Jain, past President of ICAI. Sir, your insightful discussion on notable changes under the pre-amendment and post-amendment frameworks, including the block assessment period and the evolved definition provisions, has provided valuable clarity on the transition to the new regime. Your explanation of practical challenges and safeguards available to taxpayers is immensely enriching. We express our sincere gratitude. The second session, Direct Tax Regime Simplification and New Horizons, was led by Direct Tax Guru Dr. C.A. Girish Ahuja, sir. Sir, you explained with great clarity that while the Act largely retains the same foundational language, it has only simplified for the ease of understanding, with significant reduction in the number of sections and rationalization of the structure. My thanks also goes to the EIRC leadership, the Regional Council organizing committee, and every member of the dedicated team who have worked tirelessly to make this Golden Jubilee edition a truly memorable one. Once again, on behalf of the Eastern Regional Council of ICI, I convey my sincere, deep gratitude to all the speakers and each one of you to be present here. Thank you.
Thank you, Roshanji. Uh, may I request CA Ved Jain sir and Girish Ahuja sir to be please be on the dais. Thank you, Roshanji. Now we have a presentation by Miss Nitya Patel ji, and immediately after Nitya Patel ji, we'll have the lottery, and the lottery will be awarded only to those who are present in the hall. And we have laptops to give, and we have earpods to give, and many things to give. So please stay back. Over to once again Miss Nitya Patel ji from Art of Living.
Okay, so now we are going to do telekinesis. Usually means moving object to the part of the lab. Then yeah, there's nothing to guide my hands or anything. Yeah, just so that I'm away from her, and then my parents also.
Good evening, everyone. It's our pleasure to be here. Thank you, Chairman Vishnu Salyanji. And it is very interesting. He had come to our ashram a few months ago, and we interacted with him. And Nitya was presenting in our ashram all the capabilities that she has developed. And then he insisted that we should come to the CA Institute's convention and present this even in front of you, because this is a very relevant skill. See, we always think intuition as a very gray area, कि ये कैसे होगा, but intuition is a very tangible skill and it can be accessed very clearly through very simple practices, and that is what we have been doing in the Art of Living. We have impacted more than 2 lakh students across the world, and this cuts across geographies and cultures. So Nitya here, we are going to demonstrate a few activities, one of it that we had already demonstrated, but for the benefit of new people here. And I would request even our honored guests to help us in this. Okay. So, sir, if you want to take a look at this blindfold, this is a blindfold which is made so that no light goes through. And this is one activity that we do so that we close the most obvious sense, which is the sense of sight, and then see what they are able to do. But the benefits of the program go beyond just these activities, which Nitya will also share in a few minutes. So, Nitya, if you can come here, you get blindfolded. Yeah. Anybody wants to check? Sir, why don't you mix this up? Yeah, mix kar dijiye. Why don't you give it to her? Yeah. I don't know if it was put in the right place. Even put it back in the right sequence. Done? Can you give it me? Done, sir. आप कार्ड दे दीजिए. चलेगा, कोई भी कार्ड चलेगा.
Okay, so it says Ved Jain and Associates, Chartered Accountants, 100 Babur Road opposite Hotel Lalit, New Delhi, 111001, India. Okay, so sir is wearing a black, blazer and pant and black shoes, and then his tie has, a very luxurious texture, which is blackish, navy bluish color, the base, and it has golden color. His hands are folded, and he's standing towards the side.
Audience, please participate. Audience, please participate.
Okay, so sir's wearing like a formal dress, a white shirt and a coat which is gray in color, black pants, shoes which are black and blue in color. His hands are in the pocket right now. Yeah. Someone else? Okay. So sir is wearing again formals and then black blazer, white shirt, golden tag, and then he's having his phone on his left hand, and then a ring, two rings actually on his right hand, and then beige color pants with a black color belt, and he has a pen and a badge also on his blazer. Okay, so this is an Aadhaar card, and it says Ajay Kumar Bhansali, and then yeah, Aadhaar is proof of identity, not citizenship or date of birth. Okay, so it says okay, yeah, it says CA Saroj Swaika, BCom honors, MBA, and then it says there's number, and then it says the address 23A Netaji Subhas Road, 6th floor, Suite 9, Kolkata 7000001. Okay, so sir is wearing a black pant and then maroon color jacket and white color, shirt, and then he has a watch on his left hand, and then he has rings on his right hand. Okay, so it says Indian Union driving license WB011990126720. Issue date 29 May 1999. Valid 15 October 2030. And then Mahadev Agarwal. And then it says Jayaprakash Hospital and Research Center, Dayanand Nagar, Rourkela, Odisha 769004. Okay, so there's a profile picture of her own, and it's like she's wearing a black color blazer and a formal dress with black color watch and gray color pants with a golden tag, and the background is also black.
Next activity, please.
Okay, so sir is again wearing a formal dress, and then he has like a greenish light green color shade, gray green, like mixed shade shirt, and then he's holding a book which has two lines which are yellow in color and text in white. He's having a ring on his right hand and left hand both, along with a watch on his left hand. And he has a paper also in the folder.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, Nitya, you want to quickly share about your experience?
So, good evening, everyone. My name is Nitya. I'm 16 years old. I have been practicing intuition process for quite some time. And with regular practice, I've seen many changes within myself. And one of the biggest changes I saw was in my confidence level. Previously, before the course, I used to be shy and nervous in talking to people, and I had that fear of unknown. But now, if any unknown person comes in front of me, I'm able to talk with lots of confidence. So, because of confidence, as I got confidence, I became the first girl president of my school. Second, it also helped me in decision making, like whom to be friends with, whom to not to be friends with. Choosing the career and stream after 10th grade, it gave me clarity on that. And then understanding the person's intention, whether it's good or not good. So if the person does not have good intentions, I just know that I don't have to talk to them. And when I take that decision, I feel safe taking that decision. That's one thing. Coming towards the academics, it really helped me. I used to study for 8 to 9 hours with lots of stress and lots of anxiety for the exam, and then I used to go half prepared because of repeated revisions. But after the course, within 4 hours, I'm done with my studies. I cover the whole portions. I'm not at all stressed for exams. It guided me to an ability known as photographic memory, in which while I sit to study, I'm able to remember the pages of my books. So when I'm stuck in the examination hall, it helps me, to remember the page where the answer is mentioned, and that page comes in front of my eyes and I write it. And coming towards the achievements and co-curricular activities, so with the help of intuition process, and I give credits to intuition process, I won a medal from a very prestigious university known as the Christ University for public speaking. I won a medal for essay writing in English by the Tata Group, Tata Building India Company, and it has helped me in many co-curriculars like Bharatanatyam. So those who have heard of it or learned, there's a rule yato hastastato drishti. Wherever your hands go, your expressions should synchronize. So for me, it always used to be very tough to execute these basic rules, even as a dancer. But after doing the course, my body automatically gracefully executes these rules, and I'm not at all having a fear of doing anything what I do. And it has helped me in time management also, balancing studies and then coming and giving demos like these, and how to prepare well for exams in between such demos. And understanding the humans is something it really helped me. So if someone is dull, someone is low, I know that okay, I have to go and consult to them to help them out to come out of that problem. So not only getting out of the problem yourself, but ensuring everybody else is also out of the problem is what intuition process teaches me. So that's how intuition process has really helped me out. Thank you.
People have been talking about artificial intelligence, and me, I have been part of that economy. I myself run an AI company. Uh, but Gurudev quite recently said, established an institute of absolute intelligence. And absolute intelligence goes beyond our limited understanding of mind, memory, intellect, and ego. And when we are able to go past all these faculties and look at life in a broader context, then we are able to si- sign in, log into that intelligence which is actually governing nature. And that we are seeing so evidently in so many of these children, and they're developing such talent. And our mission is to take this to as many children as possible, and also for adults. So don't adults don't need to feel left out. Gurudev keeps saying that a disease free body, a quiver free breath, a mind free of stress, inhibition free intellect, a memory that is free of trauma, an ego which includes everybody on this planet, and a self which is free of sorrow is the sign of true health. And it's the birthright of every human being on this planet. So that's the mission Art of Living is into. We have our team also here. Vishalji is here. You can connect with him after this session for more details. Thank you very much.
We have the questions.
Just only one, just for the sake of information. When you are able to read the person, what he's wearing, are you able to judge the personality and or the nature of the person also?
I would not say judge, but understand them so that it helps us to be safe. So judging, I don't think so is the right title to do.
But I will say, can you make it out whether the person is introvert or extrovert?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Yeah, without this, it's just with the normal eyes.
Or
Yes.
introvert, extrovert, or the person is pleasant, I will say, uh, a difficult person or a.
Yeah, I mean, understanding we do have ethics. So, we follow them. So we don't try to invade people's privacy.
I know.
Yeah. But yeah, for our own information, we can do that so that, we can comfort them, we can consult them.
I'm very happy and I'm surprised, frankly, seeing your age of 16 years and reading it out and working it out so please. And the way you spoke here, we are proud of you.
Thank you so much, sir.
She's not the only girl. There are so many children who have done this. This is just the for the demo we have called her, but there are many other children in Calcutta also who are doing this.
See, the plus point which I can make it out, if she is able to read and correct the pages, number, etc., how it is going to help a lot in education.
Exactly.
And the research and the way she can, I think, just recollect which page 473, you can read it and all that. We do have memories. When we read newspaper, we know it was on the left side or the right side or the bottom side, but then to carry it forward, very difficult. But heads off.
So, sir, one thing that Gurudev had said that these knowledge was given in our ancient Gurukuls. Not only this, children were also trained in something called as avadhana, which is photographic memory. In Karnataka, you have entire class of people called avadhanis who are trained in the skill of memory. In fact, a lot of the Vedas, when they were burnt, and a lot of these pandits, they memorized a lot of the Vedas. So that's why you still have them even now, because they had this phenomenal capability to memorize such old scriptures and such volumes. And that knowledge, that ancient knowledge, has not, we have somehow not tapped into that. And that is the mission of Art of Living, to bring this.
One personal question. So what made you to go for this course and join? Who motivated you, initiated this?
So, sir, like my whole family has already been into Art of Living, followers of Gurudev. So it's like, anytime they used to introduce any courses for the kids, I myself used to be excited to get enrolled in it because uh, I would say, the way how it has developed me, the way how it has transformed me is all because of these courses by the Art of Living. So, what I am right now is because of two things: intuition process and Art of Living. Rest, I was always an introvert. I always used to be really shy and I never used to do anything. So, yeah.
One next question, which may be too personal also. How many girls or the boys, after seeing your performance, have been motivated?
Uh, so I mean, like, I don't take self pride in all these
Not
things.
pride. I'm saying just
Yeah, but I guess many, like, if there are 3 lakh and plus more is able to do, I guess the social media is doing its work. So more than a million, maybe. Yeah.
But I can see there's large number of people sitting here. I think they will all be thinking about why their kids or children they join and do this type of course. I think this is a good motivation.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Nitya, you are a student right now, and what is your future planning in the study?
Yes, so I'm really clear. So I will be applying at the St. Joseph's University in Bangalore for my course in BA in International Relations with Public Policy, Peace Studies, and Journalism. So because unfortunately, uh, I didn't take commerce. That's why.
But I am sure the way your memory is working, it shouldn't be difficult for you to get through the C exams. Because normally we say when a person goes to the temple, he normally sees on the wall written, God never fails. And the CA student normally reacts, probably the God has not appeared in the CA examination. That's why he say that God never fails. Had really appeared. So, but in your case, I can assure you this will never happen. You will get through all this.
Thank you, sir.
One more question, Nitya. You have just seen a lot of people and you studied everything. Does it also help to government department or migration department or police department or CBI or CID like that?
Yes. So like, as we do intuition process as practitioners, we have people coming and inquiring us about their lost people or lost jewelries and so on. So like we have been in regular touch with the, officials of our Indian government who come and, take help also in identifying who the person is, where the person is, are they right or not, do they have any criminal background, and so on. In fact, many of our intuition process kids also, Gurudev has announced this publicly. He has also told that, kids have helped them in the Pahalgam case, what had just recently happened. So the kids were able to help them trace out where the terrorists have been. So I guess that is one thing. And personal level also, kids help them identifying whether they have lost something. Then they just send us the information, and then the kids are able to help them, and they find it the way how the kids guide. So that's the way how intuition process kids also do social services in that ways.
Great.
Yeah.
One next question coming to mind, sir. Suppose he is knowing everything about you. For example, suppose he knows everything about you. A person is also having black and white both things inside there. There must be some boundary कि भाई हमको सब कुछ नहीं जानना आपके बारे में या फिर इन्हें सब कुछ नहीं बताना है आपके बारे में, तो आप कहाँ तक अपने आप को रोक पाते हो? Can you say everything or you want to limit that things because everything is not
So
clear?
let me step in there. The way we conduct this program as teachers, we make sure that the children are very signed up to the ethics of intuition. So ethics of intuition में हम लोग बच्चों को ये लक्ष्मण रेखा दे देते हैं कि इसके बियॉन्ड आप नहीं जाओगे. एंड ये इंट्यूशन तभी काम करता है जब you are completely innocent space of mind. The moment there is an aspect of greed and malintent comes in, then this innocent space of mind gets blocked and this intuition. So there is a self check in the intuitive realm. Exactly. So जैसे यज्ञ होता है तो यज्ञ में आप ऐसे नहीं.
See, in our profession also, chartered accountant, we come across so much confidential information, private information, family, but we do keep to ourselves only. And our advice is only when we are unbiased. The moment we get interested in that, then advice fails. So I believe it applies everywhere. Great. Big round of applause for us.
Thank you, Nitya ji. Thank you, Nitya ji. So we have the ethics in front of us, we have the youth in front of us, and we have been able to see the empowerment, and that was all